sir's message.
Good morning and welcome. I'm Uday Pratap Singh, and on behalf of ITV Network, I welcome you to the 4th edition of NewsX We Women Want and Shakti Awards 2024.
This platform was started by NewsX and India News as a dedicated bi-weekly TV, print, podcast and website via media to support women-led development.
Absolutely, Asavri. This of course is our 4th edition of the conclave. We've hosted very successful previous editions, in fact in Mumbai as well as in Delhi, with former Union Minister Smriti Irani, with former Union Minister Anurag Thakur, with Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra Devendra Fadnavis, और आज हमारे खास मेहमान होंगे Union Minister Nitin Gadkari. In fact, we'll also be having Delhi Chief Minister Atishi in attendance today.
Right, absolutely. We're of course looking forward to a jam-packed session today. In the past, we've hosted women from Air Force, Navy, police forces, acid attack victims, trained loco pilots, Paralympians, fisher women, defense trainers, and many, many more.
Absolutely, and today is going to be no different. Today also we have achievers from all walks of life who will be in attendance today, from actors to army women, to politicians, to lawyers. हर पीढ़ी से और हर walk of life से आज महिलाएं होंगी और उनको हम सराहेंगे भी और उनसे हम सुनेंगे भी उनकी कहानियां ताकि आप भी उनसे प्रेरणा लें.
Indeed, Uday, we have a plethora of very interesting sessions, and you can find all those details on newsx.com/we-women-want, and you can also, in fact, take a look at the QR codes right on your tables.
Absolutely, we've gone truly digital, so if you want the schedule and you want to know which session to come for over here at this iconic venue, of course, in the heart of the national capital, you can check our website, as Asabri mentioned, or you can scan those QR codes. They're on all your tables over here physically at the venue, and they're also on all our digital platforms. So you can log into any of our digital platforms, NewsX, India News, InKhabar, or other digital platforms, and find them there. Let's quickly now go ahead and thank our sponsors, without whom today's event wouldn't have been possible. So, with deep appreciation, we would like to thank our food partner for today, P-Mark Mustard Oil. Thanking P-Mark Mustard Oil, our food partner for today's event. We would also like to thank our hygiene partner, She Wings. We would also like to thank our digital partner, Daily Hunt.
Indeed. On that note, let's also take a look at an AV by our hygiene partner.
Very comfortable at night and day. Completely changed my perspective about being fat.
I am very happy to tell you guys that I'm making my smart choice and good choice by using She Wings smart pads.
Writer and singer, I think comfort is my top priority when it comes to period. So I found this magical product called this She Wings.
Thank you, She Wings. There's amazing quality of pads. As a lady riders, when we travel on a long distances, we face a lot of rashes, but the quality is really good.
Well, thank you once again to, of course, our hygiene partner. As we've been saying all along, this is not just a show, it's a campaign, of course, to urge women-led development. अंग्रेजी में We Women Want के नाम से और हिंदी में हम महिलाएं के नाम से. Let's quickly play out for you a quick AV. What is the organization that has brought for you today's event? Well, that is the fastest growing media network in India, ITV Network. Let's tell you a bit more about ITV Network in greater detail. Let's quickly have that AV. India's most credible journalists presenting you news Views and impact stories from India and across the world. Home of India's biggest news campaigns. Host to India's biggest platforms. This is India's fastest growing media house. This is the ITV network with 2 national news channels, India News and NewsX. ITV network has 6 regional news channels with landmark news events. Our viewers love to connect on their platform of choice and making news and information available at fingertips. ITV network has 5 newspapers, winning hundreds of awards as a testament to the value we bring to India's people.
All right, on that note, I would like to invite Mr. Rishabh Gulati, Editor-in-Chief of NewsX, to deliver the welcome address.
Could we please have a loud round of applause, and let's have some energy in the room. There's going to be some spirited conversation, so we want our audiences to have energy as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Asavri and Uday, and to our audience here at the Taj Ambassador, as well as to all of you watching at home, जो हमारे दर्शक जुड़ रहे हैं इंडिया न्यूज़ पे, as well as our viewers of NewsX. Welcome to the 4th edition of We Women Bond. We've done 2 conclaves in Delhi, 1 in Bombay, and over the course of 3 years, a structure that began as an idea, that how do we use our large network, where we are employing 1,100 journalists across 9 news channels and 5 newspapers and more than 42 digital verticals with 200 million various kinds of impressions and views coming just on our YouTube platforms. What can we do to dedicate that to women? This has been put forth and very well managed by the chairperson of the Sunday Guardian Foundation, Dr. Aishwarya Pandit Sharma, and of course the editorial director of NewsX, Ms. Priya Sehgal, who will be here and will be conducting sessions through the course of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, be ready for a jam-packed day. We are kicking off with sports persons. We are going to have then women doctors. We're going to have women in uniform from the army. Then we're going to have the Delhi Chief Minister. Through the course of the day, you're going to see lots of thought and ideas shared with women of all generations out there on what we can do to pursue women-led development. I congratulate all the women who are going to be receiving awards in advance, and I wish you all the very best for the sessions through the course of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that opening address, Rishabh. Rishabh Gulati, of course, setting the tone and tenor for today's event. And now it's time to begin with our first session. And our first session couldn't be more apt. We are going to, of course, be speaking about those women who are in the field, who we've seen, of course, be truly heroes in the recent past. We all remember, of course, the COVID pandemic that had gripped not just the nation, but the entire world. जी हाँ, उस महामारी में अगर एक सच में हीरो थे, तो वो थे हमारे health workers नहीं, warriors. And our first session is on women in healthcare. जी हाँ, स्वास्थ्य क्षेत्र पे आज हम बात करेंगे इस पहले session में. And of course, we have some very special guests as well for this session, Asavri.
Joining us for this very important panel discussion is Dr. Aruna Kalra, Director OBGYN CKB Hospital. Could we please give her a round of applause? We're also joined by Dr. Geeta Prakash, Consultant, Internal Medicine, Max Healthcare. And we also have with us Madan Mohit Bhardwaj, Founder, Shewings Healthcare. Could we please have a round of applause for all our panelists? This session is going to be moderated by Devika Chopra, News Editor, NewsX.
So much, Uday and Sabri, thank you so much for that introduction. So, of course, we're beginning the Delhi edition of We Women Want with some very, very pertinent conversations. It's usually said that women don't really end up taking care of their own health because there are so many responsibilities on women looking after their own families, everything else becomes a priority and women's own health really takes a setback. So we're going to be discussing some pertinent health problems that women today face and what is it that our doctors recommend that they should do. And of course, we'll also be focusing a little bit on menstrual health as well. Dr. Aruna, firstly, ma'am, thank you so much for being here. I know it's a busy day for you, as it is for Dr. Geeta Prakash. I want to begin by asking you, ma'am, in today's day and age, if you could perhaps shed light on 3 of the most prevalent lifestyle diseases that are impacting women, what would those be, ma'am?
Thank you very much. Am I audible? Thank you very much. Yeah, the question is very, very important because in today's era, I should say that the lifestyle diseases are much more than any other diseases. I'm not audible? Okay. So first lifestyle disease I would say is a metabolic disorder, which we say in females is PCOD or PCOS. And PCOD or PCOS is a pure metabolic disorder or pure lifestyle disorder. If patients ask me कि मैं इससे कैसे निजात पाऊँ या इसका क्या इलाज है, तो उसमें ये है कि अगर आप अपना लाइफस्टाइल ठीक करेंगे तो ये बीमारी ही नहीं है, ये बीमारी ही इसलिए है क्योंकि आपका लाइफस्टाइल खराब है, आप एक्सरसाइज नहीं कर रहे हैं या आप जंक फूड खा रहे हैं या आपका स्क्रीन टाइम ज़्यादा है और आपका स्लीप पैटर्न ठीक नहीं है. All these things collectively give metabolic disorder or hormonal imbalance to your body और आपकी ovaries eggs produce करना बंद कर देती हैं, and that's why you develop diabetes, hypertension, dyslipidemia or cholesterol, infertility, and to the right of the spectrum, cancer of uterus. Okay. So this is one of the disease, PCOD. Another disease we would say that because our girls are opting out of fertility, वो लोग बच्चा बहुत लेट स्टेज पर करना चाहते हैं, जो 35 और 40 इयर्स पर करते हैं, तब तक यूटरस रसोली या फाइब्रॉइड्स प्रोड्यूस करना शुरू कर देता है और ये एक हाइपर एस्ट्रोजेनिक कंडीशन होती है जिसमें कि अगेन लाइफस्टाइल हैज़ टू play an important role. Smoking can cause cancer of uterus and ovaries.
Wow, okay.
So nobody knows about it. Smoking can cause low AMH level, which is like your fertility would go down. आपके number of eggs बहुत drastically reduce हो जाते हैं. आपको uterus के mouth का cancer हो जाता है और आपको ovary का cancer भी हो जाता है. तो ये एक और बड़ा lifestyle आजकल कि गर्ल्स में और बॉयज़ में भी स्मोकिंग, डेफिनेटली स्मोकिंग इज़ हार्मफुल, बट जो पीसीओडी, बच्चेदानी के मुंह का कैंसर और जो फर्टिलिटी कम हो रही है वो भी स्मोकिंग की वजह से बहुत ज़्यादा हो रही है.
Dr. Aruna, I'd also like to understand from you, if I'm suffering from PCOD or PCOS and I wish to start a family or I wish to conceive, what is the first thing that you tell women with this condition to do?
जैसा मैंने कहा कि पीसीओडी या पीसीओएस कोई बीमारी है ही नहीं. जैसे ही आप डिसिप्लिन लाइफस्टाइल करते हैं, अगर आपने 45 मिनट्स की एक एक्सरसाइज रूटीन बना लिया, आप घर का खाना खा रहे हैं, आप जंक फूड नहीं खा रहे हैं, टाइम से सो रहे हैं, ट्रैवल कम है, स्क्रीन टाइम कम है, तो धीरे धीरे month after month your periods would start getting regular, you would start ovulating, and there is no PCOD anymore in your body.
Oh, wow. Dr. Geeta Prakash, same question to you, ma'am. I want to understand from you, what, as per you, are the top 3 most prevalent lifestyle-related diseases that you see amongst women today?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for having me here. Also, I agree totally with what she says. लेकिन क्या होता है आजकल, there's too much inputs for the children. I feel media is such an important part of their lives. Also, the iPad and the iPhone and the internet more than anything else. So, which is another reason why they don't realize how important it is to just regulate their lives. Sometimes we find they're suffering either from a thyroid problem or they are anemic. That can also lead to a lot of problems. So that is one thing. And so I always say life for women starts, like they say, when you sing, it's do re mi. When you talk, it's ABC. But when it's in women, it's menarche. So that menarche becomes very important, how you start periods. Also, sometimes they have irregular periods initially, which they don't pay too much attention to, not realizing that they're going towards PCOD. They feel कि पहले तो वैसे ही irregular होता है जब बच्चा छोटा होता है, and as they grow older, it becomes more stable. So that is one. And the second thing she said was very important. You know, the kind of children we get are between the age of 20 and 25. They are not aware of the fact that this is the right time to regulate everything in their lives, whether it's exercise or it's just like she said, you know, the food habits, because they start working, they've suddenly sort of got a little money in their hands, they eat out. So I always tell them this is the age to do it, but through the week, eat at home, and over the weekend, you can do what you want. Also, I think here we should mention that, you know, cervical cancer is very important, like she said. So for girls to get their cervical cancer vaccinations is very important. So that is one. Yeah.
Ma'am, speaking about cervical cancer, what would you recommend as far as the age is concerned? Because a lot of parents, when it comes to women's health and particularly health of the uterus, we're a little hush-hush about it. Nobody wants to talk about it. So how would you recommend that young parents go about understanding their children, especially their daughters and their bodies? And what would you recommend? How should they go about, when should be the first meeting with a gynecologist, with the general physician, and how do they go about the vaccines?
See, I worked at a school for almost 20 years with a junior modern school there. And there I found that I had started talking to the parents and the girls separately, and the parents and the boys separately, because they have to know that body is changing. Sometimes the children are getting their periods now at 7 and 8 years of age when they're too young to know what is happening. Also now the cancer vaccine, we are normally giving it below 15. Then you can give only 2 doses, and otherwise you have to give 3. So I think you should start talking to them initially when they're about maybe 10 or 12, when they are aware of everything, because they're learning it in school also. You see, in science they learn everything. So they just very often talk to their friends and say, iska kya hai, ye kya hai? It's better for a parent or a teacher or a doctor to speak to them. So the pediatrician is very important, you know, just to be able to tell them what to do. Also, parents should be aware of it. Like you said, it's very hush-hush. They say, oh, iski baat nahi karo, ye to aise hi hai. But I think you should explain to them that this is normal, natural. Dadi gets it, Nani got it, I get it. There's nothing to worry about. You see, otherwise kids also get a little, they have this dread of getting a period. That should not be instilled in a child. That I think
Dr. Kalra, bringing you back into the conversation, ma'am, I want to understand from you, what would you recommend to parents today? What is the correct age for them to start taking their daughters to perhaps a gynecologist?
See, very, very important question, because as Dr. Sab said, that around puberty should happen after the age of 10 at least, okay? Nowadays, we are seeing that girls are getting their periods at the age of 8, 9, which is early puberty. And it's not that we do not get the sign or symptom before that. 2 years before, she would start developing her breast bud or axillary hair or pubic hair. As soon as you see this sign that, oh my God, this is 6 years of age and my girl is getting breast bud or axillary hair, you go to pediatric endocrinologist and tell them that this is the sign I'm seeing. She might get her periods another 2 years. Yeah. I want to delay her periods because this is not her age. She would be, her height will not grow. And see, 8 years old kid is not mentally prepared. Even 10 years old is not mentally prepared. So when we should be going to doctor, we should first be knowing what are the symptoms and signs of early puberty. And in another case, as Dr. Saab said, that in schools now we are doing all classes for adolescent girls and boys around the age of 10. So 10 or 12 years of age, we start telling them about their body. Like they are exploring their body. They know something is changing in their body and in their psyche. So that is the time when you start telling them what is hygiene, what is body. If they are getting pleasure, masturbating, tell them it's normal. You have to teach parents also separately that these are the kind of behaviors you are going to observe. Their frontal lobe is not formed, so logical brain is absolutely not there. What they are doing, they themselves are not able to comprehend. So that is first age, 10 to 12 years of age in schools, to kids and to parents, different workshops. And I would say gynecologist is girl's best friend. Every mother should take their daughter to gynecologist that, okay, now she's your doctor. She won't be judgmental. Whatever you need to ask about body science, about your periods, about why are you feeling bad about periods, why are you walking with a hunch or not feeling confident because your breasts are developing, everything. And I would tell parents, and I normally tell parents, that if you think that your girl or your boy are not exploring their body or each other's body because they are hormonal, then you are hiding in a cocoon. You don't understand that they might be doing everything. So it's better to empower them. Tell them that it's normal, okay? And if it is normal, you have to empower a 15-year-old, 17-year-old girl that contraceptive is available. This is that. Don't think that you're giving consent by explaining it to them. They would be empowered and they would be cautious once they know the consequences of it.
Okay, Dr. Geeta Prakash, since you've also been a part of a school, so I'm sure that this is something that you've really dealt with or parents have asked you. Another hush-hush topic is masturbation amongst young adults. Specifically, there's a lot that's spoken about as far as boys are still concerned, but I do feel that masturbation amongst young girls when they're exploring their bodies, or even young adult women or older women for that matter, is not really talked about. But talking about younger girls, how did you sort of broach that topic, and what would you suggest parents also, how do parents go about masturbation amongst their young girls?
You know, I think we still live in a society where we are a little hush-hush about it. We don't like talking about these things. We feel, oh, what is she up to, you know? But I think this is something, like she said, which we should talk about. Because like we say, they're just exploring different parts of their bodies. You do get, like they say, wet dreams, as they say, because they masturbate without, or they just sort of secrete semen without knowing what's happening. So I think this is something also that you should talk to them about, because they should know that there's nothing wrong in it. It's just that you shouldn't do it in public, maybe, you know, because that's what you find. We found one boy on the stairs doing it, which was very awkward for the whole school. So that is something you should tell them, that if you feel like, do it at home. There's nothing wrong in it. It's not going to. A lot of people feel that if I do this, my sexuality will go down. But that's not really true. So I think at every age, we should understand that this is a normal process. You do feel, you may not have a partner at that time, but you may feel the urge to just sort of release. It's okay. There's nothing wrong in it. But it is at every age. And when they are younger, it becomes more important because they think, ye to kuch galat hoega kyunki mama ne to baat hi nahi ki iske bare mein. And so I think fathers and sons are very important, the bond that they have. Because this is something that a father would talk to a son. Whereas a mother would be easier to speak to a daughter about this. So I think that is very important. And just to explain to them right from the beginning, this is going to happen something throughout your life, maybe even after menopause. There's no reason why you should stop masturbating, but just do it sensibly. That is important, I think. You know,
Okay.
A lot of people, I think, get onto certain drugs just because they feel they want a high. That, I feel, is wrong.
Okay, coming to, of course, older women as well. We've discussed a lot about what young parents need to do with their young daughters. But speaking of women, say, under the age of 30, what, Dr. Aruna, are the top 3 things that you would tell women under the age of 30, keeping today's day and age in mind? What are the top 3 things they need to do to keep their health in check?
Okay, so these are young girls under the age of 30. First thing and foremost important thing is that, as doctor said, that HPV vaccination. If somebody has not got her vaccination before the age of 15, this vaccination is given till the age of 45. And before the age of 27 is another good age when you get this vaccination. 3 doses, 0, 2 and 6 months. And I recall that even government has announced that by next year coming year, they are also going to provide at a low cost this vaccine. Right now it's 3,500 to 10,000 single dose. So one thing is, please get vaccinated against human papilloma virus. And this vaccination you have to give to your boys also, because HPV is a virus and it is sexually contracted virus. It would affect and cause cancer of mouth of the uterus, which is cervical cancer. And at the same time, the HPV virus can cause penile and oral cancer and warts to boys. So boys also need to get this vaccination, which is like, again, nobody talks about. So this is first thing. Second thing is, now if you are sexually active, and nowadays, again, if we are not closing our eyes, we know that we are in living relationship and in and out of relationships. It's better that please get your pap smear done yearly, which is a test, very simple test, not painful at all. Every girl should done every year, should get it done every year. Second is, you should be breast aware. So this is another term coined that every girl on 5th day of her periods should know how to do breast examination, self-breast examination with flat of hand to see the lumps. And if you feel that you do not know, go to your gynecologist, get your pap smear, and learn how to do breast examination.
Ma'am, you said 5th day of the period. Can you explain that a little?
So why? Because just before periods, breasts are locked with water. So there's breast soreness, sometimes you have waterlogged breast and they are dense. But by 5th day of period, breasts are softer, less denser, and you are able to palpate lump if there are any.
Okay, interesting.
It's easy.
Dr. Geeta Prakash, same question to you, but I want to ask for women over the age of 40, ma'am. What are some of the top 3 things that women over the age of 40 really need to watch out for to keep their health in check?
One, of course, like she said, is lumps in the breast, so mammograms are important.
Ma'am, I'll have to request you to yes.
One is, of course, mammograms, because it's important to know once you've examined your breast and you've had your tests done by the gynecologist, because especially if you have a family history of cancer, it's very important to get your mammogram done, and if they find that the breasts are dense, then you may need an ultrasound of the breast also. So this is important to get done. Secondly, like she said, the pap smear. Follow up if you find that it's, the cells are not absolutely normal. You may need, a high pap smear. And also, I think the bone density, because this is the age when you start losing a lot of calcium, and if you haven't been careful about eating well. So for us, what I'd like to stress on is, when you're a young mother, you're only concerned about that little baby. When you go, when the children sort of start going to school, then you're concerned about the whole family. You don't pay attention to how much calcium you're taking or how much vitamin D, or are you deficient in anything else. That is one second thing. And the third thing is, if there's a family history of anything, you need to do regular checkups. Like if there's a family history, maybe of glaucoma, which is very prevalent, hereditary, or if there's something of cancer breast or cancer anywhere, especially colon cancer. These are certain cancers that need to be followed up. So regular checkups for women is very important. Normally वो बोलते हैं बच्चों का करा दो, husband का करा दो, मैं तो ठीक ही हूँ. ठीक नहीं हूँ, because then it suddenly catches up with you and you say, पहले क्यों नहीं कराया? And they say, नहीं, उस time तो पता नहीं था, हम ठीक ही थे. So regular checkups, I think, are important, including vaccinations.
And ma'am, as far as the tests are concerned, in terms of, an annual test, what would you recommend? How should women go about one test maybe a year that they must get done?
So one is a general full body check, in the sense that the blood tests should be done. Nowadays, we include the B12, D3, liver, kidney, thyroid, the lipid profile, the sugars, and the complete blood count, which tells you if they're anemic or not. So these are little focuses that if they do once a year, it's more than enough. Second thing is, like I said, a bone density scan, but after the age of 40, you don't need it before that. And a mammogram or an ultrasound breast if needed. If there's a cancer history, you may need to get an X-ray of your chest. Ultrasound abdomen is important, because anything growing anywhere will show in an ultrasound. So that is an important thing. And with today's stress levels, everyone is sort of either acidic or stressed. So I think you have to just make sure gallbladder mein pathri to nahi hai, koi baki pathri to nahi hai in the kidneys. So ultrasound is important.
Right, absolutely. Madan, bring you into the conversation. I'll end with, of course, you. I want to understand, if you can firstly explain to our viewers, what exactly does She Wings do?
So first I would like to add on what Dr. Geeta was saying. Women health is the most ignored subject in the Indian household because of the two things. One is the social aspect to it, that it is to be said that माओं को दर्द नहीं होता. So it is a daytime or afternoon, evening, Women involves into household affairs and office work. And at the end of the day, when they start eating food, the left out food goes to mother. थाली का जो सबसे आखिरी हिस्सा रहता है, generally वो mothers को जाता है. And all the mothers are similar in India, as Dr. Geeta was saying. So there is less nutrition, there is less calcium, whereas a women require more iron and more calcium than a man, right? As we were discussing about the breast cancer, and we women want is, of course, the most powerful platform for women in India, and we are discussing this in the breast cancer month. The entire October month is a breast cancer month.
Yes.
Third thing I would like to say before I tell about the She Wings, we have been reaching out to more than 30 million women across the country every year through our non-profit sector. We found a very common problem, especially in the urban area. Most of the people, most of the audience who are watching us and sitting in the auditorium are educated one. That, somehow, one of my friend who's a gynecologist, I'll not name her, she is heading one of the prestigious hospital. Most of the patients from schools, she has most of the patients from school. By the time they get into 11th and 12th standard, mostly 60 to 70% of the patients get contraceptive pills more than 10 times in their life.
Okay, can you explain that a little?
Okay. So we had, because of looking at the advertisement or the internet or wherever, we had considered that the contraceptive pills are the remedy for unsafe sex. Contraceptive pills are emergency pills, which could be taken once in a lifetime or maybe never in a lifetime. It's emergency, right? Especially the brand, I will not name the brand.
A lot of women come and say, oh, I think I had a problem, and so can I take this pill? And I say, maybe once, but never again.
Because of these pills, our entire cycle gets changed, your body gets destroyed, and then there's a problem with the conceive, right? Then when you go for a conceive in the next cycle, there's a problem.
Let me add. So emergency contraceptive pills are a very high dose of progesterone. Instead, you should be taking very low dose progesterone oral contraceptive pills if you are regular with your sex, okay? Emergency contraceptive pill, because it makes your uterine environment, the environment of womb hostile, you are more prone to have tubal pregnancy in fallopian tube. And we only have 2 fallopian tubes. So one fallopian tube pregnancy sacrifices 50% of your fertility in future.
Oh, very interesting. Yes.
We need to understand, in fact, the brands need to understand that, a lot of men are sitting here. So the safest sex, or I would say for intercourse, condom need to be used. Brand need to, promote safe sex, protection, not the pleasure during the intercourse. So we need to be very,
So
very
basically
careful.
men also need to take some onus, right? We've seen a growing trend where men don't want to wear condoms and they would instead expect that the girl should take an after morning pill.
Correct.
We
That
need to
happens very
sensitize
often.
men, isn't it? In every way, we need to sensitize. Like, as ma'am was saying, I was contradict her here, that mothers can also talk to their sons. They should sensitize them about menstrual cycles. And if they are spending lots of time in bathroom, why don't you just jokingly call him and say that, why are you masturbating for so long? I'm waiting here for breakfast. So it is, there is no this thing, your stigma to talk to boys.
Absolutely. Madan, I have 30 seconds left. If you can just tell our viewers about She Wings,
so coming
please.
over to this, we have found, a lot of, because during the 5 days, there are almost like 20 sanitary pad one woman uses as per their, blood flow. And most of the time, they remain in contact with the plastic. So She Wings Personal Care as a brand has innovated world's first minor sanitary pad, which has got 100% viscose top sheet, which is made of viscose, plastic-free top sheet. I'm sure plastic plays a very important role in your fertility, your the menstrual health, which we promote a plastic-free periods. And of course, we want more and more young women, because now the puberty is starting at the age of 10 and the menopause is coming at the age of 38 or 37 in some of the patients. So be very, very conscious, I would say, consumer. Whatever way you are using your menstrual hygiene, your cycle, please take care of your health, your diet, and the be very, very conscious about the product also. So we
Okay.
have innovated this product, which is, of course, I can challenge to whoever watching us. I mean, they would love the product when they use this. Thank you.
Well, Madan, thank you so much. Dr. Geeta, thank you. Dr. Aruna, thank you so much for that enlightening session. We will take up some of those questions. Also, you'll find them on our YouTube channel later as well. Some pertinent questions we'll be asking outside of the seminar hall. But I thank all of our panelists for joining us on the broadcast. Thank you.
Indeed, this has been a very insightful session, and in fact, our next session is going to be on women in sports. What sparked their love for fitness in sports? What are the challenges and barriers that they had to face, and a lot more. Joining us for this panel is Miss Meenu Kaliraman. She's a mountaineer. We're also going to be joined by Poonam Chopra, who's a judo champion. She's going to be here in a minute. Simran Sharma Vats, bronze medalist and a Paralympian, and Sweeti Bora, boxing world champion. Could we please request our guests to come to the stage, and a huge round of applause. This session is going to be moderated by Uday Pratap Singh, Associate Editor, NewsX, and also joining us for the session is Manoj Joshi, Editor, Sports.
जरूरी नहीं कि रोशनी चिरागों से ही हो, बेटियां भी घर में उजाला करती हैं। जी हाँ, इसी नोट के साथ हम इस कार्यक्रम की स्पोर्ट्स के कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत करने जा रहे हैं। मेरे साथ उदय प्रताप सिंह के साथ मैं आप सबका हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं। मेरे दाईं तरफ है सिमरन शर्मा वस। मैं चाहता हूं कि इनका परिचय हो तो आपकी तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए। इस साल पैरालंपिक खेलों में इन्होंने मेडल जीता। न सिर्फ मेडल जीता बल्कि इसी साल जापान के शहर कोबे में इन्होंने वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में स्वर्ण पदक जीता पैरालंपिक में। यह अपने आप में बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि। अब जब एक वर्ल्ड चैंपियन हमारे साथ हैं तो उनसे आगे स्वीटी बोरा जी कैसे पीछे रह सकती हैं। ये भी वर्ल्ड चैंपियन है बॉक्सिंग में। दुनिया जीत ली इन्होंने पिछले साल नई दिल्ली में आयोजित वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में स्वर्ण पदक जीतकर। इतना ही नहीं, ये एशियन चैंपियन भी रही हैं। अगर मैं इनके मेडल सारे बताने लग जाऊं तो शायद मेरा ख्याल ये कार्यक्रम का वक्त भी थोड़ा कम पड़ जाएगा। इसके बाद मीनू कालीरमन, दुनिया की सबसे ऊंची चोटी माउंट एवरेस्ट को इन्होंने फतेह किया। न सिर्फ उसे फतेह किया बल्कि उनके साथ जो लोहस्से, जो कि दुनिया की चौथी सबसे ऊंची चोटी है, उसको और माउंट एवरेस्ट की चोटी को, दोनों को एक साथ फतेह करने वाली एकमात्र भारतीय हैं। यह अपने आप में कीर्तिमान है। तो अब चलते हैं उदय प्रताप के पास एक रैपिड फायर राउंड के लिए।
जी बिल्कुल मनोज जी, आपने बहुत ही बढ़िया और सटीक तरीके से इनका परिचय करवाया। मगर ITV नेटवर्क पूरी तरह से डिजिटल फोकस रखता है और आजकल डिजिटल पे रैपिड फायर चलता है। नौजवान पीढ़ी के पास समय नहीं है, फटाफट उनको जवाब चाहिए। और हम चाहेंगे कि ये जो तीनों हस्ती हमारे मंच पे आज हैं वो एक प्रेरणा स्रोत बने हमारे दर्शकों के लिए। सो आई वांट टू स्टार्ट आउट बाय आस्किंग यू कि मीनू जी, क्योंकि आप मेरे से सबसे निकट हैं तो मैं शुरुआत आपसे करूंगा कि 3 चीजें जो अगर एक यंग वुमन आपको आज देख रही हैं, एक नौजवान पीढ़ी की महिला देख रही है और वो भी पर्वत को फतेह करना चाहती है, माउंटेनियर बनना चाहती है, तो क्या 3 चीजें करनी चाहिए ताकि वो भी आपकी तरह माउंटेनियर बने और सक्सेसफुल माउंटेनियर बने? 3 थिंग्स।
सबसे पहले हाथ जोड़ के राम राम सारा ने, नमस्ते और प्रणाम भी। मैं इंटरनेशनल माउंटेनियर मीनू कालीरमन हरियाणा से हूं। लैंग्वेज से ही पता चल रहा होगा। जो सवाल 3 सर ने मेरे से पूछे मैं एक बार दोबारा से रिपीट करवाना चाहूंगी। सर आप रिपीट करो।
3 चीजें जो एक नौजवान लड़की जो आपको आज देख रही है वो अगर आपकी तरह बनना चाहती है, अगर पर्वत पे फतेह करना चाहती है, माउंटेनियर बनना चाहती है, तो वो 3 चीजें क्या करनी होंगी, या 3 टिप्स क्या होंगे आपके?
नींद, चैन और रिश्तेदार, तीनों को छोड़ना होगा। क्या आप इन तीनों बातों से सहमत हो? क्योंकि कामयाब होने के लिए हमें सेफ जोन छोड़ना ही होगा। अगर वो सेफ जोन ना छोड़ा, रिश्तेदार, अड़ोसी पड़ोसी पैर खींचना शुरू कर देते हैं। इवन कि लड़कियां 18 साल की होते ही कहेंगे छोरी की शादी कर दो, हम छोरा बता रहे हैं, रिश्ता करवा रहे हैं, फलाने का छोरा है, अच्छी जॉब पे है, इतने किले आवे हैं। कहते हैं ना, इमोशनल ब्लैकमेल परिवार को, पेरेंट्स को कर देते हैं, और पेरेंट्स कुछ दिनों के बाद हैबिचुअल हो जाता है कि हमें शायद ये करना ही चाहिए। हर घर में हर लड़की की यही सिचुएशन है। वो ड्रीम तो बहुत ऊंचे ऊंचे लेती है, अगर उसने सपना लिया है, सोच बनाई है, तो पूरे तो लड़की को ही करने हैं ना। भगवान ने पंख दिए हैं, फैलाने का मौका नहीं मिल रहा हमें।
बहुत बढ़िया। और आपके जवाब और आपके अंदाज को सुनकर मैं एक ही बात कहना चाहूंगा कि मारे छोरियां छोरों से कम नहीं है, आज हमने देख भी लिया।
जी
स्वीटी जी, आप पे मैं आना चाहूंगा, आपसे भी 3 चीजें जानना चाहेंगे। वर्ल्ड चैंपियन बॉक्सर हैं आप, जैसे मनोज जी ने अभी आपका परिचय करवाया, तो क्या 3 क्वालिटीज हैं एक बॉक्सर में होनी चाहिए ताकि वो वर्ल्ड चैंपियन बने?
चीजें
3 टेक्निक्स।
सबसे पहले आप सबको मेरा नमस्कार, जय माता दी आप सबको। ये जैसे हमारी बहन मीनू ने बताया ही है आपको, वो चीज़ें कि सुख चैन आपको छोड़कर अपना परिवार त्याग कर, आपको सबसे पहला आपको त्याग आपके अंदर होना चाहिए, दृढ़ संकल्प आपके अंदर होना चाहिए, और डेडिकेशन, हार्ड वर्क, मैं बोल सकती हूँ हार्ड वर्कर भी आपको होना चाहिए। अगर एक और मैं 3 नहीं और भी चीज़ें मैं बोलना चाहूँगी। सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस, मतलब खुद के ऊपर विश्वास भी होना चाहिए। अगर ये सब चीज़ें आपके अंदर होती हैं तो आप कोई भी जो इंसान, मैं कहूँ सिर्फ बॉक्सिंग में ही नहीं, इंसान अपनी ज़िंदगी में कुछ भी पा सकता है। ईश्वर ने, भगवान ने हमें ऐसा बनाया है, जो हम सोच सकते हैं वो हम कर भी सकते हैं, वो हम पा भी सकते हैं। तो अगर हमारे अंदर उस चीज़ को पाने की चाहत होनी चाहिए, उस चीज़ को पाने के लिए हमारे अंदर त्याग करने की शक्ति होनी चाहिए, उस चीज़ को पाने के लिए हमें हार्ड वर्क करने की अक्षमता होनी चाहिए। अगर सब चीज़ें होती है तो हम वो चीज़, वो लक्ष्य अपनी ज़िंदगी में प्राप्त कर लेते हैं।
और आपका क्या टेक्निक है जो एक्स फैक्टर साबित हुआ है आपके लिए?
मेरे को सभी बोलते हैं कि मेरा दिल बहुत बड़ा है, मैं डरती नहीं हूँ, क्योंकि मुझे ऐसे लगता है सभी टेक्निक्स, सभी चीज़ें फेल हो जाती है जब आपका दिल छोटा पड़ जाता है। बॉक्सिंग जैसे गेम में आपके सबसे पहले आपका दिल बड़ा होना चाहिए। बोलते हैं ना कि सब चीज़ें आप डेवलप कर सकते हो, लेकिन दिल बड़ा डेवलप नहीं कर सकते, दिल को आप बड़ा नहीं बना सकते हो। बड़ा बोले तो कि ब्रेव हार्ट होना बहुत जरूरी है, कि जब आपके मतलब प्लानिंग तो बहुत सारी होती है, सबके पास होती है, लेकिन जब मुक्का पड़ता है ना मुंह पर, तो सारी प्लानिंग खत्म करा फेल हो जाती है। तो वो होना चाहिए कि मुक्का खाकर आपके अंदर दोबारा उठने की ताकत होनी चाहिए। और मेरे अंदर मुझे ऐसे लगता है कि हाँ, विल पावर है जो मुझे उठाकर रखती है, चाहे मैं मेरी सिचुएशन कैसी भी रही हो। क्योंकि जब भी मेरे कोई कंपटीशन होते हैं, उससे पहले मेरी स्थिति इतनी अच्छी नहीं होती है, तो मैं वहाँ से उठती हूँ तो सिर्फ मेरी विल पावर की वजह से। और आई एम एक्सट्रीमली बिलीवर इन महामाई माता रानी, तो मैं उनको याद करती हूँ और बस अपना 100% देने की कोशिश करती हूँ और हो जाता है।
ये है आपकी यूएसपी। सिमरन, मैं आप पे आना चाहूँगा, आखिरी रैपिड फायर आपके संग खेलते हैं कि वो 3 चीज़ें जो एक स्पेशली एबल्ड, जो एक दिव्यांग को मन में रखना चाहिए ताकि वो एक स्पॉट उठाए और देश का नाम रोशन कर लें, जैसे हमने पैरालंपिक्स में देखा है।
सभी को नमस्ते। सबसे पहले तो मैं ये बोलना चाहूँगी कि हम कभी भी पैरा एथलीट्स को, दिव्यांग खिलाड़ी को ऐसे देखते हैं कि या तो वो बेचारा है या उसकी मजाक उड़ाई जाती है। तो ना ही वो बेचारा है और ना ही मजाक उड़ानी चाहिए, क्योंकि मुझे लगता है कि वो एबल से ज़्यादा स्ट्रोंग होता है, क्योंकि काफ़ी चीज़ें हम लोग बचपन से देख के आ रहे होते हैं। और मैं तो अपना बताऊं कि मुझे तो फिर भी बहुत कम प्रॉब्लम है किसी भी चीज़ के लिए। बहुत सारे एथलीट्स, पैरा एथलीट्स ऐसे हैं जिनकी गर्दन से नीचे की बॉडी काम नहीं करती, किसी का हाथ नहीं है, किसी का पैर नहीं है, किसी की हाइट छोटी है, तो वो समाज में जाने में बहुत ऑकवर्ड फील करते हैं। और मतलब एक पैरा एथलीट के सिर्फ पैरा एथलीट के लिए नहीं, मैं मतलब सभी एथलीट के लिए मुझे एक चीज़ लगती है, सबसे बड़ी चीज़ है डिसिप्लिन। किसी भी चीज़ को, किसी भी फील्ड में आप बिना डिसिप्लिन के कुछ कर नहीं सकते। जैसे कि मैं मेरे हस्बैंड आर्मी से हैं और मेरी शादी को 7 साल हो गए हैं, तो मैंने उस चीज़ से यही सीखा है। मैंने शादी के बाद ही गेम शुरू किया था, तो मैंने ये चीज़ सीखी है कि वो आर्मी से है, तो शुरू शुरू में मेरे ऊपर रूल चलते थे आर्मी के कि ये करना है, ये करना है, 1 मिनट लेट हो गए तो ग्राउंड से वापस जाओ। तो मतलब शुरू में गुस्सा आता था उस चीज़ पे कि नहीं यार ये गलत कर रहा है मेरे साथ, हाँ, मेरे ऊपर आर्मी की चीज़ें थोपता है, कोई बात है क्या। पर फिर जब एक बार मेडल नहीं आया, एक बार मेडल से होके वापस आई, एयरपोर्ट पे ढोल बज रहे थे अदर एथलीट्स के लिए, तो उसने मुझे ज़बरदस्ती उन एथलीट के सामने खड़ा किया और बोला इसको फील करो, इसको देखो कि तुम्हारा मेडल नहीं आया। मैं रो रही थी वहाँ पे और वो मुझे ज़बरदस्ती दिखा रहा था। मतलब जब तक हम किसी चीज़ को फेस नहीं करते ना, तब तक मतलब मुझे लगता है कि आप आगे नहीं बढ़ सकते। तो सबसे बड़ी चीज़ है डिसिप्लिन। फिर मुझे पता चला कि हाँ, लाइफ में डिसिप्लिन का क्या, एक स्पोर्ट्स में ही नहीं, एक हर चीज़ में सबसे बड़ी चीज़ है डिसिप्लिन। और जैसे कि दीदी लोग ने बोला, सबने वो सब चीज़ें सही थी, पर डिसिप्लिन भी उसके साथ बस। और
अंग्रेजी में कहावत है ना एक, कि बिहाइंड अ सक्सेसफुल मैन देयर इज अ वुमन्स हैंड टू। आपने आज साबित कर दिया बिहाइंड अ सक्सेसफुल वुमन देयर इज अ मैन्स हैंड टू, जैसे
नहीं,
आपने अभी बताया।
बिल्कुल सही बात है
जी।
मुझे लगता है कि जो मेरे हस्बैंड है वो एक आज के ज़माने के लिए उदाहरण बने हैं कि पति ऐसा भी होता है, एक बाप की तरह पाल रहा है अपनी वाइफ को।
बिल्कुल।
तो बहुत बड़ी चीज़।
हमारी एक और खास मेहमान जुड़ गई हैं, आप मैं चाहूंगा परिचय करवा दीजिए, फिर मैं रैपिड फायर कर लेता हूं।
पूनम चोपड़ा जी आ गई हैं हमारे बीच में और इनका तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट के साथ इनका स्वागत किया जाए। ये एशियाई खेलों में पदक जीतने वाली एकमात्र भारतीय महिला जूडो खिलाड़ी रही हैं। आज तक के इतिहास में इनके अलावा कोई भी भारतीय महिला एशियाई खेलों में पदक नहीं जीत पाई हैं। ये अपने आप में बड़ी उपलब्धि, और इसके अलावा एशियन चैंपियनशिप में भी इनका मेडल आया। मेडल का इन्होंने रंग बदला और बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन किया। हरियाणा सरकार के जो खेल विभाग है उसका जो बहादुरगढ़ केंद्र है, वहां पर ये जूडो की इस समय कोच हैं।
बहुत बढ़िया। तो रैपिड फायर खेल रहे हैं पूनम जी सबके संग, तो मैं चाहूंगा कि आप भी 3 चीजें बताएं हमारे दर्शकों को, नौजवान लड़कियों को, कि क्या उनको करना पड़ेगा ताकि वो जूडो चैंपियन बने।
सबसे पहले तो डिसिप्लिन है ही, और स्कूल में स्टार्ट होना चाहिए। ये स्कूल से ही जो है अपना फिटनेस और मार्शल आर्ट जो है वो क्लासेस होनी चाहिए स्कूल में ही। क्लासेस होंगी तो फिर जो है वो धीरे धीरे जूडो में अपना आगे बढ़ पाएंगे। और जूडो करने के लिए दिल्ली में जैसे सेंटर है IGI स्टेडियम में, स्पोर्ट्स अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया का, ऐसे प्राइवेट भी कई हैं, क्लब्स, अकेडमीज हैं, ज्वाइन कर सकते हैं। और आज के टाइम में बहुत ज़रूरी है ये, एजुकेशन के साथ साथ कोई भी आप जो है स्किल सीखो, और ये वुमेन्स के लिए तो बहुत ही ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है। तो ये तो ज़रूर सीखना चाहिए, और ग्रास रूट लेवल से ही ये स्टार्ट होना चाहिए। तो ये है कि सीखना चाहिए ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा सेल्फ डिफेंस।
चलिए यहाँ हम एक दूसरा सेशन शुरू करते हैं, इसी में दूसरा सेगमेंट। कई बार खिलाड़ी या कोई भी व्यक्ति सोचता कुछ है, होता कुछ है, और वो अपना ट्रैक चेंज कर लेता है। अब पूनम चोपड़ा जी जो हैं, ये किसी समय क्रिकेट खेला करती थी। अंजुम चोपड़ा इनके साथ खेल चुकी हैं, कप्तानी भी कर चुकी हैं। एक बार कपिल देव ने के हाथों इनको बेस्ट बॉलर का अवार्ड भी मिला। इतना ही नहीं, एक मौके पर बिशन सिंह बेदी अपने पाजी, उनके हाथों इनको बेस्ट फील्डर का अवार्ड मिला। तो आपने जो ट्रैक चेंज किया, क्रिकेट से जूडो में आई, उसकी क्या वजह थी?
उसकी मेन वजह ये थी कि मेरे टाइम में इतना स्कोप नहीं था वुमेन क्रिकेट का। 10th क्लास में मुझे याद है मैं थी, तो मुझे रेलवे से जॉब की भी ऑफर आई थी, और वो क्लरिकल जॉब था LDC वगैरह का। तो मेरी मदर इंडियन एयरफोर्स से रिटायर्ड हैं, तो उन्होंने मना कर दिया।
और आपने राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर ताइक्वांडो में रिप्रेजेंट किया और वहां गोल्ड मेडल जीता। सारे खेल हाशिए पर चले गए और आप पर्वत की सबसे ऊंची श्रृंखला पर चढ़ने में कामयाब रहीं। क्या वजह थी इसकी? किसने प्रेरित किया आपको?
सर, मेरे को प्रेरित करने वाले मेरे फादर साहब हैं। मैं दुनिया की किसी भी ताकत से नहीं घबरा सकती, टकरा सकती हूँ हर किसी ताकत से, हर किसी इंसान से, जब मेरे पिताजी मेरे साथ खड़े हों। और जब मेरा नेशनल में ताइक्वांडो में गोल्ड आया, तो वो न्यूज़पेपर भी मेरे को छिपाना पड़ा था, क्योंकि हरियाणा में एक कहावत है, स्वीटी दीदी बैठी हैं, बाकी और भी हैं, इनको भी पता है। हरियाणा में कुछ भी काम कर लो, जो बुजुर्ग होते हैं, हमारे दादा दादी इवन के हमारे पेरेंट्स, कितना भी बड़ा काम कर लो, कितना ही बहादुरी का काम कर लो, दादी और दादा के मुंह से एक बात निकलेगी ही निकलेगी, तन्ने कौन सा न्यारा पहाड़ तोड़ दिया। मेरी दादी की वही वर्डिंग मेरे जहन में बैठ गई कि ताइक्वांडो में नेशनल गोल्ड आ गया, खो खो मैंने अव्वल लेवल पे खेली है, फुटबॉल मैंने अव्वल लेवल पे खेली है, हर टूर्नामेंट में मैंने पदक लिया है, फिर भी एक ही वर्डिंग, तन्ने कौन सा न्यारा पहाड़ तोड़ लिया। और हरियाणा में ये भी माना जाता है, मैं मेरे परिवार से ही बताती हूँ, लड़के लड़कियों में बहुत ज़्यादा भेदभाव है, बहुत ज़्यादा। इवन कि मैं रियल भाई की भी बता रही हूँ, मेरे भाई हमेशा ही कहते हैं तू क्या कर लेगी, तू तड़ाक में हरियाणा की लैंग्वेज होती है। मैंने उनको कहा कि भाई मैं वो कर लूंगी जो आप सोच भी नहीं सकते। कहता ऐसा क्या कर लेगी? मैंने कहा दुनिया की उस छोर पे, उस कोने पे मैं जाऊंगी जहां पे दुनिया में बहुत ही रेयर केस पहुंचे हों। और 1953 से लेके आज तक का इतिहास बता रही हूँ, 2024 तक का। मेरे सामने जो वीडियो बना रहे हैं असम राइफल के सर हैं, सर एक बार खड़े हो जाएं प्लीज, उनको भी पता होगा। आज तक सिर्फ 19 महिलाओं ने तिरंगा फहराया है वहां पे। और उसी लिस्ट में, उसी इतिहास की एक बुक में मेरा भी नाम है।
चलिए, बहुत बहुत बधाई आपको इस कामयाबी के लिए।
so much, sir.
स्वीटी जी हैं हमारे साथ। स्वीटी जी, मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूं, तो आप तो कबड्डी खेला करती थी, आपके पिताश्री बास्केटबॉल के प्लेयर थे, फिर ये मारा मारी वाला गेम बॉक्सिंग कैसे अपना लिया आपने?
इट्स ए इंटरेस्टिंग स्टोरी। एक्चुअली जब मैं गांव में थी, जैसे आज के बच्चे फ़ोन में गेम खेलते हैं, हमारे पहले गेम नहीं खेलते थे, हम लोग खेलते थे तो फिजिकली गेम खेलते थे। तो मैं बचपन से कबड्डी खेली हूँ और मैंने 10th तक कबड्डी खेला। लेकिन स्कूल टाइम में जब मैं
ये अप्लाई होता है, you can change tracks in life and still achieve success.
बिल्कुल। सिमरन है हमारे साथ। सिमरन, आप स्प्रिंट में यानी 100 मीटर और 200 मीटर ऐसी रेस में आप ताल्लुक़ रखती हैं, और जहां आप वर्ल्ड चैंपियन भी बनी पैरा वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में, जिसमें भारत की कोई पहचान नहीं है अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर। अगर हम 100 मीटर देखें, 200 मीटर देखें, क्योंकि हमारी कहानी 400 मीटर से शुरू होती है, जहां पीटी उषा 400 मीटर हर्डल्स में, जिन्होंने एशिया में अपना नाम कमाया, दुनिया भर में नाम कमाया, ओलंपिक में चौथे स्थान पर रहीं। आपने ये 100 और 200 मीटर की रेस ही क्यों चुनी?
एक्चुअली सर, इंटरेस्ट तो शुरू से ही था 100-200 मीटर में। एक दिन मैंने मिल्खा सिंह सर का मैसेज देखा कि उनकी लास्ट स्टेज चल रही थी, और उन्होंने मैसेज किया था क्योंकि वो ओलंपिक में 4th रह गए थे और पीटी उषा मैम भी 4th रह गई थी। तो उन्होंने ट्वीट किया था कि मैं चाहता हूँ मेरे आखिरी सांस से पहले कोई यंगस्टर मेडल लेके आए ट्रैक इवेंट में, क्योंकि आज तक इंडिया में ना ही ओलंपिक में और ना ही पैरा ओलंपिक में कभी भी ट्रैक इवेंट में मेडल नहीं आया है। तो मैंने उनको नीचे मैसेज लिखा था कि सर, मैं अपनी पूरी कोशिश करूँगी कि मैं अपने देश के लिए मेडल ला पाऊँ। तो वहाँ से भी था एक, मुझे लगता है ना हमारा इंडिया में ना जेनेटिक नहीं है। जो यूरोप कंट्री के आप देखोगे ना, तो उनको जेनेटिक स्पीड होती है उनके अंदर, उनके जीन्स वैसे हैं। हमारी इंडिया ना पावरफुल है, मतलब आप देखोगे कुश्ती, कबड्डी, जूडो, इन सब में मैक्सिमम लोग निकलते हैं क्योंकि हम पावरफुल हैं, हम स्पीडी नहीं है। मतलब जो जेनेटिक स्पीडी होते हैं वो नहीं है, इसलिए हम मेहनत वाले गेम हम मेहनत कर सकते हैं, हम बहुत मेहनत करते हैं। इंडियंस जो होते हैं वो बहुत मेहनत करते हैं, पर बाहर के लोग जो होते हैं वो इतनी मेहनत नहीं करते, वो टेक्निकल चीज़ों पे चलते हैं, वो साइंटिफिक चीज़ों पे चलते हैं। तो बस यही था कि अभी तक ट्रैक इवेंट में मेडल नहीं आया और इतिहास बनाना है। तो अभी जब पैरालंपिक में हम गए थे, मेरे साथ में ही मेरी जूनियर है प्रीति पाल, तो हम दोनों के बीच में ये था कि अपने देश के लिए पहला मेडल कौन लाएगा। पर उसका इवेंट पहले था तो मुझे पता था कि दोनों में से किसी का भी इवेंट पहले हुआ उसका मेडल आएगा, क्योंकि हमने बहुत अच्छी तैयारी की थी, हमने बहुत मेहनत की हुई थी, और हमारे साथ जो कोच है वो इतना तोड़ता है ना कि हम वहाँ से बिना मेडल लिए वापस नहीं आ सकते थे। तो जब हम गए तो पहला मेडल प्रीति का आया, और दूसरा मेडल मेरा आया, और तीसरा मेडल दीप्ति का आया। मतलब 4 ट्रैक में मेडल आए और 3 लड़कियों के मेडल आए। तो ये हमने एक वुमेन पावर दिखाई वहाँ पे, और एक इतिहास रचा गया ट्रैक में।
और इस साल वाकई में पैरालंपिक्स में कमाल कर दिया। Let's hear it for the Paralympians. इस साल वाकई में इतिहास रचा गया है, हाईएस्ट मेडल्स एवर, जैसे खुद प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने भी कहा था, मगर जैसे मैंने शुरुआत में कहा था, क्योंकि हम डिजिटल फोकस रख रहे हैं तो हमें बहादुरी की कहानियां और दिल की कहानियां तो सुननी है आप सबसे, मगर मसाला भी थोड़ा चाहिए होता है। तो हम अब पूछेंगे स्वीटी जी, आपकी भी बहुत स्वीट सी लव स्टोरी है, उन्होंने अपने हस्बैंड का जिक्र किया तो मैं भी चाहूंगा, आपके हस्बैंड भी बहुत उम्दा खिलाड़ी हैं, दीपक हुडा का नाम भी सबने खैर सुना है, तो आपकी स्वीट लव स्टोरी, प्रेम कहानी कैसे शुरू हुई दीपक के संग, और क्या उनका भी क्या इम्पैक्ट रहा है आपके जिंदगी पर और आपके खेल पर?
एक्चुअली दीपक हुडा जी के बारे में ऐसे प्लेटफॉर्म पर कभी बात नहीं की मुझे, आई एम जस्ट फीलिंग शाय। 2015 में हम मिले थे, उस टाइम दीपक बहुत स्ट्रगल टाइम था दीपक का, और एक्चुअली मैं वर्ल्ड और एशियन मेडलिस्ट थी उस टाइम, दीपक को इतना कोई जानता नहीं था। और जैसे मैं रोहतक में गई थी, कहीं चीफ गेस्ट मेरे को बुलाया गया था, मैं वहाँ गई थी और वहाँ दीपक वहाँ के लोकल थे तो वो भी वहाँ गेस्ट आए थे और वहाँ मिले थे, लेकिन वहाँ जस्ट हाय हेलो हुआ हमारा, और फेसबुक पर उन्होंने मेरे को मैसेजेस किए हुए थे, तो मैंने 2-3 महीने बाद जैसे उन्होंने अपने बारे में बताया, 2-3 महीने बाद मैंने देखा कि हाँ भाई बंदा जेन्युइन है, और उन्होंने बताया कि उनके मम्मी पापा नहीं है, तो वो चीज़ मैंने देखी तो मेरे एक सॉफ्ट हर्ट होता ना, कि कहीं मुझे लगा कि इस मतलब उन्होंने अपनी ज़िंदगी के बारे में बताया कि उन्होंने इतना स्ट्रगल देखा है, ये चीज़ें कर रहे हैं, बहुत मेहनत कर रहे हैं और यहाँ तक पहुँचे हैं। तो फिर मेरी उनसे बातें स्टार्ट हुई, तो उस टाइम मैंने उनको बोला कि कोई बात नहीं, जैसे मैं लड़कों की तरह ही रहने वाली हूँ, मैं कभी ऐसे नहीं रहा कि मैं लड़की हूँ तो मेरे लड़के दोस्त नहीं होंगे, बचपन से ही लड़कों के बीच में रही हूँ। तो मैंने उनको बोला कि कोई बात नहीं, अगर आपके मम्मी पापा नहीं है, कोई सपोर्ट करने वाला नहीं है, मैं हूँ, आज से मैं हूँ, और मतलब ऐसा नहीं है, मुझे ऐसे मत समझना कि लड़की है भाई, लड़की क्या कर देगी। मैं बोली लड़की में सब कुछ कर सकते हैं, अगर तेरे को ना ऐसे आधी रात को ये भी जरूरत पड़े ना कि लड़ाई वड़ाई होगी, भाई अब पहुंच जा मुझे तेरी जरूरत है, मैं वहां भी पहुंच जाऊंगी, तो मैं कभी भी आ सकती हूँ। तेरे को कहीं फाइनेंशियल जरूरत है या कुछ भी जरूरत है तो मैं हमेशा अवेलेबल हूँ तुम्हारे लिए। और जैसे 2015 में हमारी बातें स्टार्ट हुई, तो जैसे जैसे हम दोनों की बातें स्टार्ट हुई, मैं उनको गेम के लिए भी थोड़ा मोटिवेट करते थे। एक्चुअली वो हार्ड वर्कर बहुत थे, लेकिन वो बहुत ज़्यादा सोचते थे, और मेरा क्या है कि मैं कर्म करने में बिलीव करती हूँ, मैं ज़्यादा सोचती हूँ कि हाँ जो है मैंने कर दिया, बात खत्म, रिजल्ट जो भी होगा देखा जाएगा, बस अपने तरफ से 100% देना। और वो क्या कि बहुत ज़्यादा सोचते थे, तो मैं हमारा कॉम्बिनेशन बिल्कुल अलग विपरीत तो मैं उनको समझाती तो काफ़ी असर दिखा उन्होंने, काफ़ी जैसे मैंने जब बात करना स्टार्ट किया था तो वो नेशनली खेले थे, उसके बाद इंटरनेशनल। एक्चुअली मैंने उनके लिए ड्रीम देखे, मैंने उनको बोला कि टाइम ऐसा, मतलब वो बोल रहा कि जैसे तू खेली है इंडिया, क्या मैं कभी इंडिया खेलूँगा? तो मैंने उनको बोला तुम इंडिया खेलने की बात कर रहे हो, मैं तेरे को आज यहाँ बैठकर इंडिया टीम का कैप्टन देख रही हूँ। और उस टाइम 2015 और 16 के फर्स्ट में मैंने ये बात बोली थी, और मतलब मैंने अपने गेम के साथ में मैं सुबह उनको लगती कि ये चीज़ करनी है। हम यू इमेजिन कि हम आधी रात को 12 बजे बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन 12 बजे बात कर रहे हैं तो उसके रूम में ना वो ग्राउंड बनाए हुए हैं, तो वो बोल रहा है, क्योंकि मैंने भी कबड्डी खेली है, तो वो मेरे को दिखाते कि अच्छा ये मेरा कवर हो, चेयर को डालकर ये मेरा कवर हो गया, ये मेरा कॉर्नर हो गया, ऐसे करके आधी रात को वीडियो कॉल पर हम बात कर रहे हैं, प्रैक्टिस करवा रहे हैं, मतलब मैं देख रही हूँ वो प्रैक्टिस कर रहे हैं, ऐसे हम दोनों ने प्रैक्टिस मतलब करते थे, बातें करते थे। और एक टाइम आया जब वो इंडिया टीम के कप्तान बने, और मेरे लिए सबसे ज़्यादा प्राउड का वो मोमेंट था, तो बहुत अच्छा लगा। हम दोनों एक दूसरे के लिए जब भी हमें रहा तो हम एक दूसरे के लिए रहे, सपोर्ट सिस्टम रहे।
और कहते हैं ना, जैसे आपने कहा ऑपोजिट्स हैं हम, मगर ऑपोजिट्स अट्रैक्ट, और अट्रैक्शन हुई और प्यार हो गया, रेस्ट इज हिस्ट्री। जी मनोज जी, एंड करेंगे आप।
चलिए, लास्ट में जो स्ट्रगल होती है, जब स्पोर्ट्समैन को बहुत, स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन को बहुत स्ट्रगल का सामना करना पड़ता है। मीनू जी, आपको बहुत स्ट्रगल करनी पड़ी। 30 से 40 लाख रुपया खर्च होता है जब आप माउंट एवरेस्ट की चढ़ाई पर जाते हैं। 8-9 लाख तो फीस आपकी नेपाल गवर्नमेंट ही ले लेती है। तो उससे कैसे रूबरू हुई आप किसान की बेटी, 2 एकड़ की जमीन, ये सब दिक्कतें कैसे फेस की आपने?
सर, कहते हैं ना, जुनून और जज्बा जिस इंसान के अंदर हो, उसके आगे शायद पैसा मैटर नहीं करता। कोई भी सपना देखने से पहले उसको इमेजिन करना और पैसे के बारे में तो नहीं सोचना। हम कितनी मेहनत कर सकते हैं, सिर्फ उसके बारे में सोचना।
चलिए, हम वक्त की थोड़ी कमी है।
सर, 1 सेकंड लूंगी। हाँ, प्लीज। कहते हैं ना, लड़कियां क्या कर सकती हैं। महिलाओं को पृथ्वी माँ का दर्जा दिया गया, धरती माता का दर्जा दिया गया। महिलाएं वो कर सकती हैं जिसके कंपैरिजन में जेंट्स या आदमी कुछ भी नहीं कर सकते। महिलाएं बच्चे पैदा कर सकती हैं, आदमी एक चींटी पैदा करके दिखा दो।
पूनम जी, यही सवाल
सबसे बड़ा उदाहरण है सर ये आज के जनरेशन में।
पूनम जी, यही सवाल आपसे भी। स्ट्रगल, पैसा, क्या किस तरह की दिक्कतें आई आपको?
दिक्कत तो आई, मेरे फादर ट्रांसपोर्टर थे, मदर इंडियन एयरफोर्स में क्लरिकल ही था उनका जॉब। कभी पीए रही वो सिक्योरिटी ऑफिसर की, कभी स्पोर्ट्स ऑफिसर की। लेकिन उस टाइम मैनेज किया जैसे भी, और जैसे जैसे मेडल आए, गवर्नमेंट का भी काफ़ी सपोर्ट रहा, तो दिक्कतों का तो सामना करना पड़ा। उस टाइम इतना अवार्ड वगैरह भी नहीं मिलता था, कैश अवार्ड वगैरह भी। और पहले मैं दिल्ली से खेलती थी, तो दिल्ली जो है वो सेंटर होने की वजह से इतना प्लेयर्स को कोई भी कैश अवार्ड वगैरह नहीं है। फिर मुझे हरियाणा ने ऑफ़र करा, तो मैं हरियाणा में गई, वहाँ कैश अवार्ड वगैरह मिला। और हमारे टाइम में हम ये सोचते थे कि हम देश को क्या दे सकते हैं। कभी ये नहीं सोचा कि हम मेडल लेके आएंगे या देश के लिए कुछ करेंगे तो हमें कुछ मिलेगा। मेरा हमेशा से यही रहा है कि मैं देश को क्या दे सकती हूँ किसी भी वे में। तो स्ट्रगल थोड़ा रहा, लेकिन मैनेज हमने किया, फैमिली ने किया।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आप सबका हमारे संग जुड़ने के लिए। और आप चारों जो हैं प्रेरणा स्रोत हैं, और आप चारों ने देश का नाम जो है रोशन किया है। चारों भारत की बेटियों को हम सलाम करते हैं, सैल्यूट करते हैं। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर बीइंग विद अस टुडे। विमेन इन स्पोर्ट, लेट्स हियर इट फॉर देम प्लीज।
Thanks to all.
Thank you so much for sharing those anecdotes, those inspiring anecdotes with us. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what makes a woman empowered? That is the discussion that we're going to have right now with Ms. Kaveri Bamzai, senior journalist and author. We're also joined by Ms. Naina Lal Kidwai, Chair, India Sanitation Coalition and Rothschild India. Also with us on the special panel is Shefalika Panda, Trustee and CEO, Bansidharan and Ila Panda Foundation, and Shama Mohammed, Congress National Spokesperson. Could we please have a round of applause? Well, this discussion is going to be moderated by Ms. Priya Sehgal, Editorial Director, NewsX.
Women are the best. If there were men here, they would have taken the first seat. There is no kissa ka kursi amongst the women. We're all looking out for each other. And I think that is a note, because I have a power-packed panel on today. And today we're going to be discussing the secrets of success. In fact, Kaveri, I'll begin with you because you've written a book also on successful women. Naina is also featured in it, called No Regrets. So Kaveri, quick, because we are also following the digital format. So quick, this thing is, any regrets, in terms of, you were the first woman editor of India Today magazine, whole lot of firsts to your name also. So any regrets on the career path that you have chosen?
Yeah, and I think the biggest regret is the imposter syndrome. I think that a lot of women face, and I certainly did. The idea that we're not good enough, you know. The world tells us we are, but we sort of have this self-doubt that, you know, maybe we're not good enough for this position, or maybe we've not earned the struggle. So I think that was, the biggest regret was not understanding that this is something that I deserved. It came to me a little later, but I think all good things come to you in time, and I guess that's one of them. The second thing was, I think, and it follows from this, that I didn't learn to speak up enough. And I think that's something that, Priya, you also used to tell me when we were together in India today. And I think speaking up for yourself and standing up for yourself is something that I learned again a little later, but it's okay. I think the reason I wrote the book was to tell people that these are the mistakes I made, and I hope they don't make the same mistakes. So yes, that's it.
Thank you, Kaveri. And Nena, you are featured in the book, and again, first Indian woman at Harvard, also at Pricewaterhouse. What are the three things, supposing I would ask you to advise an 18-year-old starting out in a career, what are the three things that you would tell her from your own life's learnings?
Well, first and foremost is to dream big and not see the glass ceilings, which in fact, for many of us, we see glass ceilings where they don't exist. And when you bump up against these ceilings, you realize that you can actually pierce through them. So to not see barriers, and if they are there, then of course to make sure that you can crack through them. A second is really to understand, and I think we heard that in the sports panel, that you do have to take on the relationships which hold you back. There are relationships which support you. The fathers, the husbands on that last panel with the sports ladies was fantastic, because they were lucky they had that support system. But often it is the support system that should exist and doesn't, the uncles, the aunts, the ones that prevail on the parents that say, what are you doing, as happened in my case, you know, you're wasting your money sending her off to study abroad, she won't come back, you should be getting her married. And the good thing is, the more they said those things, the more determined I was to show them how wrong they were. So I think sometimes we have to grasp the naysayers and use that as a strength to show them how wrong they are. And so that's the society sort of area. And the third is, as we also heard from the sports ladies in the last panel, that self-confidence and discipline, both of which mean hard work to make sure that you can achieve your dreams.
Thank you. Shama, you're a spokesperson, a politician and a spokesperson. Now today it's a very dangerous thing to be a spokesperson, that to a woman spokesperson in the age of social media. So how do you deal with the trolls? How do you, what are your, quick one or two things, how to handle trolls? What is your guidebook?
See, I don't have any particular guidebook. What I do is, when people go below the belt, I do not reply. I know what I am, I've always known. So I think you have that confidence in you to understand that they can go on with whatever they want to say, but you know what you are. So you just don't reply to below the belt people, and keep your chin up and know that you will fight the fight, come what may. And I think very important is your self-confidence. When you believe in yourself, you know that you can do it. You know that whatever comes in your way, you're going to overcome those hurdles, because you have an aim and you will at a certain day do it. But of course there will be hurdles, and hard work and discipline.
So what is the worst thing that someone has said to you on social media?
Well, I'm always a jihadi.
Jihadi, okay.
I mean, a spokesperson of the other party has called me a madrasa-bred bigot on national television. I mean, what more after that, you know? So I had support system for my own party people who spoke against it, and my party supported me in whatever measures I'm taking. to fight that. I'm not just going to leave the person. I'm going to fight back on those certain things.
In fact,
we have a court of law. We can file cases. But this has to stop. Just because somebody has a particular surname, you abuse them. And that is what I do not like, because we are all Indians first. And don't judge the person by the surname. I have always been an Indian. See, everybody has their prayers or whatever, your religion. I think it should be behind closed doors. It's between you and God. And I practice my religion just like she practices, you practice, or everybody else sitting there. But please do not abuse me because of my surname. That is my issue, basically.
I wanted to add here that it doesn't matter what your religion is. I've been called an Afghan anti-nationalist, so it really doesn't matter. People just go by your surname and assume things. So.
And it's usually the women who always come under fire more than the men. In fact, Shama, we're very fortunate to have the head of the Congress social media and digital outreach also with us.
She's been called a
digital
lot of
communications,
names,
yeah.
But she can give it back.
She's a warrior, that's true. Shivalika, you also come, from, you head the Bansi Dhalira Foundation, so you also come from a certain position of privilege and background, but you're also working amongst a lot of rural women, and I've, spoken to you about the work you do on the ground. So how do you connect with them? What is the things, what really struck you when you first went out? What were the 3 things that really struck you that really need to be done?
So Priya, at the ground level, the reality is, it's just more challenging when it comes to empowerment. And as even people on our panel here have mentioned, it's about self-belief. When you work on empowerment, you have to instill the self-belief in them so that the inner voice does not allow others to define them. And also, they can take control of their narrative. Now, to do that, they are struggling with an exasperated amount of patriarchal norms, the outlook of society. And if they have to break that outlook, they need a support system. And we really need to work with them to work on 3 things. And that is support, sensitizing, and systemic change. But at the center of all this, we need to keep men. Because as we even heard on the sports panel, that until and unless the men were not supportive, and it doesn't matter whether they're part of your house or whether they're part of the community, once you have the buy-in from them, you can achieve that empowerment for women much faster. The second point that I would like to make is, it's about giving them that confidence to say, I can have the ability to make informed and independent decisions. Because when they're able to do that, they will have the resilience and the adaptability to change things for themselves. And the last point being that when you work with them, empowerment will bring that intergenerational change, and that is what will make the narrative change.
Okay. Naina, now of course we're seeing more and more women in the workforce, but you were, one of the pioneers. Any anecdotes of, instances of discrimination on gender basis?
So personally, no. In that I was fortunate that I worked in mainly multinational organizations, which were, if not supportive entirely, because I was a bit of an anomaly. There weren't many women working in the companies then, but at least there wasn't discrimination overtly. However, I think it always behoves each of us as women in corporate careers to keep reminding the organization and the bosses about how good we are. So in the ideal system, that should not be required. I am really sad to see that even today, we still have in organizations the right hygiene factors, companies that will tick all the boxes in terms of what needs to be done. But is the environment in every one of our companies one which allows the woman to flourish, which is fair, that there's equal pay for equal jobs? And I'm sad to say, still not the case. So we have to continue to monitor this. There are people like myself who take this very seriously, work with companies to make sure that when you hire when you promote, when you ensure the right environment in your organization for women to flourish, you have to keep everything you do should be through a gender lens to make sure that women can thrive. And sadly, we still live in a society where we will still have to discuss safety as an issue. Can a woman come freely to work? Organizations worry about that. Can a woman work on a night shift? Organizations don't permit night shifts. So these things are for us as policymakers and society to change so that corporates can also move ahead.
Thank you. Kaveri, you know, there is that old saying, behind every successful woman is a, I would really like you to complete that, because I don't know how staunchly men stand behind. They usually like to be in front.
Yeah, I think in my case, I've been lucky. I have a very supportive husband. But what I want to say here, and supportive boys, two very supportive boys, yes. But here, I think what is important is something I learned from speaking to Naina as well, that we don't ask for help when we need it. And I think treating our family and friends as an extended support network sometimes is very important. And if you don't ask for help, you won't get it. And I think that's something that, again, I learned maybe a little late in life. But again, it's something that I'd like to tell people that, you know, ask your boss, ask your family, ask your friends for support when you need it. Even your aging white males who control the system currently can actually be your allies. So you have to learn to ask for help. And I think that comes from a sense of humility and knowing that you don't know everything. And I think that you should keep in mind.
Shama, statistics show that, you know, so this time the women voter has become very powerful and is coming out to vote. 66%, as many as men, women have also voted. But the representation in parliament is only 13%. How difficult is it for women to get tickets? I mean, I'm not even going to the reservation. That's not too long and old a story. I don't think anybody buys it until it happens. So what works really, you know, what are the biases that women face? What are you told? Ki aap itna campaign nahi kar payenge, you will not be able to give your all. What are the arguments they give you for not giving you a ticket?
Well, it is difficult for a woman to get ticket. I've experienced it myself. I mean, I come from a state where there are 51% women and there is no single member of parliament in that state, woman. It's Kerala. So that's a shame. But you see, my party, the Congress party, and I admire it, started the 33% reservation for women in Panchayati Raj. Because of Rajiv Gandhi today, we have a system in states where the corporation elections or the municipal elections or the Panchayati Raj Panchayat elections, if this year a man is the candidate, the next time it has to be a woman. So it's now become 50% sort of way, and that's a great thing what we try to do. See, for women empowerment, we need 5 ingredients. One is political independence, financial independence, access to education, equal opportunities, and healthcare. Let's not forget the health part. Now, in access to education, as you know, South, we have better access. In the North, it's less, which we need to better off over there. In equal opportunities, let me tell you one thing very clear. Labor force participation of women in India is one of the worst. 2000, according to data, 2005 to 6, we had 48% of labor force participation. 2017 to 18, it's come down to 23%. So that itself is a problem. And in terms of, like you say, political freedom, we tried our best to pass a bill in 2010. You know that Mrs. Gandhi and the UPA government wanted it at any cost, but we didn't have the majority. Let's understand that in the Lok Sabha, we had it in Rajya Sabha. But after 2014, my question was, it was in their manifesto. Why didn't you pass it? And even when you pass it with a lot of caveats, you know, delimitation has to, why should delimitation should happen when women need to be a representative? Why not with the same number of 543, we go ahead and give women the, you know, it could have been done in this election. Many of us would be sitting in parliament.
But there are mindsets that have changed. You know, I know we don't want to go into politics, but Shifalika, are you seeing a certain change even in rural households? You know, the patriarchal mindset, are women becoming more assertive?
I do believe the women are becoming more assertive, but that's only after they have been given the platform of education and skills. I also believe that you shouldn't only give them education and skills, you must also empower them with life skills, because skills without life skills is a hollow experience. And at the same time, I have seen that when you sensitize the men in the community, and once they understand the benefit of this 50% underutilized human resource bringing in some financial significance to the family, they are very willing to support them as well. So women, therefore, are able to get out and break those shackles and take things forward for themselves.
Last question for all of you. How do you, feel in terms of, what is the extra that women bring to the table at the workplace? For instance, I do a lot of shows, we do this show every week, and I'm seeing now, women are very aware of being financially independent. So a lot of young girls say, for us the priority is first work, second children, third marriage, because of IVF and all. There are a whole lot of options and society is opening up. As a woman employee or a woman boss, what is the extra that a woman brings that, where she scores over men? For you.
I think the diversity at whether it's the top table or in the workforce is critical because it brings different viewpoints. If you're a company in consumer products, can you really run it without understanding what half the population would like to buy? If, as was in my case, when I became CEO of the bank, I had no women in my top team. I was presented a team which was all male, looked very similar. And in the first year, I made some big changes so that 1/3 of my team were women, both from within and I had to hire from outside. And the conversation at the table changed. It changed because there was people who were challenging each other, opinions, ideas. That diversity is so critical at any discussion at a leadership level that without it and without gender representation, and I also think diversity across the country,
right.
You don't want everyone there looking the same and saying the same thing.
Kaveri, last word to you on that one. What is the extra that women bring that men will have a difficulty in matching up?
I think empathy.
Men behave better as well.
Yeah.
Men behave or women behave?
Men behave better.
Men behave better. Okay, that's a good one.
I think empathy. I think no one can feel another's pain as much as a woman can. And I think that's something that's very important. It allows you to lead a team better. It allows you to have conversations that are difficult, that maybe men don't want to engage with because often they don't have the time or they don't see another's pain and suffering. I think that's the most important.
And women also manage time better.
No, I
So
just
we
want to
manage
add to that is that transparency. Women are much more transparent. When they say they will do something, they will do it. Men can say, kal aa jao, parso, but women are much more transparent when they want to. If you look at administrations run by women in India, they are much better than men, let me tell you that. They run it like a machine because we are used to multitasking, discipline at home with the children. We are used to all that.
I think
so
multitasking, we can
I
manage
think
time
we
better.
manage
Men
multiple
talk and
things.
women do.
And we really do, we walk the talk. That's the difference.
On that note, thank you so much for this conversation and thank you for being here. Thank you so much.
Indeed, a lovely panel. Before we let you go, we have some gift hampers from She Wing.
Absolutely. A token of appreciation from our side to you all, and appreciate you all being with us. Kaveri Bamzai, Nenalal Kidwai, Shefalika Panda and Shama Mohammed, thank you all once again for being with us for this very special session on women empowerment at the We Women Want Conclave 2024. And now swiftly let's move ahead to, of course, another very special panel. Yes, this event today is happening in the national capital of India, and this is the hub of politics in the country as well. Yes, it's a seat of power. The decision makers sit here. Parliament is located here. So how can we not have a session on women in politics? And for this next special session on women in politics, I'll call on stage Supriya Shinate, who's with us, National Spokesperson, Congress Party, and Chairperson AICC for Social Media and Digital Platforms. Supriya ji, welcome. Thank you very much for being with us today. And we also have a very well-known political analyst, columnist, and the author of the popular book, How PMs Decide, Neerja Chaudhary. And that book, of course, was in the news as the now former CM said that that is one of the books he was reading while, of course, he was in Tihar jail. And this session will be moderated by Editorial Director of NewsX, Priya Segal. Priya, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Uday, and thank you, Supriya and Neerja, for this conversation. You know, women in leadership is something, we've been looking at, and as I said earlier, women are now coming out to vote, Supriya, women voters. But in terms of women in leadership, who, if you were looking, say, in the current and the past, who would you say is, for you, has been an icon or a decisive woman leader that you would really like to talk about?
I think without a doubt, Mrs. Gandhi, Mrs. Sonia Gandhi.
I have put a caveat there.
No, I'll tell you why. Because I was a journalist, I was a mature grown-up when the UPA was in power. I saw the kind of reforms that she spearheaded. I saw the kind of reforms and decisions that she was the primary architect of, with, of course, Dr. Manmohan Singh. I think a lot of people from my generation otherwise would have said Mrs. Gandhi, Indira ji. But I haven't seen, I was perhaps way too young when she was the Prime Minister. But I've seen Mrs. Gandhi, and I've also been fortunate enough to be, to be in close quarters with her. And she's a remarkable human being. She's extremely empathetic. The fact that she has a great sense of humor just adds to the advantage of being around her. So without a doubt, it would be her. And I'm not saying this wearing a political hat. If you ask most politicians across the spectrum, her dignity and her grace, I wish I had an iota of that.
Neerja, women leaders, we always judge them by not so much as what they do, but where are they coming from? Do they have a godfather? Do they, there is a whole lot that is attached. So when you are judging a woman leader, what do you see? And do you feel that all these extras also come in the play?
Yeah, Priya, if you look at the journey of women in politics, which we are going to be talking about, and you look at the freedom struggle, let me just go back to this. Indian women had a head start. They got their voting rights very easily and equal rights given by the Constitution. Now, that's not what the Western women had. And I was recalling this morning that Gandhi ji appointed Sarojini Naidu as the president of the Congress Party in 1924, when only 1% of women could read and write. So the leadership was very forward-looking at that time. And of course, when independence came, we got. But after independence, they did not get a share in the power structure. And 5.4% or whatever it was in the Lok Sabha in the first election, to today 13.4% in the 18th Lok Sabha. जैसे कहते हैं ना हम रेंगते रहे. We had, after independence, 1 cabinet minister. South Africa had 10 cabinet ministers after liberation. So I would say, to answer your question now, that जब महिलाओं के बारे में बात होती है ना, तो how good is she? How competent is she going to be? The goodness becomes a criteria. It's not that it is their due right to be in the country's politics and the power structure. Supriya, she is my co-panelist, but I'm going to say it today. She's compelled her opponents to take note of her. Hard work.
Thank you very much.
Hard work, marshalling your arguments, getting your facts right. And I would say that about most spokespersons of parties today, women spokespersons. I hope she'll go further and she'll go places. Her party will give her due. लेकिन ये जो कहते हैं ना, अरे पर उसने क्या किया, कैसी है, एकदम लद्दू फद्दू है. It's a way of dismissing women without giving them. And I will say this also, Supriya, the most known chehra in your party, Priyanka, after Mrs. Sonia Gandhi, is Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. Should she not have been given one of the UP seats, Amethi and Raebareli, to contest from? I mean, last election, it was ladki hu, lad sakti hu, it bombed, but your party is completely decimated in UP. It needs time to build. But no, she's going to be, she wasn't given either of those seats, and she will be contesting from Wayanad, vacated by her brother.
If I may respond to that question, firstly, thank you very much. I think opponents take note if you marshal your facts in. I think it's the same for a man or a woman. When you're on air or when you're taking on your opponents, it doesn't matter what your gender is. I think it matters what your caliber is. It matters how much research you've done. It matters how many facts you're willing to throw in their face. And they will be forced to take note. So thank you very much for the compliment, Neerja ji. And you're somebody as a journalist also, I've looked up to. You know, let's not make politics an exception as far as roles of women are concerned. I have headed newsrooms like these. I was the executive editor at ET Now, and I know there's a certain bias against women, and especially women who get into matrimony. The next obvious thing that an editor will tell you is, you know what, she's going to have a baby, should we promote her this year? Hell yes, you will promote her this year. And I ensured that women who worked with me, and I'm very proud of the fact that women who worked with me were promoted. They could avail their maternity leave. I made special provisions for them because they were lactating mothers even after they joined work. I think these are things that are true not just for politics, but for workplaces in general. But if I may take on the question that you left, there is a bias that comes even from the assumption that Priyanka Gandhi should have contested one of the 2 seats of UP. I think we did not want to fall into the trap of the BJP. We did not want her restricted in those 2 seats for the rest of the campaign. She was campaigning in Raebareli. She was spearheading the campaign in Amethi. She was also doing multiple campaigns across the country. So we did not want her to be cowed down to that 1 seat where she was contesting. And the truth is that if you contest a seat, and I've contested an election on my own, if you contest a seat, you will be cowed down there. You cannot get out. So I don't think we would have fallen into the BJP's trap. I do believe she's a very assertive woman. And I hope to see her in parliament soon, and I hope those elections will be notified that happen. But I will say that, you know, as far as women in politics are concerned, we perhaps have to go an extra mile to prove ourselves. There is no denying that. Because nobody questions the caliber of a man. But a woman's caliber, a woman's capacity, a woman's ability to how much time she can give. And I was hearing a part of the conversation that you were having with the previous panel. And being at the receiving end of that onslaught every single day, I will tell you one thing. I head the social media for the Congress party. I am one of their vociferous speakers. The only threat and the only abuse that a woman gets on social media is sexual in nature. You will be abused, and the line where I draw is, I don't care about these 2 rupee trolls, because they get their strength from anonymity. And I say this over and over again. Chances are that the same troll who's trolling me, if he bumps into me at the airport, will ask me for a selfie. And I've seen this happen. It's true. But the anonymity, the fact that you're a faceless troll sitting somewhere, you can call me names. The only line I draw is when they attack your children. That's the line I draw. If they attack my daughter sexually, if they say anything sexual about her, I take them to the cleaners and I ensure that they're either arrested, they're nabbed, they're answerable for it. But otherwise, you know, who cares? You've got to have a thick skin. Like you have, you know, I think women in general, the moment you step out of your house, it's unfortunate, but you're forced to have a thick skin. Because, you know, even in edit meetings, there are 20 people who are sitting in that edit meeting, chances are 18 of them are men, and there are 2 women. You've got to speak the loudest to be heard, or you've got to be the sharpest in that room. So I do believe that I think a certain amount of hardening of skin is very important. And you shouldn't pay attention to these trolls. I mean, who are they? They are anonymous trolls who don't have a life. वो चिंटू चंडीगढ़ में बैठ के मेरे बारे में क्या कह रहा है, मुझे क्या फर्क पड़ रहा है? What matters to me is what somebody who knows me, what matters to me is an opinion from Neerja Chaudhary, who's a journalist I've looked up to, who's very critical of me sometimes. But her opinion matters to me. Somebody sitting in, Patna, or somebody sitting in Lucknow saying something about me from the, anonymity of his notepad or his phone, how does it matter?
But yet, I agree with you. In fact, and we've seen you, you walk your talk also, which is...
I'll tell you something. The only time I engage with a troll is when the troll is a known troll. If it is somebody from a responsible position of authority, an editor of a newspaper, a president of a channel, a bureaucrat who I know is in a position of authority and is doing this and is harassing me, I will take them to the cleaners, and I do. But other than that, who cares, yeah?
Well said. But, you know, for every...
I would say, Supriya, who cares is one part of the story, but if something is said about you as a woman in politics or in public life, that's demeaning. It demeans me also.
Absolutely,
it demeans the
it
rest
does.
of us also.
Absolutely, it does. But how you pick your battles to fight? You can't fight with 20,000 comments under your tweet by some anonymous trolls. You will pick your battles. I will pick a battle if the president of a news organization is sending me a message at 2 a.m. in the morning. I will bloody take him to the cleaners. But if somebody is writing a tweet under me, or Shazia is sitting here, she's from my opposing party,
course,
I don't think we're going to care about replying to 2,000 tweets under us.
And of course, if you compare today to 10 years ago, when this would be taken, people would take it in their stride. Today, if somebody in authority makes that kind of a comment, people come down on him like a ton of bricks. So there is that consciousness that has come about.
But Ninja, given, you know, we are also going to be having a conversation with Shahja, but right now I want to talk about the Congress. How do you see the Congress as a party? You know, is it a very patriarchal, or are they liberal? You know, they talk very liberal. But, you know, if you see the women, we are hearing a story of a Shelja who's left out, of a Priyanka who has to wait in turn for her brother. Where is the women empowerment within the Congress? And of the two, do you think which party is worse?
You know, I would ask that question. Today's Parliament, 18th Lok Sabha, the BJP has 31 women members. The Congress has the reverse figure, 13. TMC, a regional party, has 11, just 2 behind. Now, I gave the example of somebody as prominent a chehra as Priyanka, not getting what I felt should have been her due. So yes, Congress also, and Shelja, one of the reasons why I think she would have reacted is being not trolled necessarily, but all kinds of things were said about her, because she's a woman, then she's a Dalit. There are other factors also. Shelja versus Mr. Huda, politics, that's a different thing. But the point is, and the Congress party needs to ask itself this question. As the party of the freedom struggle which resulted in equal rights being given to women in the Constitution, today women have made it into every single profession. We saw the sportswomen, scientists, army, space, all the things that were male bastions. They have broken glass ceilings, they have navigated their way through minefields, entrenched biases, and they have made it. Why is it that politics and the political arena does not admit them as it should? And the Congress party, as the grand old party of India, as I said, 13 versus 31, is a figure not to be proud of.
It's an unfair comparison, and I'll tell you why. It's an unfair comparison because if you look at the proportionate total numbers of the BJP vis-a-vis a percentage of women there, ours is still higher between the total numbers of MPs and women here. I don't think we should make this a mudslinging match between the Congress and the BJP. After I joined mainstream politics, I think one of the most empowering things that I have seen in my career, first as a journalist, now as a woman in public life, is the Bharat Jodo Yatra. I thought the way women walked in the Bharat Jodo Yatra, we had never seen women walk like that before. They never held the hand of a political leader, walked with their heads held high. They felt safe in that environment where they were walking. I think it was a path-breaking event that happened in our history. I do believe it gave women the position and the space to voice their opinions in a very, very safe environment. I do believe, and again, I don't think you should look at a Shailaja ji or as a Priyanka ji as victims of womanhood. I think they are very, very empowered women, more empowered than most women in public and political life.
Not getting their due.
Let me just finish. You cannot decide what their due is. I do believe political commentators cannot decide what Priyanka Gandhi should be doing or not be doing. A lot of what she does is, and I remember having this conversation with her, a lot of what she does is her decision. The reality that she led that huge campaign in UP, it may have been a political It may have not been a political success, but I do believe that the fact that Ladki Hoon Lad Sakti Hoon was an experiment that we could do in UP, a completely male bastion for politics, hats off to her. I remember she was asked in an event like this by a news agency that, do you think you should have been in politics 10 years before? And she said, 10 years before my daughter was 8 years old, I wouldn't leave her alone at home. I think women wear those kind of hats as well, and you can't deny that. But I do want to say, when you talk about the BJP versus the Congress, there are two things I want to point out for the benefit of this room, and judge us for yourselves. In our Raipur session, we made a change to the Indian National Congress's constitution. 50% of all office bearers will be SC, ST, OBC, minority, and women under the age of 50. That's path-breaking, and we walked the talk on that. I mean, I am a member of CWC. It's proof enough that if you're a professional, you make your way into politics, and the fact that you've been able to deliver, you will rise the ranks. The BJP, on the other hand, I was very happy that the women's reservation bill was finally made a reality. But why does it have to depend on delimitation and on census? We know that this is not going to be a reality before 2034. So it's a carrot that you dangle for women, but it's a carrot that women can't consume, because this is not going to be a reality. At least for my generation, I don't see this happening before.
But you're not invited to speak on the panel, so please keep quiet. My last, sorry, you finished? Yeah, quick question before we go. We were talking about opponents and sparring partners. I see a lot on the debates with BJP, and you take a lot of spokespersons. But given a choice between Amit Malviya or a Sudhanshu Trivedi or a Gaurav Bhatia, whom would you like to indulge in a debate with?
Neither. None of them come prepared with facts. They come with mudslinging. You know exactly the arguments they are going to make before the debate starts. And very often, and more so now, I see them hitting below the belt even on TV shows. I mean, my colleague Shama Muhammad was here, and she was attacked on TV because she is a practicing Muslim. She was attacked for being a madrasa-bred bigot, being called a jihadi on television. And let me tell you, the anchor did not object to it, which hurts me deeply. I mean, Shazia is here. I hugely differ with her. I disagree with her on 10 out of 10 things. But if somebody called her that on air, I will stand in support of her. The anchor did not say anything, and the BJP got away with murder. That's where you draw a line.
Thank you so much. And that is really the power of the sisterhood. Thank you, Supriya and Nija, for being here. And we welcome to a conversation with Shazia after this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Supriya ji, just stay back because we have a token of appreciation for you. And we thank you for being with us. Nija ji, I'll request you to be on stage, please. And thank you, Supriya ji, for joining us. Yes. And I now invite on stage.
We're now, in fact, being joined by Shazia Ilmi ji, the BJP spokesperson, ma'am, please. A huge round of applause for her.
Absolutely. Our next topic also, of course, is going to be on women in politics. And Shazia Ilmi, of course, is with us for this very special. Nija Chaudhary also joins us on stage for this session as well, columnist and author of How PMs Decide. And Priya Sehgal, we request you to stay on stage and continue this very special broadcast.
Thank you so much, Uday, and welcome Shazia and of course Nija. Thank you for staying on. Shazia, you heard we were just having a conversation with Supriya Srinete and about being a woman politician and woman spokesperson, which so are you. You have to actually go every day on the television and take on partners who may not just debate with you on point. It gets personal. They become abusive. How do you deal with that?
I think it's a sign of victory when everybody gets personal because they know that your logic is something they can't fight. So they start attacking you on a personal basis. But yes, first of all, I'd like to say, Priya, that this is one of my favorite shows. I love, I love being here. And I think it's great what women want. Finally, somebody's talking about it, thinking about it. Way back when I started my television career, I started a show like that, the women's show, and we talked about it. It was all women's crew way back, and full marks to you. Nirja ji is somebody whose book I'm still reading, and I really admire the painstaking work and research and consistency that she has. Some of us lack that, so we admire that quality. It's so more often than not, it is about your looks, your age, whether you're married or not, who your husband is, how many children you have or don't have, and if you don't have, then why don't you have? And it's always, even in the party office or outside, this is what it's all about. And party can only represent what the public space is like, right? It's just representative of who we are as a people. So party is just like a political unit of other social units, so to speak. So yes, it is very often about what you look like and your age, and there's so many comments when you gain weight or lose weight, and I don't think men have to contend with. Even as anchors, men were allowed to go graying and whatever, but women were made to, it was always about youth and beauty. So there's a old patriarchal thing that with women it's always about youth and beauty, and men, they're defined by power and money. So I think that is changing now. And I feel great when I read about strong women, and as Nirja ji is saying, I was in Chittaranjan Park yesterday and day before, and if you see the puja pandals, that is freedom. And you see so many women by themselves having a great time. So that indeed is emancipation to a great degree. But politics is going to take a while.
But let's talk about politics and the BJP in particular. We discussed the Congress, but do you think the BJP is even more feudal and patriarchal than the Congress? We have certain women cabinet ministers, but how free are they? How much are there for tokenism? How much are there for actual, they're allowed to do what they want as much as their male counterparts?
Well, if you talk to even the BJP women, I think the younger generation is different, but the senior women, some of them, yes, you got a sense, I'm talking of years ago. You got a sense, yes, it is more feudal, more patriarchal in their responses, including male politicians. I think things are changing now. And I would say that the BJP, as also the Congress, they are giving a lot of things to women by way of social welfareism. Free tickets in the bus, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, and so many other things that we know of. That so much money every month, and state governments are doing it. But the point is not, as somebody has said, one of the politicians, the point is not sahuliyat for women. The point is satta mein shirkat. Will they be allowed to participate in the country's politics? And the BJP, I would say also, even though the Women's Reservation Bill was brought, as Supriya was saying, and I absolutely agree with her, to link it with delimitation, which is supposed to take place in 2026. If it will take place, we still don't know on time. But given the response of the southern states to delimitation and the anger and agitation they are already experiencing, that the numbers from their states in parliament will decrease because of their population having gone down in comparison to the northern states. UP will get more seats, the southern states, their number will lessen. Will they allow this to go through? Will it run into litigation? And And I think if truth be told, it's very unlikely that that women's reservation bill will see the light of day in 2029 or even in 2034, if that's the reality. Therefore, why link the whole thing to that? And I want to quote Sushma Swaraj, who told me this herself. You know, till the turn of the century, women didn't want reservations. They didn't want their due through this route of affirmative action. They wanted to come to power and to positions on their own steam. But when they saw, and Sushma ji said this, when I was on the election committee, I realized how systematically women had been kept out. And that story continues till today. And I say, you know, quoting from, you know, these Lapta Ladies, which is a lovely film now nominated to the Oscars 2025, you know, this one of the characters said, it's the biggest fraud, ye fraud hai women ke against, keeping them out. And I think so true. And the BJP is very much part of that whole system, that ecosystem to keep women out as much as possible. Otherwise, 75 saal mein 5% se 13%. What could be a bigger fraud?
Yeah, I'd like to answer. So first of all, I mean, for the first time under Prime Minister's stewardship, we see that women actually is the center of every welfare scheme. Whether it's about toilets, who nobody spoke about. That was one of the big reasons why I was so impressed by Modi ji. For the first time, somebody spoke about toilets.
What about the reservations?
No, I'm coming to reservations, and I will come to that. But this is what I want to say. If you want me to talk about reservations, I'll talk about it first. As far as reservations are concerned, it is our party which actually was never opposed to it. It was the other parties which are now part of Indie Bloc. Neerja ji would know all about that, who avoided that and who kept it on the back burner, whether it was Sharad Yadav ji of yesteryears or others, so to speak, or Lalu Prasad Yadav. Now BJP brought it, and why delimitation? How else would you decide which seats would go to women in this present elections? Wouldn't the bastions of whoever owns that, so who would decide that? Would it be pick of lots? So unless and until there's delimitation and it's marked by an agency apart from any party, there would be chances of, and they would talk about some kind of fraud being done as against Congress or whatever. So this was the only way it could be brought in. There was no other way. And I want to talk about other things which really matter. You know, something, I mean, if you just look at the sheer numbers of toilets that we have. I remember going by Shatabdi or Gomti. I'm from Kanpur, and I made my way to Delhi from there. And it's very tough because not just politically, but even at home and, you know, the immediate society from where you come from. And there would be rows of men and women defecating. And that was a scene that really, that affected me. And when I was in Mascom Jamia, I wanted to do a play on that, you know. I mean, defecation and how demeaning it can be and how you risk. So this is just one of the things. Actually going to Haryana, going to the areas of Mewat and others and talking about Beti Bachao, and actually seeing the adverse sex ratio get better. That is a great, great, great deliverable. Okay. It's one thing to talk about, you know, all the, I mean, I will not go work against it about what happens with women on television, and that's very valid. I'm the first one who fought a case, I mean, registered a case, first woman to register a case in the cyber security against the filthy stuff that I was being called when I left Aam Aadmi Party. It was really dirty and smutty, I would say, and I actually chose to speak about it and file a case. So nothing came out of it because people changed their IDs. But you have to speak up. You know, you don't have to say, oh, I'm going to accept it. I'm never going to accept it. But this is the only party which has made a woman as a center of every welfare policy. I mean, knowing the Prime Minister so well, we have internal briefings. I mean, and even as a party member, I tell you, Sushma Swaraj ji, way back, in short, there would be 33% of office bearers would be women. That's an internally. So we've always had many, many women in the party at various positions of power.
You spoke about Sushma Swaraj. I want to talk about Nija, the BJP from Vajpayee's days to Modi's, Prime Minister Modi's now. Has it shed the tag of being a very patriarchal, that whole mindset? Is it looking to you, at least in terms of optics, a more progressive party?
No, I think there is a change from Vajpayee days to now. There's certainly much more attention given to women, programs for women. There's no doubt. I mean, toilets, and I remember the first 15th August speech of the Prime Minister when he spoke about women's toilets. And I remember writing, you know, as watching and writing, and I put down my pen. I said, my God, toilets for women, he's talking on Independence Day. And yes, there are those, but as I said earlier, Sahuliyat has its place, yes. But Satta mein Shirkat is a different ball game.
Nirja ji, when you look at Nirmala Sitharaman as a finance minister and earlier defense minister, now of course Smriti ji has lost, but as a strong power, speaking their minds, I think it's a very different image than having women there only because of their last family names. So women who made it, you know, yeah, and they're enough in BJP, in Congress and everywhere, and that should not be held against them because it's not held against the men. So similarly, it should not be held against them. But I really think that, you know, to have the top 5 ministries, to have a woman minister there on her own merit, without any godfathers, without a big name. In fact, her husband very often disagrees with her. And you know what is so impressive, and I'll tell you, there was an internal briefing and Amit Shah ji was sitting there, and we were just discussing this, and some journalist asked him this question. And you know what he said? He said that, so a woman can't have a separate opinion from her husband. Just because her husband says this doesn't mean she has to agree. So her husband has his own opinion, and Nirmala ji. And that was so telling. So this is what the party is about internally too. I mean, this was a conversation going on. So despite the family name, I would say that heading one of those key 5 top ministries is quite something, I think.
That is true. In fact, I would agree with you on that. But thank you so much for coming and having this very candid conversation. And thank you, Nija, also for sharing your views and helping me moderate this. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. To Nirja ji. Thank you very much, Nirja Chaudhary and Shazia Elmi, for joining us at the We Women Want Conclave 2024. And thank you, Priya, for moderating that special session. As I said earlier, how can we not have conversations on politics? We are in the heart, the political capital, of course, of the country, the national capital, of course, but also the political capital. जी हाँ, देश का संसद यही है. देश के सारे जो सांसद हैं और मंत्री हैं और खुद प्रधानमंत्री भी सब दिल्ली में ही रहते हैं, तो कैसा हो सकता है कि राजनीति की चर्चा इस मंच पर आज ना हो? और अब अगला जो सेशन है वो भी एक राजनीतिक दिग्गज के साथ होने वाला है. We are very proud and privileged to announce now that our guest of honor and our keynote speaker, the Delhi Chief Minister Atishi, is with us now. She will be joining us very, very shortly. कुछ ही क्षणों में दिल्ली की मुख्यमंत्री आतिशी यहाँ इस मंच पर होंगी. NewsX और India News के इस मंच पर होंगी. The We Women Want Conclave and Shakti Awards is very happy to have with us Atishi, the Delhi Chief Minister, as our guest of honor and of course as our keynote speaker today. She will also be presenting the first of today's Shakti Awards. We are honoring exemplary women, of course, through the day today with the Shakti Awards. Awards, of course, which are being given, as the name, of course, emphasizes, to women of power, women who've, of course, excelled in different fields. So yes, very, very shortly, we will have the Delhi Chief Minister with us. In fact, एक तालियों की गूंज से उनका स्वागत किया जाए. हमारे बीच पहुंच चुकी है हमारी आज की बेहद खास मेहमान, गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर, कीनोट स्पीकर, दिल्ली चीफ मिनिस्टर आतिशी. एक बेहद ये खास सेशन होने वाला है. अभी हाल ही में मुख्यमंत्री बनी है ये, और हमारे इस बीच पहुंच चुकी हैं. हम आभारी हैं आतिशी जी कि आप आज यहाँ हमारे बीच आई हैं. दिल्ली की मुख्यमंत्री आतिशी जी पहुंच चुकी है, आज की खास मेहमान हमारे NewsX We Women Want Conclave के लिए, Shakti Awards. Thank you very much for joining us today, Atishi ji, Delhi Chief Minister. We welcome you very, very warmly. And now, of course, for a very special session with her, we have with us Editor-in-Chief of NewsX, Rishabh Gulati. Rishabh, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Uday. Atishi ji, सबसे पहले बहुत बहुत बधाइयाँ, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं. I know it's a challenge, and I know it is filling big shoes, and you prefer to keep an empty chair. We don't have an empty chair today. तो आज हमने खाली कुर्सी बगल नहीं रही है. हमारे दर्शकों को जो इंडिया न्यूज़ और NewsX पे देख रहे हैं, बहुत बहुत स्वागत. ये हमारा हम महिलाएं वी विमेन वांट का मंच है, और हमारे साथ जुड़ी हैं आतिशी जी, दिल्ली की मुख्यमंत्री. आतिशी जी, सबसे पहले आप महिलाओं के मंच पे हैं, आपको महिला मुख्यमंत्री बनने में क्या सोच आई है?
देखिए, एक महिला मुख्यमंत्री होना, एक महिला का इस लेवल पर पहुंचना, इस पोजीशन पे पहुंचना, मुझे लगता है कि ये सिर्फ मेरे लिए नहीं, दिल्ली की और देश की महिलाओं के लिए एक अचीवमेंट है. मुझे याद है 1 साल पहले की बात होगी, हमारा एक दिल्ली के स्कूल बिल्डिंग का इनॉग्रेशन था. वो गर्ल्स स्कूल की एक बिल्डिंग थी. जो ऑडियंस थी वो स्कूल की लड़कियां थी. ज़्यादातर उनके साथ उनकी मदर्स आई हुई थी, कुछ फादर्स भी थे. 70-80% जो ऑडियंस थी वो महिलाएं थी, लड़कियां और महिलाएं. और स्टेज पे मेरे अलावा बाकी सारे पुरुष थे. तो जब एक लड़की जो 12 साल की है, 13 साल की है, 14 साल की है, एक स्टेज को देखती है, वहाँ पे बैठे हुए डिसीजन मेकर्स को देखती है, वहाँ पे बैठे हुए इंपॉर्टेंट लोगों को देखती है, और अगर उसे स्टेज पर कहीं पर भी कोई महिला नहीं दिखती है, तो उसके मन में भी अपने बारे में एक डाउट आ जाता है कि क्या मैं किसी दिन वहाँ पर पहुँच सकती हूँ. लेकिन जब वो उस पद पर बैठे हुए एक महिला को देखती है, तो फिर उसमें ये कॉन्फिडेंस बनता है कि हाँ, मैं भी कर सकती हूँ. और मुझे लगता है कि यही एक महिला का मेरा मुख्यमंत्री बनना ना सिर्फ मेरे लिए, पर मुझे लगता है कि इस शहर की, इस देश की लड़कियों के लिए एक बहुत बड़ी बात है.
Let me take that further, because generally जब हम टीवी चैनल पे बैठते हैं, हम सिर्फ पॉलिटिक्स के बारे में बात करते हैं, थोड़ा पॉलिटिक्स कम रखेंगे. लेकिन बस हाल ही 1-2 साल में जो 1/3 रिजर्वेशन है पार्लियामेंट में फॉर वुमेन लागू किया जाएगा, इससे फंडामेंटल शिफ्ट क्या होगा इंडियन पॉलिटिक्स में?
नहीं, मुझे लगता है कि विमेन्स रिजर्वेशन से एक बहुत बड़ा फर्क आएगा. किस लिए आएगा? आप देखिए कि जो भी कोई एक पोजीशन ऑफ पावर में होता है, चाहे मंत्री के तौर पे हो, चाहे प्रधानमंत्री के तौर पे हो, चाहे MLA के तौर पे हो, MP के तौर पे हो, हम अपने अपने लाइफ एक्सपीरियंस से हमारे डिसीजन शेप होते हैं. आज के दिन में अगर आप डिसीजन मेकर्स को देखने जाइए, एंड दिस इज नॉट जस्ट इन पॉलिटिक्स, आप कंपनीज के CEOs को देखने जाइए, आप यूनिवर्सिटीज़ के वाइस चांसलर्स को देखने जाइए, आप सीनियर गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल्स को देखने जाइए, आप पॉलिटिशियंस को देखने जाइए, महिलाएं इस देश की 50% आबादी हैं, लेकिन डिसीजन मेकिंग पोजीशंस में वो 20% से भी कम डिसीजन मेकर्स आज के दिन में हैं. तो स्वाभाविक बात है कि अगर महिलाएं वहां पे उस कुर्सी पे बैठी ही नहीं हुई, तो महिलाओं के हित में फैसले कैसे हो पाएंगे? देखिए, जब एक महिला एक कुर्सी पे बैठती है, उसको एक महिला के लाइफ एक्सपीरियंस के बारे में पता है. मैं खुद दिल्ली में पली बड़ी हूँ. मैं जानती हूँ कि एक लड़की का, एक महिला का DTC बस में बैठने का और चलने का क्या एक्सपीरियंस होता है. चाहे कोई कितना भी संवेदनशील पुरुष हो, वो कभी खुद उस एक्सपीरियंस से गुजरा ही नहीं हो सकता. मैं एक महिला हूँ, मैं एक लड़की के तौर पे इस शहर में मैंने स्कूलिंग की है, मैंने एजुकेशन करी है, मैं कॉलेज में पढ़ी हूँ. मुझे पता है कि उसका एक्सपीरियंस एक लड़की के लिए क्या होता है. तो उसी तरह से जितनी ज़्यादा महिलाएं डिसीजन मेकिंग पोजीशंस में आएंगी, मुझे लगता है कि ऐसे फैसले लिए जाएंगे जो फंडामेंटली महिलाओं की जिंदगी को ट्रांसफॉर्म करें.
Is happening regarding women doctors, women nurses. Your party has roots in activism. The doctors are right now, some of them are protesting, some of them are, demanding their basic dues. What can in Delhi we do for women doctors, women nurses?
Why just women doctors and women nurses? I think that this is a question that has to apply to all working women professionals. Why should women have to worry about their safety and security in their places of work? Why should women have to worry that when they step out of their homes, will they be safe or not? Why should women have to worry कि हम Uber में बैठते हैं तो a lot of women tell me कि हम तो pretend fake phone call करते रहते हैं कि भाई the Uber driver should not think कि I am not talking to anyone. सो मुझे ये लगता है कि अगर महिलाओं को घर से बाहर हमें लेकर आना है, अगर आप सारे डेवलपमेंटल क्राइटेरिया अक्रॉस द वर्ल्ड देखिए, द मोर विमेन आर एजुकेटेड, द मोर विमेन आर वर्किंग, the better the countries perform economically. So it is not just that we are doing this for the safety of women. We have to make our cities and our country safer for women for the development of our country. And I think that this has to apply across the board, not just for women doctors, for women nurses, but all women who are working professionals, for all young women who are studying. And across the board, we have to make the city and the country safer for them to step out.
Ma'am, Delhi mein, there are central government hospitals, very large ones. There are state government hospitals, and there are private hospitals. Are you doing, as Chief Minister, a review of the safety precautions that are being done after what's happened?
No, our Health Minister, Mr. Saurabh Bhardwaj, has extensively been in touch with all the doctors, all the resident doctors and their associations. And whatever their demands have been, be it in terms of providing more safety and security in hospitals, be it in terms of proper metal detectors and baggage checks when anyone enters the hospitals, be it in terms of proper common spaces, be it in terms of proper facilities in common spaces, CCTV cameras, all of those demands of doctors are being met in Delhi government hospitals.
आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री जी, कुछ महीने पहले आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार ने दिल्ली में एक स्कीम घोषित की, 2000 करोड़ रखे जाएंगे और हर महिला जो दिल्ली की निवासी है, जो 18 साल की आयु से बड़ी हो गई है, उनको 1000 रुपये महीना दिया जाएगा। ये स्कीम की लागू कैसे की जा रही है, इसका भी स्टेटस क्या है और ये स्कीम आपने क्यों निकाली?
देखिए, ये स्कीम अभी जल्द लागू होगी। अभी मुझे उम्मीद है कि आने वाले कुछ ही हफ्ते में ये स्कीम दिल्ली सरकार के कैबिनेट द्वारा पास हो जाएगी। ये स्कीम क्यों जरूरी है? जैसा मैंने आपको कहा, ये स्कीम क्यों जरूरी है, ये एक महिला ही समझ सकती है। ये एक महिला इसलिए समझ सकती है क्योंकि आज के दिन भी हो सकता है कि जो महिलाएं इस कमरे में बैठी हैं, ये उनकी सिचुएशन नहीं हो, लेकिन आज के दिन भी एक आम परिवार में एक आम महिला को अपने छोटे छोटे खर्चों के लिए भी किसी ना किसी पुरुष पे डिपेंडेंट रहना पड़ता है। जब छोटी होती हैं तो पिता से मांगने पड़ते हैं, बड़ी हो जाती हैं तो अपने पति से मांगने पड़ते हैं पैसे, बुजुर्ग हो जाती हैं तो अपने बेटों से मांगने पड़ते हैं पैसे। और आप सोचिए, अगर आपको एक छोटी सी रिक्वायरमेंट के लिए भी किसी के सामने हाथ फैलाने पड़ते हैं, तो ये आपके सेंस ऑफ सेल्फ रिस्पेक्ट को कम करता है। इसीलिए इस स्कीम की शुरुआत हुई दैट दिल्ली की हर महिला के हाथ में अपनी छोटी बड़ी जरूरतों के लिए पैसे होने चाहिए, कि अगर उन्हें घर से बाहर जाना है तो उन्हें किसी से पूछना नहीं पड़े। अगर किसी महिला को अपने बच्चों के लिए कुछ सामान खरीदना है, उसे किसी के सामने हाथ ना फैलाने पड़े। अगर किसी बुजुर्ग महिला को अपने लिए एक नई साड़ी खरीदनी है, अपने पोते पोती को कुछ पैसे देने हैं, तो उनको किसी से मांगना ना पड़े। मुझे लगता है कि हाथ में पैसा होना is the biggest form of empowerment for any women, and any working woman will tell you this. और इसीलिए इस स्कीम की शुरुआत करी जा रही है। ये मैं मानती हूँ कि 1000 रुपये महीना है, लेकिन बहुत सारी ऐसी महिलाएं हैं जिनके लिए ये 1000 रुपये भी बहुत बड़ी चीज है।
Yes, 12,000 rupees a year, and the scheme hopefully will be launched soon. आतिशी जी, मैंने बोला कि पॉलिटिक्स थोड़ा कम रखेंगे इस चर्चा में, लेकिन एक यूनिफाइड फोर्स फॉर द बेटरमेंट एंड ट्रांसफॉर्मिंग इंडिया इनटू वुमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट कैसे करें? क्योंकि सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के पास भी लखपति दीदी स्कीम है, वो भी कह रहे हैं कि जब हम आवास दे रहे हैं, हम विमेन के नाम पे दे रहे हैं, टॉयलेट बना रहे हैं, इकट्ठे कैसे काम किया जाए इस पे?
देखिए, स्कीम्स तो हर जगह हैं। आप कह सकते हैं कि केंद्र सरकार के पास भी स्कीम्स हैं, बहुत सारी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स हैं, उनके पास भी स्कीम्स हैं, लेकिन हमारी देश की दुर्दशा आप कहिए कि कागज पे तो हमारे पास बेस्ट ऑफ स्कीम्स हैं, बेस्ट ऑफ लॉज हैं, लेकिन ग्राउंड पर कुछ नहीं उतरता। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, आप लखपति दीदी छोड़िए, आप आवास की योजनाएं छोड़िए, एक सिंपल चीज है शिक्षा, एजुकेशन, जो महिलाओं की और किसी भी वर्ग की एम्पावरमेंट के लिए एक तरह से फाउंडेशन है। आप इस देश का राइट टू एजुकेशन कानून पढ़ेंगे, कोई व्यक्ति जो इस देश में नहीं रहता उस कानून को पढ़ेगा, उसको वो कानून देख के लगेगा कि इससे अच्छी शिक्षा व्यवस्था पूरी दुनिया में कहीं नहीं होगी जो भारत में है। लेकिन सच्चाई क्या है? सच्चाई क्या है कि इस देश के 90% सरकारी स्कूल टिन शेड की बिल्डिंग में चलते हैं। सच्चाई क्या है कि बच्चों के बैठने के लिए टेबल कुर्सी नहीं है। सच्चाई क्या है कि क्लासरूम में टीचर नहीं है, टॉयलेट में पानी नहीं है, बच्चों के लिए कोई भी व्यवस्था नहीं है। ये सच्चाई है। तो स्कीम्स हम कितनी भी बना लें, जब तक सरकारें उन स्कीम्स को ग्राउंड पे उतार कर महिलाओं की जिंदगी में एक्चुअल सुधार नहीं लेकर आएंगी, स्कीम्स की घोषणाएं करने से लोगों की जिंदगी नहीं बदलती है। उसके लिए एक पॉलिटिकल विल चाहिए होती है, जो मुझे लगता है कि दिल्ली सरकार ने पिछले 10 साल में, अगर आप दिल्ली में सरकारी स्कूल देखने जाइए, इस देश की आजादी को 75 साल हो गए, लेकिन जो सरकारी स्कूल दिल्ली में पिछले 10 साल में बने हैं, ये 75 साल में देश में कहीं नहीं बने। अगर आप देखने जाइए कि जिस तरह से दिल्ली में आज एक महिला को सोचना नहीं पड़ता कि अगर मुझे अपना इलाज करवाना है तो 1000-1500 रुपए में कहां से लेके आऊंगी। उसे पता है कि उसके मोहल्ले में एक मोहल्ला क्लिनिक है, एयर कंडीशन क्लिनिक में MBBS डॉक्टर बैठता है, जहां पे कंसल्टेशन फ्री है, दवा फ्री है और टेस्ट भी फ्री है। तो स्कीम्स लाने के बजाय मुझे लगता है कि अगर हमारे देश में सरकारें और नेता ये ठान लें कि हमें महिलाओं की जिंदगी को बेहतर बनाना है, तो वो जरूर कर सकते हैं।
मैम, हम तो आशा ही करते हैं कि सारी स्कीम्स अच्छी चलें, लखपति दीदी भी चले, आवास भी चले और आपकी स्कीम भी अच्छी चलें, बोथ इन एजुकेशन एज वेल एज द डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ एन अलाउंस एवरी मंथ। जो young women out there, young girls or young students, you have just witnessed a person who's become chief minister. I don't know, ma'am, if politics was your choice of profession. So let us get to know the person behind the position. Atishi ji, when you were growing up, जब आप लड़की थी, स्कूल जा रही थी, आप क्या बनना चाहती थी?
जब मैं स्कूल जाती थी, ये तो डेफिनेटली मुझे लगता था कि मैं इस देश के लिए कुछ करना चाहती हूँ, मैं समाज के लिए कुछ करना चाहती हूँ। लेकिन एक सामान्य मिडिल क्लास की लड़की कभी शायद सोच भी नहीं सकती थी कि पॉलिटिक्स में जाऊंगी। मैं एक सामान्य मिडिल क्लास परिवार से आती हूँ। मेरे दोनों पेरेंट्स दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी में प्रोफेसर थे। मुझे लगता है जब तक मेरा स्कूलिंग खत्म नहीं हुआ, हमारे पास घर में गाड़ी भी नहीं थी। तो एक सामान्य मिडिल क्लास की लड़की शायद कभी ये सोच भी नहीं सकती थी कि हम पॉलिटिक्स में आएंगे, क्योंकि पॉलिटिक्स में कौन आता है? जिनके पास बहुत पैसा होता है, जिनके पास पॉलिटिकल कनेक्शंस होते हैं, जिनके पिताजी मंत्री होते हैं, जिनके नाना जी गवर्नर होते हैं। लेकिन आम आदमी पार्टी ने एक अपॉर्चुनिटी दी मेरे जैसे लोगों को, जिनके पास ना मनी पावर था, ना मसल पावर था, ना वोट बैंक थी, ना सिर्फ पॉलिटिक्स में आने की, पर पॉलिटिक्स में आकर बैक रूम से फ्रंट रो में आने की, चुनाव लड़ने की, विधायक बनने की, उसके बाद मंत्री बनने की और आज मुख्यमंत्री बनने की। एंड आई थिंक this is what makes Aam Aadmi Party different, and I think all credit to Arvind Kejriwal for having brought not just myself but people like me in politics and giving confidence to the young people and young women, young educated women in the country, that politics can also be a choice of profession for us.
But you are one of the educated women, highly educated, and therefore have been able to structure education programs with the ideas that you brought in. But wasn't it that there should be a backup plan कि कुछ engineering कुछ कर लो, कुछ नौकरी रख लो, कुछ backup plan घर चलाने के लिए कुछ होना चाहिए?
नहीं, पढ़ाई लिखाई के तो definitely हमने पूरे plans बनाए हुए थे। I think at that point of time शायद कुछ ऐसा लगता था कि I would have liked to be a teacher. In fact, I did teach for some time in between. I taught for a year in a school called Rishi Valley in South India. तो education से मेरा बहुत जुड़ाव था। तो शायद अगर पॉलिटिक्स में नहीं होती तो एजुकेशन की फील्ड में होती।
आप अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से पहली मुलाकात आपकी कब हुई? क्या आप उनकी पहचान थी कि आपने उनको टीवी पे देखा था, जान पहचान थी, एक्टिविस्ट थे, बहुत कैंपेन्स कर रहे थे? When was your first meeting? What was it like?
मेरी अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से पहली मुलाकात एक्चुअली 2003 में हुई थी, जब वो परिवर्तन करके एक NGO चला रहे थे जो राइट टू इन्फॉर्मेशन एक्ट पे काम कर रही थी। और इंटरेस्टिंगली, जैसे आज आप मेरा इंटरव्यू ले रहे हैं, हमारे एक जानकार को एक डॉक्यूमेंट्री फिल्म बना रहे थे जिसमें मैं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी का इंटरव्यू ले रही थी। एंड The one thing I remember, even from that meeting, was his clarity of thought and his passion. Here was a man who really, वो बात नहीं कर रहे थे, वो बात उनके दिल से निकल रही थी. चाहे वो उस समय RTI की बात हो, चाहे जब इंडिया अगेंस्ट करप्शन मूवमेंट शुरू हुआ, एक एंटी करप्शन बिल की बात हो, उस दौरान तो उनको टीवी पे देखते थे, या आज 10 साल में राजनीति के बाद दिल्ली में काम करने की, चाहे एजुकेशन को लेके, चाहे हेल्थ केयर को लेके, मुझे लगता है कि जो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी में देश को बदलने का जज्बा है, आई थिंक दैट इज एक्सट्रीमली इंस्पायरिंग एंड दैट रियली इंस्पायर्स ऑल ऑफ अस. और उस जज्बे के साथ उनमें जो करेज है, वरना देखिए हम जैसे लोग कहाँ अपने घरों से बाहर निकलने की हिम्मत करते हैं. सबको पता है कि पॉलिटिक्स मुश्किल है, आम आदमी पार्टी में होके तो पॉलिटिक्स और भी ज्यादा मुश्किल है, लेकिन अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने ना सिर्फ हमें वो जज्बा दिया है, हम सबको वो हिम्मत भी दी है कि हम यहाँ तक पहुँच पाए, इतनी शक्तिशाली ताकतों के खिलाफ लड़ पाए.
सब जानते हैं कि अरविंद जी ऑब्वियसली अफसर थे गवर्नमेंट में. उससे पहले इंडिया अगेंस्ट करप्शन से पहले एक संगठन था, नेशनल कन्वेंशन फॉर द पीपल्स राइट टू इन्फॉर्मेशन, NCPRI, and I was a volunteer man with Parivartan when I was in college, so I remember this very clearly. So at what point of time do you say that, okay, I want to be a teacher, I want to do well for the country, I want to do activism? When does that transition, क्या I choose to be in active politics? Is it happenstance कि बस हो गया, या इसमें मंथन किया आपने?
देखिए, इसमें दो पक्ष हैं. एक इसमें पक्ष ये था कि मैंने अपनी जिंदगी के 10 साल अलग अलग सोशल मूवमेंट्स के साथ, नॉन प्रॉफिट्स के साथ काम करते हुए बिताए. मैं 5 साल मध्य प्रदेश के एक गांव में भी रही, वहाँ पे मैंने ग्राम पंचायत के साथ, स्कूल के साथ, लोकल फार्मर्स के साथ भी काम किया. लेकिन काफ़ी सालों तक ग्रास रूट पर काम करने के बाद डेफिनेटली मुझे ये कन्विक्शन आ गया था कि अगर चेंज इस देश में आना है तो वो टॉप डाउनवर्ड्स आना पड़ेगा, पॉलिटिक्स के थ्रू आना पड़ेगा. लेकिन जैसा मैंने कहा कि एक सामान्य मिडिल क्लास की लड़की के लिए पॉलिटिक्स में जाने के क्या ऑप्शंस थे. जब इंडिया अगेंस्ट करप्शन शुरू हुआ तो तब पहली बार ये लगा कि देश के आम लोग अपने घरों से बाहर निकल रहे थे एक बड़े चेंज के लिए. तब भी नहीं लगा था जब मैंने वॉलंटियर करना शुरू किया था इंडिया अगेंस्ट करप्शन के साथ. तब तो ये भी नहीं क्लियर था कि इंडिया अगेंस्ट करप्शन पॉलिटिकल पार्टी बनेगी, आम आदमी पार्टी बनेगी. जब आम आदमी पार्टी बन भी गई तो हम तो काफी समय तक बैकरूम में काम करने वाले थे. शायद तब भी ये नहीं सोचा था कि चुनाव लड़ेंगे, विधायक बनेंगे, मंत्री मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे. बट आई थिंक कि ये मुझे क्लियर हो गया था कि अगर आपको एक बड़े स्तर पे चेंज चाहिए तो वो पॉलिटिक्स के माध्यम से आ सकता है. सही लोगों को सही कुर्सी पे बैठना होगा, क्योंकि आप देखिए एट द एंड ऑफ द डे ऑल इंपॉर्टेंट डिसीजंस रिगार्डिंग आवर लाइव्स, कि हमारे बच्चों को कैसी एजुकेशन मिलेगी, मैं अपने घर से बाहर जब कदम रखती हूँ मैं सेफ हूँ कि नहीं हूँ, मेरे बच्चों को पढ़ने लिखने के बाद अच्छी नौकरी मिलेगी कि नहीं मिलेगी, मेरे माता पिता बीमार हों तो मैं उनका अच्छा इलाज करवा सकती हूँ कि नहीं, ये सारे डिसीजंस पॉलिटिशियंस लेते हैं. एंड आई डोंट वांट टू कमेंट ऑन एनी स्पेसिफिक पॉलिटिशियंस, बट ये भी हमारे देश की सच्चाई है. यहाँ पर हम जानते हैं कि किस तरह के लोग पॉलिटिक्स में आते हैं और किस रीजन से आते हैं. तो जब अपने वेस्टेड इंटरेस्ट से आए हुए लोगों को ये सारे डिसीजंस लेने हैं तो ये डिसीजंस एक आम आदमी के हित में नहीं होते हैं. जब तक अच्छे लोग पॉलिटिक्स में आएंगे नहीं, जब तक पढ़े लिखे लोग पॉलिटिक्स में आएंगे नहीं, तब तक हमारे देश में बदलाव नहीं आएगा. इस बारे में मैं 100% convinced.
Atishi ji, I can well imagine it's a stressful job, right? I'm sure the last 6 months have been really stressful because you've had a leadership in which, you know, cases and jail time and allegations and lots of things have come up. And at a time when, you know, when it's difficult to even communicate because the person who's your mentor and who's your party chief is difficult to communicate with. I mean, did you feel like that this is too much, is overwhelming, I just can't handle it?
देखिए, मुश्किल तो था. पिछले 1.5 साल का दौर मुश्किल तो था. आप देखिए, हमारी एक छोटी सी पार्टी है, एक पार्टी के सारे बड़े नेता जेल में थे. मनीष सिसोदिया जी जेल में गए, उस पहले सत्येंद्र जैन जी को अरेस्ट किया, मनीष सिसोदिया जी को अरेस्ट किया, संजय सिंह को अरेस्ट किया, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को अरेस्ट किया. एक पार्टी जिसके टॉप 4 नेता जेल में थे, ऐसी स्थिति में पार्टी को खड़ा रखना, सरकार को चलाना चैलेंजिंग तो बिल्कुल था, लेकिन मुझे ये लगता है कि हमारी पार्टी की सबसे बड़ी ताकत ये है कि हम सिर्फ एक दूसरे को एज पॉलिटिशियंस, एज कॉलीग्स नहीं देखते हैं. हम सब वी सी आवरसेल्व्स एज अ क्लोज फैमिली यूनिट. हम सब एक दूसरे के लिए परिवार हैं. तो इस मुश्किल दौर में भी जैसे एक परिवार एक संकट की घड़ी में एक साथ खड़ा रहता है, एकजुट होकर खड़ा रहता है, मुझे लगता है कि आम आदमी पार्टी के छोटे से छोटे कार्यकर्ता से लेके बड़े लीडर्स तक बिल्कुल एक कन्विक्शन के साथ एक दूसरे के साथ खड़े रहे, यूनाइटेड होके खड़े रहे. दैट रियली वाज आवर स्ट्रेंथ. And I would also say hats off to the families of all our leaders. मैं मनीष सिसोदिया जी की पत्नी को देखती थी, उनकी तबीयत बहुत खराब थी, लेकिन इतनी बीमारी की हालत में भी उन्होंने कभी हिम्मत नहीं हारी. उनको इतने लोगों ने आके कहा कि देखो, अगर मनीष सिसोदिया जी आम आदमी पार्टी छोड़ दें, बीजेपी में चले जाएं, तो केंद्र सरकार उनको जेल से बाहर कर देगी, उनको बाहर कर देगी. ये महिला जो हर कुछ महीने में अस्पताल में एडमिट रहती थी, कॉन्स्टेंटली बीमार रहती थी, शी हैड द करेज टू से ऑलवेज कि देखो जी, अगर मनीष जी ने अरविंद केजरीवाल को छोड़ दिया तो मैं मनीष जी को छोड़ दूंगी, मैं उन्हें कभी आम आदमी पार्टी नहीं छोड़ने दूंगी, अरविंद केजरीवाल को नहीं छोड़ने दूंगी. आप ये हिम्मत देखिए. एंड आई थिंक दैट इज रियली व्हाट kept us together in these difficult times.
So, to women in this country and maybe even beyond, what are the top 3 things that you would suggest that they need to stay true to and think about while embarking on their careers, whatever the career might be?
देखिए, first thing I'll definitely say to all women is that the world is not a fair place. The world is not an equal place. Right? ये सच्चाई है. ये सच्चाई है कि चाहे महिलाएं हों, चाहे समाज के हमारे बीट ऑन कास्ट, बीट ऑन इकोनॉमिक लाइंस, कुछ लोग आगे हैं, कुछ लोग पीछे हैं. अगर हम इस बात से परेशान होते रहेंगे कि द वर्ल्ड इज नॉट अ फेयर प्लेस और द वर्ल्ड इज नॉट एन इक्वल प्लेस, आई थिंक दैट इज समथिंग जो फिर हमारा सारा माइंड स्पेस ऑक्यूपाई कर लेता है. ये सच्चाई है, द वर्ल्ड इज नॉट फेयर. ये सच्चाई है, द वर्ल्ड इज नॉट एन इक्वल प्लेस. पर इसी सच्चाई को हमें बदलना है और हम इसे बदल सकते हैं. जब हर बार एक महिला आगे बढ़ती है, किसी डिसीजन मेकिंग पोजीशन में पहुंचती है, एक अच्छी नौकरी करती है, एक कंपनी की सीईओ बनती है, एक मंत्री बनती है, एक मुख्यमंत्री बनती है, उससे एक एंटायर जनरेशन ऑफ गर्ल्स इंस्पायर होती है. तो मैं तो सारी लड़कियों को, सब महिलाओं को यही कहूंगी कि रास्ता आसान नहीं है, लेकिन फिर भी हमें इस रास्ते पे आगे बढ़ना है, सिर्फ अपने लिए नहीं, इस देश की करोड़ों लड़कियों और महिलाओं के लिए, उनको हिम्मत देने के लिए कि हम भी वहां पहुंच सकें.
Okay, as the last part, we're going to do the most important part, which a lot of people will be very interested in. Rapid fire with Atishi, Chief Minister of Delhi. Atishi ji, what's your favorite movie?
One of my favorite movies is Taare Zameen Par.
There we go. Favorite actor?
ये तो देखिए, आप किसी से भी पूछेंगे, इस देश में सबके फेवरेट एक्टर अमिताभ बच्चन है.
So not a diplomatic answer. Good. Favorite food?
Anything my mother cooks, that is my favorite
So
food.
not rajma chawal.
No, rajma chawal also, because my mother makes excellent rajma chawal. But yes, anything that my mother cooks is my
Okay, for
favorite.
people watching in other parts, one place that you would recommend you have to visit if you're in Delhi?
One Delhi government school, of course.
Okay. What is your most beloved memory?
Most beloved memory. I think from school, मैं जिस स्कूल में पढ़ती थी, हमारी रोज 5 बच्चों की ड्यूटी लगाई जाती थी कि आपको अलग अलग काम करने हैं, चाहे वो क्लासरूम की सफाई करनी हो, रिसेप्शन पे बैठना हो, लाइब्रेरी में किताबें वापस रखनी हो. I think that is one of my most beloved memories, because one of the things that it taught me is कि कोई भी काम छोटा नहीं है और कोई भी काम हमें मना नहीं करना चाहिए कि ये काम मेरा नहीं है. So that is one of my
Rare person. House duty was her favorite memory. Okay, in school.
Were you also from Springdale?
I'm from modern school, ma'am. Favorite author?
I'm a Harry Potter fan, so J.K. Rowling is my favorite author.
Okay. Last question. 3 big priorities for Delhi as Chief Minister.
Delhi has suffered a lot in the last 6 to 8 months. I think that the last 6 to 8 months there has been serious attempts to stop the work that is happening in Delhi. And I think I would say priorities across the sector is to ensure that many of the works that had come to a standstill because of this attack on our government happen. I know that roads are in a bad shape. And making sure that our roads are motorable and not giving us all broken backs is number one, is extremely important. I do know that because of some crisis created in the Delhi Jal Board, there is problems with contaminated water and sewerage that is happening across the city. That is the second most important priority. And third most important priority is making sure that all our hospitals have all their facilities and medication, etc., taken care of. So making sure that work that had come to a standstill in the last 6 months immediately starts in the betterment of the people of Delhi.
Okay, we wish you the best wishes, not only for your tenure as Chief Minister, but going ahead. No doubt one of the change-maker politicians of our era, Atishi ji. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Atishi ji, for being with us. And we'll just request 2 more minutes of your time, because we are going to be presenting the first set of the NewsX Shakti Awards 2024 to 5 exemplary women. Interestingly, you've done this before in your capacity as Minister at our last edition, and now, of course, you are Chief Minister of Delhi. So first, I want to call upon the first recipient, Simran Sharma Vats, bronze medalist at the Paralympics. Could we please have you on stage? She's been given NewsX Shakti Award for excellence in sports. She just made the nation proud at the Paralympics 2024. Congratulations, Simran. Let's have a loud round of applause, please. The Shakti Awards are being presented, of course. The next award goes to, as they say, social media ka zamana hai, those who are ruling social media. Kanika Devrani, content creator. Could we please have you on stage for excellence in content creation? Kanika Devrani is being honored today by NewsX. Congratulations. Also with us today is Jaspreet Kaur Deora, content creator. She's being awarded also for excellence in content creation. Megha and Saloni, could we also have you please to just come close to the stage? Jaspreet Kaur Deora, awarded for excellence in content creation. Congratulations. And our next recipient of the award is Megha Sukija, content creator. She's being awarded the NewsX Shakti Award for excellence in content creation. Many, many congratulations to you. And our final recipient from the Delhi Chief Minister is very well-known content creator and comedian who's being, of course, awarded for excellence in content creation, Saloni Gaur. Thank you so much for being with us today, Saloni. Congrats, Saloni Gaur, for being with us. And once again, we thank you for your time, Atishi ji. Thank you very much for being with us today. Thank you, Rishabh, as well, for doing the moderation. That was our first segment, of course, of awards. The NewsX Shakti Awards, and of course our guest of honor, Atishi, in a very special panel. We're now going to swiftly move across to our next segment. As we had said to you in the morning, that today is going to be a power-packed day, full of jam-packed sessions at We Women Want and NewsX Shakti Awards 2024. And now we are going forward to our next special session, which is titled New Rules of Engagement. Yes, this is a very interesting topic, and for this we have with us 4 special guests, 4 powerful and interesting women who are, of course, achievers in their own right. So I want to quickly call on stage Deepika Narayan Bhardwaj, Director, Ekam Nyay Foundation and documentary filmmaker. Deepika, welcome. Thank you for being with us today. I also call on stage Shalini Singh, founder of And We Met. Shalini, welcome. Thank you for being with us today. I also call on stage Tripti Singh. Tripti Singh is with us, founder of Gat Jod. Tripti ji, swagat hai aapka. Thank you for being with us as well. And I would also like to call Yogita Bhayana on stage, who's founder of Pari Foundation. Yogita, welcome. Thank you very much for being with us today. I'll quickly call you all on stage. Could we please have a loud round of applause for them? Let's not keep the applause die down. These are all achievers. We want the energy on stage high, and we want the Josh in the audience high too. And this session is going to be moderated by Devika Chopra, News Editor, NewsX. Over to you, Devika.
what an amazing session it's been with the Delhi Chief Minister. But moving on quickly to new rules of engagement, very, very interesting topic and very interesting panelists as well. I'm going to quickly, of course, give a brief introduction. Deepika ji is director of Ekam Nyay Foundation. She's also a documentary filmmaker. And on her social media, what you see a lot is her speaking about a lot of male victims of certain laws that have been created for the protection of women, but are being perhaps misused in today's day and age. Then, of course, we have Yogita Bhayana. She's founder of Pari Foundation, which is, of course, prevention of rape against women and in India. Then we also have Shanali Singh, who's the founder of And We Met, which is a dating app, a new age dating app, you know, fitting into the modern world concept. But right next to her, we have Tripti Rathore, who's the founder of Gut Jod, which is focused on, and correct me, ma'am, if I'm wrong, but on the Rajput community specifically, a matrimonial specifically designed for the Rajput community. So I have a very, very interesting panel here. And I want to begin, of course, by asking, let me start with Shalini ji. Shalini ji, what, as per you, are the new rules of engagement, ma'am? And the sort of people who are coming on dating apps, what are you understanding about their psyche today? Young boys, young girls?
So you said young boys and young girls. I think dating or finding someone for a long-term partner can happen at any age.
Absolutely.
And doesn't have to be at 20, you know, in 20s it could be at any age. But what I'm finding is that there's a lot of societal pressure to enter into a relationship because, you know, while growing up, the discussion around marriage and all starts when we are really little. And I just see that nobody talks upon what a relationship means, but the focus is only on education, like get grades, not even education, to get the good grades, and then get a good job. And then parents will look for a partner. So what I see is that people feel guilty if they go out choosing a partner for themselves. I see that, and that's what I see mainly.
Okay, I want to take the same question with Deepika ji as well. Deepika ji, do you feel that in today's, as Shalini Singh was pointing out, the reason why I ask her is because, of course, she has access to words, understanding what are people today looking for. But just from an observer of society perspective, do you feel that somewhere today people are not being able to really define what relationships mean to them? Or are they struggling to define what relationships and what it is to fall in love, to have a partner?
First of all, thank you for having me on this panel. I think in today's day and age, one of the biggest challenge that most of the young generation feels, or I wouldn't say even young generation, I think people like us also, is the example that we have seen of our parents of having a very, very long relationship, long marriage, where at the same time today we are seeing marriage and relationships breaking down every now and then. So, so there's an element of confusion that what we saw and we have been seeing as an example vis-a-vis what modern behavior or modern wants from life, I would say is, and I think that's the biggest friction, I would say. I think somewhere people are able to, have their own pathway. But yeah, I feel a lot of young generation absolutely confused about relationships. I don't think so. We had as many terms as we have today. There is benching, there is live-in, there is, I don't know what all terms I am not very aware of. But yeah, the young generation has just too many terms to define on what kind of relationship they are in, while for most of the people it used to be marriage earlier.
So in such a day and age, Deepika ji, continuing that conversation with you, as you said that there is a lot of ambiguity about how we wish to define our relationship with someone. What then become the challenges that young adults face? Deepika ji, I'll come to you in just a moment, ma'am.
I thought you were asking, could you repeat that again?
Yes, I'm just trying to understand. You've just said that there's a lot of ambiguity in terms of the way people are defining their relationships, right? There are terms, there are situationships, and all of that is going on in today's day and age. What are the challenges that come with that?
Challenges would be the normal human feelings of not being able to find the partner while probably everywhere around, especially in the day and age of social media. You have Instagram happiness all over, right? And in that scenario, when you are not able to find a partner, you sort of feel left out. I think that, in my opinion, is the biggest challenge. I don't know if you would agree with that. And people are in that stead just willing to get into anything that they find, and that's where a lot of my work also comes into picture, where people get into the wrong relationships, meet the wrong kind of people, become victims of scams, and sometimes become victims of crimes as well. So, yeah.
Okay, Shalini, you wanted to add to that?
I just want to say that when we talk about serious relationships, we associate it only with marriage, right? Whilst things are changing, not everybody wants to get married, but they still want to be in a committed relationship, right? So marriage is which gets in your legal documents in place. But then what I am seeing are people who are financially independent, are absolutely okay in live-in relationship, which is as good as a committed relationship. But the only thing is that it's not accepted, right, like by the court. And so when you're at work, if you have a married partner, they would get the perks, but if you have a live-in committed partner, they won't get the perks. And the third thing that I am seeing is companionship, where, the couple decides that we are in a committed relationship, but we'd like to live under two different homes. This could be, for someone who's never been married. This could be for somebody who's a single parent, and wants to focus. So they would meet, and they're in a committed relationship. This could be the individual has other priorities. So I am seeing these form of committed relationships, which is marriage, live-in, and companionship.
Okay, Yogita ji, bring you into the conversation here. On the same aspect of ambiguity in relationships today, when we, as Shalini ji also just explained, what are some of the different categories that we're looking at, what then become the specific challenges for women in such a situation? What are you experiencing with your work?
The same what Deepika ji is facing, because we are maybe the opposite side of the coin, but we are facing the same challenges, because couples, the men will go to her, and definitely women are coming to me for issues to be solved, because when they are not legally bound, we protect married women in our country. The constitution will protect their rights. However, it is so difficult to get them justice. And you know how the laws are implemented in our country. To get a woman alimony or maintenance or justice, I'm talking about, is so difficult. When it comes to, where live-in partners are there or relationship is there and there is an atrocity of some kind, they are not protected. So they are it's a gray area, and more women or men, they are getting into relationships which are not, having any name. They are situationships, or they are as you mentioned, they are into some kind of relationship which are not tagged or named. They are not defined as such in our constitution. So this is the biggest challenge. It's a high time we need to realize that we need to cover the rights of women irrespective of whether they are married or not married. I mean, any kind of atrocity. I mean, now if a girl goes to a police station and say, okay, my boyfriend has assaulted me, or he has beaten me up, they'll not entertain. I mean, not even, and the dichotomy is that even a married woman goes to a police station, they'll say कि घर का मामला है, घर में निपटा लो. मतलब wherever we are in the situation, I mean, we are not attended to as women. So where now the high time we need to attend to these things, and we need to understand more and more people will get into these live-in relationships. And wherever, I mean, because times are changing and people are becoming financially free, women are getting financially free, and now they are not depending on men more and more. So,
yes.
So we need to kind of address the issue as what we see right now.
Okay, so I'm going to bring, as you said, you're on sort of the opposite spectrums of the same, the underlying issue, and you are looking after the rights of women, and you're also looking in for how men could possibly be suffering. I want to understand from you, Yogita ji, firstly, if you can just share maybe an anecdote with our viewers of how is it that the system or even the cops react in today's day and age? Like you said, right? If it's my boyfriend, then the cops are probably not going to be taking it as seriously.
They'll be judging you. They'll be making comment. We have police officers sitting here, right? Sir is here. They'll say कि महिला अगर पुलिस स्टेशन चली जाए तो पहले तो उसको वहीं जज किया जाता है. You know, she'll be judged there. कि आपने पहना क्या है, हाथ में सिगरेट क्यों है, मतलब you know what I mean. तो पहले तो उसी पे comment किया जाता है, and they are not supposed to make comments. I do a lot of police trainings. तो मैं उनको बोलती हूँ भाई आप जज मत करिए, आप जज नहीं है, जज का काम जज को करने दीजिए. You are a cop, you do your duty. If a woman is coming to you for any grievance, you attend to it. Listen to her with empathy. Do not judge her.
And have you somewhere noticed that with an increased number of dating apps now available, how has that impacted the work that you're doing? Are people being scammed maybe on dating apps?
वो इनके पास ज़्यादा cases आते होंगे क्योंकि I have heard about a lot of scams where men are trapped because they have deep pockets. Unfortunately, women are not suffering this side of the thing.
Okay.
But at the same time, yeah, so one has to have some kind of, as I said, ना कुछ तो legal outlook होना चाहिए कि पता है dating apps are mushrooming and everybody is on dating apps, whether hidden or not hidden. कहीं ना कहीं people are using it. So why not to make it official and legal? Why be so hypocrite about it? I think वो जितना ज़्यादा हम छुपाते हैं ना society में anything, that has a very bad repercussion. So we need to understand and accept so many things which are happening. हम लोग accept नहीं करते हैं as a society. We want to be hypocrite and like, okay, नहीं India है, the culture, the tradition. I'm sorry, everything is happening in this country. Rather accept it and address it.
Okay, Deepika, same question to you. I want to understand from you as far as dating apps are concerned. That really has become a big part of what we're discussing, right? New rules of engagement with one another. So how does that work out from the male perspective?
In 2024 only, we have got about 16 people arrested, 6 in Mumbai, 6 in Hyderabad, a girl from Jaipur who had filed 14 rape cases, a girl from Jabalpur who had filed 7 rape cases. Yogita knows about my work and I adore what she does for victims, and I am sure she understands there's another side of the story as well. Well, let me say this, that, and I actually wanted to start by saying this, just like it was very intimidating for women to be in front of all men everywhere, today I feel very intimidated because I'm sitting in front of everyone who's going to talk about women, but I talk about men. So it is a little intimidating, but then I will still say it. So dating apps have now become an extremely big con centers for young boys, for men as well. What used to work for men has started not working for them anymore or working against them. What I'm trying to say is, men start working early, they do have money, they are looking for companionship, they would want to go and meet a person. Now there are absolute gangs operating where there are dating cafe scams, then there are scams which I have gotten people arrested for where the woman would willingly go with the guy and then the next day she is in cahoots with a police officer and they will intimidate the guy that we will charge you with rape or you give this certain amount of money. So, and these numbers are increasing like crazy. Almost on a daily basis, I get victim somewhere or the other from across the country. Some people have lost humongous amounts of money because they feel really shamed that what if they go out and they say that, you know, this woman is basically doing this to me. First is nobody is going to believe him. Second is, even if he's believed, still the litigation would be against him, so he will have to fight. So rather you pay money. And people know it, and it's not just the women who are conning men. These women are working with men, and these gangs are operating in cahoots, and they are taking advantage.
Okay,
So,
so Shalinji, how do you deal with that? I mean, since you,
come to me. I was pretty
because
sure
genuinely speaking, because there are so many apps out there, I'm sure that as founders, you also really think about how do we protect the people that are on this app.
Absolutely. So firstly, let's just talk about dating apps first. Why have dating apps come to being? It's convenience, right? Earlier, you know, there were communities. We never had nuclear families and all, right? So there were communities and they helped us, you know, whenever somebody wanted to get introduced, that happened. So dating apps have come and it's just form of convenience. I mean, you have 10 minutes convenience right now to get anything delivered, right? So I will come to protecting, but I think it's very important, and what I am building or what I have is a community of singles 28 and above, financially independent, professionally qualified. But however, when it comes to dating, they are in such a hurry, right? So I think it's very important to reflect what you want. And you know, if you are someone who is traveling alone, managing your home alone, but somehow when it comes to finding a partner or dating, you succumb to scams.
Yeah.
Right? You're just looking for, I don't know, that's where your common sense doesn't work. So that's a personality issue. What we do is we make sure that the information they have shared about themselves, which has got to do with their age, their name, and their profession, is true. How they are as people, we cannot, I think nobody can, I mean, like tomorrow, if I introduce you to someone, so that's a personality thing. Right? So that's not on the dating apps.
Absolutely. No, that makes sense. But on that note, I want to bring Tripti ji into the conversation, because like I said, a very interesting perspective of someone who's leading or has created a community, a matrimonial community from, you know, in a way that's been happening for ages now. Dating apps is something new, but in a way, Gut Jod or the work that you do is also somewhere matchmaking, and of course, you know, it's just dating apps is the modern way of us looking at it, but there have been people who've been bringing families together and have been taking, of course, unions forward. I just want to understand from your perspective, how does a concept like Gut Jod fit into the modern world?
See, I think I'm the odd one out here who strongly believe in institution of marriage when it comes to arranged marriages. So I won't call it arranged marriage, I will call it preordained marriage, where someone is destined to get introduced to someone and get married. I won't comment on dating app because it's a personal choice, but coming back to the community like Gut Jod, we still strongly believe in the old way or old method of getting to meet families, bringing two families together, because we still strongly believe it is not about getting two people coming together, it is more about bringing two families and two association for life together. So when we talk about Gut Jod, there is a lot of work which we do where Shalini said that you have to get the background check. So we work on that because it's very important to say less is more. Because when we talk about dating app, you get to see so many profiles, you get to meet so many people, but when we talk about Gut Jod, we deal with selected profiles and we work one-on-one basis, which gives so much of importance to every profile, and how we take it further, it's important.
But Tripti ji, I'd also like to understand, has there been any case where perhaps the parents have approached you, but either of the kids, or it could be a boy or a girl, and they've come up and said that I'm actually already, you know, seeing someone, but I can't really tell my parents about it because they want me to get married within the community. Has that ever happened, and how would you deal with such a situation?
Not about seeing someone, but yes, there were times when a parent asked me that we are sending our child to meet you. Please make them understand this is the right age to get married. And when I meet these kids, I say, please study, please start working, because being financially independent is more important than getting into a relationship if you're not ready. You know, because being financially independent is very, very important these days.
Okay, I want to then circle back to just society at large and looking at it from a perspective of marriage. Shalini ji, I'll begin with you. It's the same question for everyone. Do you feel that somewhere a slight erosion of the concept of marriage, or differentiations in ideas of relationship has also resulted in some of the other problems that we see, which both Deepika and Yogita deal with on a daily basis, as far as my relationship with my partner is concerned, or just understanding relationships overall is concerned. Do you feel that an erosion of the institution of marriage has somewhere perhaps led to these problems? Or do you feel that they're not really, they're unrelated?
So I'm going to give you two answers for this. So on Anvi Met, 99% of our singles want to marry. Okay, that's what they're looking as their committed relationship, 99%. And second, I think the institution of love and relationship is still there. But what I feel is that, you know, bad news travels fast. I mean, you're a news channel. Sensational news travels faster, right? So I think 80% of people are, or I would say even actually 90% people are very happy and content in their relationships. 10% are not, and they are the one who talk about it. And so obviously, you know, that floats. That's what I see where committed relationships are concerned.
Okay, so
yeah,
in your understanding,
in my
most
understanding.
young people today actually do want to get married. They're not simply looking for flings.
Oh, so at 28 and above, so we call ourselves, you know, a community for, you know, individuals looking for a committed relationships.
Right.
So if they know that it's too boring otherwise in our community for them.
Okay, all right. Deepika, your perspective on that as well. Just from your analysis over the years of the work you've done, what do you feel are the factors today that are resulting in the sort of cases you're dealing with, where one of the others is misusing the trust that is placed, right, in terms of a relationship?
Unfortunately or fortunately, I don't know, but that's my work. So we deal with separations, divorces, very bitter and very ugly battles every single day. In my personal understanding, I think the fabric of institution of marriage has changed already and is permanently changing. One of the reasons for that, I think largely is a lot of Western influence. I'm not saying it is bad, it is good, anything. I'm just saying that it indeed is the reason for a lot of our perceptions about relationships and marriage changing. What I see is a major conflict in the minds of people is the traditional roles and responsibilities that were put upon both the man and the woman in the institution of marriage vis-a-vis how people want to lead their life today. A lot of the disputes or the ugliness that we see coming into the marriages are for very simple reasons, very simple reasons. These are made big in the court of law. These are made big by the advocates when you get into the allegations or things like that. But the points of conflict, and I'm not discarding the fact that there is a lot of domestic violence that happens even today, but largely what we see is the reason of conflict may be very small. I don't want to, the woman would say, I don't want to live in a joint family. I do not want to live with your parents. The guy says, I'm the single guy. I did not think that I would have to leave my parents.
Yeah.
Or probably the woman would not be okay with certain habits that the man has, or the man would not be okay with certain habits that the woman has, and they will snap away like this, you know. So I think the patience level is down phenomenally. People do not want to make a lot of efforts, and something which is a little bad but is happening also is that both the sides of the parents are also like, मेरा बेटा बिल्कुल सही है, मेरी बेटी बिल्कुल सही है.
Right.
You know, so the larger thing is a lot of selfishness and not really wanting to make it work, and that leads to conflict. And then, of course, there is misuse of law, which is absolutely another side of the story. There are so many laws. Our courts do not want people to come into the courts for litigation, or when they come for litigation, they say, you know, oh, it is a small dispute, don't make it a matter of domestic violence. But the fact is, you have given just so many laws. So when you have so many laws, then even if you do not want, you know that there is a
provision, so you will go for it.
Okay,
that's
I have a couple of minutes
Litigation
left.
is a big factor for people losing faith in the institution of marriage.
Okay.
And when men say that, you know, we are not going to get married because, you know, women are misusing laws, I also say men have been doing it for a very long time. If that was the reason for somebody to completely do away with the institution of marriage, then women would have done it. But let's accept it, women and men both are going on that path where they want to be independent, living freely, single, sort of losing the faith and trust in marriage.
Right, I have a last couple of minutes left. Yogita, I want to understand the flip side of that from you as well. In terms of the cases that come to you, what you read or what you understand of society, have families really changed in how they're dealing with girls?
Yes, initially, like if I say 40% of the women, they go through domestic violence. Let's accept that. I'm underrating it. So 40%, they are going through it, and now because they are financially independent, they don't have to live with that violence anymore. So they know they can walk out. They have the money to kind of walk out, and we have shown in recent movies also, like. So it's a good thing in a way, you're not trapped into something, you're not taking it just because you're not financially independent, and that is the thing. And also now more and more parents are supporting the daughters, and they are saying, okay, if you don't, it should not be like a relationship where you're suffering for years. It's okay to walk out and be happy. I had a case where this girl committed suicide, or she was murdered, whatever, it's still in the court. So the parents are reaching out to me and they are saying, get them arrested. So boy was already arrested, and he was telling me, like the father was telling me, get the in-laws also arrested because, they were also influencing him. So I said, so what were the signs and symptoms? Your daughter must have given it to you, that she's suffering. Yes, how many times she used to say that she's been beaten up and she doesn't want to stay there. I said, what used to be your reaction? They used to say, then, no, compromise, आपकी अर्थी उठनी चाहिए. The statement, आपकी यहाँ से डोली उठी है, तो आपकी अब अर्थी उठेगी. तो अर्थी उठ गई. So मैंने कहा, तो first thing, I want to send you to jail. You deserve to be in jail. Your daughter was telling you again and again she's suffering. You are responsible. So if you want me to send in-laws to jail, I think you are the first one to go to jail. So what I'm trying to say that you need to instill that thing. If you want marriage to work, you need to have a counseling session before marriage. That is missing in our country or anywhere in the world for that matter. But we need to prepare our women also, girls also, and men also to, that you're getting into it. If you don't, it doesn't work out, it's fine. You come back to us. This is your house. You're not just abandoned, ki chali gayi to bas wapas nahi aana. So these are the many factors, social factors, they should protect the women. Otherwise, things are changing. Yeah.
Interesting, very interesting perspective.
I just want to very quickly add there, what Yogita said just makes so much of sense. So much of suffering and pain that people are going through in the courts for no reason whatsoever, but for being misguided. Both men and women can be resolved in such a larger way if the government actually thinks about doing marriage counseling as a, probably pro bono service. A lot of, there is a difference between crime and, incompatibility or any other reason. Unfortunately, a lot of cases are clogging up the system, courts, police stations when they should not have. If people were counseled much before, kuch zarurat bhi nahi padti. Unfortunately, we have come to a point where our women police stations are also completely full of cases. They have also become immune. Let me be very honest, I fight for men, but they have become immune to problems of women as well.
Okay.
So, unse handle hi nahi ho raha hai, dono sides,
okay.
so they are just like,
go to the court. All right, I'll leave the last word with Tripti ji. Yes.
So I'll just add on, also because kids sometimes feel that there is not an open communication channel where they can share what they feel, be it with their parents or their in-laws. So it's very important, be it boy or a girl, they need to communicate and come on the same table that we are feeling, we are going through. And it's not like if you're getting married, be it love marriage or arranged marriage, it's not like you'll getting married and you'll adjust in one day. It takes time. It takes time to adjust. So communication is very important in any sort of relationship.
I think this has become, we are in an era of instant gratification.
Yes.
And, like you call mama's boy, the girl is called daddy's princess. But they forget that mama and daddy, are now 50 or 60 or 70 and have achieved whatever they have to. And we need to achieve. I think that's what's also happening.
Well, that's a interesting food for thought note for us to wrap up this very, very special session on. I thank once again all of our panelists for joining us today. We had Deepika Narayan Bhardwaj, Shalini Singh, Tripti Rathore, and Yogita Bhayana explaining to us the new rules of engagement.
Absolutely.
Uday,
Thank you
over
very
to
much. I'll just request you all to just stay back as we present to you this token of appreciation. Tripti Singh, Shalini Singh, Deepika Bhardwaj, and Yogita, I thank you all for joining us. Also thanks to Devika who moderated this session. And now we are moving swiftly forward to the next session. आजकल कहते हैं ना, social media का ज़माना है, जैसे मैंने पहले कहा, और मैं आपको 3 उदाहरण देता हूँ. ये 3 उदाहरण हैं कि आज के जो 4 मेहमान इस अगले पैनल में हैं, उनके बारे में दिल्ली मुख्यमंत्री चर्चा कर चुकी हैं. दिल्ली मुख्यमंत्री ने कहा एक को, I love your content. दूसरा, एक बाहर स्टूडेंट थे, उन्होंने कहा कैन आई हैव सेल्फी विद वन ऑफ देम आउटसाइड. आई सेड एब्सोल्युटली. तीसरा, एक अभी वीडियो जर्नलिस्ट सहयोगी ने मुझे कहा कि अरे इनका तो कंटेंट मैं बहुत देखता हूं और पसंद करता हूं. सो इट इज ट्रूली a world of course influencers and social media content creators, and that is our next session on successful women creators. Also the session is titled Living Life Through Filters, and joining us for this next very special session, and I'll request you to welcome them with a loud round of applause. Josh high rakhe. How's the Josh? High? Not high? Good. Happy to hear that. Thank you, Major Shah. Okay, let's have the panelists on stage. Megha Sukhija, content creators with us live. Thank you for being with us. Saloni Gaur, content creators also joining us live. We also have Jaspreet Kaur Diora, content creator also with us live. And Kanika Devrani, content creators also joining us live. Thank you all very much for being with us today. और ये session का संचालन करेंगी Asavri Jindal. She's of course our anchor on NewsX, our senior anchor on NewsX. Welcome Asavri, and the floor is yours for this next very, very special session.
Thank you so much, Uday. Finally, a young panel over here, and I'm going to ask the hot question that looms in everyone's mind. Is content creation empowering? Does it legitimately empower women? Is it something that gives you respect, financial, stability? Saloni, I'll start with you.
It definitely gives you respect once you start earning money. As like Atishi ma'am was also saying, कि अगर एक औरत के हाथ में पैसा आता है तभी वो इंडिपेंडेंट बन पाती है, वरना वो अपनी लाइफ के शुरुआत से लेकर एंड तक किसी ना किसी पर डिपेंडेंट रह जाती है. तो obviously once you have money in your hand, people start respecting you. And I also feel like this is one of the only professions where a woman feels safe, at least at her home maybe. Not online. I think online तो उतना ही hate मिल रहा है, वहाँ पर भी इतने threats मिल जाते हैं. तो safety की तो यहाँ पर भी issue है, but yeah, definitely there is money involved and you get the respect that you should have.
Right, absolutely. Megha, another question for you. Is content creation now officially a career? Is that how people are looking at it right now?
I mean, as far as you are earning money out of it, you are creating a living out of it, it should be a career, and it is at least a career for me because I am earning throughout of it. So I think, yeah, definitely yes.
Absolutely. Let's take this conversation forward with Kanika now. Kanika, of course, content creators feel that it's a career. You guys are financially stable. You guys feel like you're getting respect. But what about the people around? Do you think they've convinced themselves to social media and content creation then being a profession?
Yeah, actually content creation is a profession. But I'll say that कि इसमें luck भी बहुत बड़ा part play करता है. And as a audience कई बार काफ़ी ज़्यादा influence हो जाती है हमारी life देख के कि they are so happy जो हम उनको दिखाते हैं. Actually I'm a lifestyle vlogger and I live alone in Delhi from past 4 years. And then some women get छोटे बच्चे जिनका अभी college होने वाला होगा शुरू, and they get motivated from me that कि how you live alone in Noida, and how do you manage all the things, and they get motivated. But there are some people who think that my life is very happening and fake perception वो अपने mind में carry कर लेते हैं. And yeah, that's it.
All right, I'll take this conversation forward with Jaspreet. Jaspreet, a lot of people believe that there are two people. One is the person creating content and the other person who's authentic. How do you keep your content real?
The
person, sorry?
How do you keep your content real?
How you keep your content?
Real, authentic. Yeah, you.
मेरी lipstick लग गई है mic पे. Hi guys, thank you for having me here. It's my pleasure. And काफ़ी बड़े बड़े बंदे बैठे ने इत्थे ते साਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ मेरी बेनती है कि सुन लो की कह रहे ने अगले टाइम कट के आए हैं. Also मैनू मैम ने क्वेश्चन किया है, मैंने थोड़ी डील विद माई पंजाबी राइट. मैम इज आस्किंग के रील और रियल में क्या फ़र्क है ना, कैसे उसको हम डिफरेंशिएट करके चलते हैं. बहुत कॉम्प्लेक्स है, लिटरली डिफरेंशिएट तो कर ही नहीं पाते, क्योंकि जो हम ऑब्जर्व कर रहे हैं राइट नाउ, व्हाट आई एम ऑब्जर्विंग, मे बी कल का मेरा कंटेंट है वो, तो ये रियल हो गया और वो रील हो गया. बट अगेन जब मैं उस रील को लिख रही होंगी तो उसको एग्जैजरेट करूंगी, क्योंकि मे बी वो इंसिडेंट यहाँ पे नहीं हुए होंगे जो मैंने उसमें डाल दिए होंगे. वो रूड भी हो सकता है, वो अग्रेसिव भी हो सकता है, वो पॉलिशिंग भी हो सकता है, बट वो एक रील निकल के आएगी जो लोगों को एंटरटेनिंग लगेगी. बट दैट इज नॉट द रियल साइड ऑफ कोर्स. तो देयर इज अ डिफरेंस बिटवीन रील एंड रियल, but we extract real from the real.
That's a very intelligent answer there. Saloni, I want to understand from you, of course, we've just touched upon the challenges. What are the challenges that you faced when you started off with content?
I definitely had a few challenges, but I don't know, maybe आपको सिर्फ एक फ़ोन ही चाहिए होता है. मैं तो तब भी यही बोलती थी, मुझसे तब पूछते थे लोग कि आपने क्या क्या प्रॉब्लम्स फेस की क्या. मेरा अपना मानना ये है कि लाइफ को इतना कॉम्प्लिकेटेड करके चलना नहीं चाहिए. मेरे पास रिसोर्सेज कम थी, बट हाँ दैट वाज माय रियलिटी. अब उसके साथ आप ये तो नहीं कंप्लेंट्स करना शुरू कर दोगे कि नहीं मेरे पास अच्छा वाला फ़ोन नहीं है तो मैं वीडियो नहीं बना सकती. आई स्टार्टेड विद वॉट आई हैड एट दैट पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम एंड इट डिडंट बॉदर मी एट ऑल. तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि इस चीज़ में आप कुछ ऐसे चैलेंजेस फेस कर सकते हो, क्योंकि मैंने जब शुरू किया तो एक फ़ोन लिया, एक कॉपी ली, एक पेन लिया और मैंने वीडियोस बनाई और वो चल गई. ऐसा नहीं, मैं अगर किसी की वीडियोस नहीं चल रही हैं या कोई कह रहा है कि मुझे ये चीज़ शुरू करनी है बट यार मेरे पास ट्राइपॉड नहीं है, ये नहीं है, मैं तो हाथ में फ़ोन पकड़ के बनाती थी. तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि इस फील्ड में उतने चैलेंजेस हैं. इसीलिए मुझे एक इकलौता यही फील्ड ऐसा लगता है कि ये बहुत ज़्यादा इंक्लूसिव है, कि इसमें आपको इतनी चीज़ों की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगी, आपको इतनी रिसोर्सेज नहीं चाहिए, आपको इतना मैन पावर नहीं चाहिए कि अरे कोई मेरी वीडियो शूट कर दे, कोई मेरे लिए माइक पकड़ ले. ज़रूरत ही नहीं है. आप एक वन वुमन आर्मी होकर भी कुछ भी कर सकते हो इस फील्ड में.
Right, after producing thousands of videos and putting it on social media, what are the three, big advices that you would like to give to the future content creators?
Do not enter into this profession just because you have seen someone get a million views. आपको लगता है कि आप ये कर सकते हो तभी करो, इस चीज़ के चाम में आकर मत करो. मतलब जब मैंने शुरू किया था मैंने ये सोच कर नहीं किया था कि एक दिन मेरे इतने फॉलोअर्स होंगे या एक दिन मैं किसी को जैसे आज यहाँ अवार्ड लेने बैठे हैं इस चीज़ के लिए करूँगी. मुझे बस मन किया कि हाँ मेरे दिमाग में बहुत थॉट्स आते हैं और आई थिंक मेरे दोस्त इस चीज़ को सुनकर हंसते हैं तो आई शुड जस्ट स्टार्ट. लेकिन आजकल जो है, क्योंकि आप अपने आसपास इतने लोगों को देखते हो कि सब लोग वीडियोस क्रिएट कर रहे हैं, आप देखते हो कि अच्छा इसको सक्सेस मिल गई, तो लोग अपने वेल स्टैब्लिश्ड करियर्स को भी छोड़ देते हैं. तो जो एक ये चीज़ चल रही है कि नहीं 9 to 5 इज़ नॉट गुड, ये तो आपको छोड़ ही देना चाहिए, सब लोग एक ही चीज़ में थोड़े ना आ जाएंगे. अगर आप एकदम अपने लिए श्योर हो तभी आप इस फील्ड में एंटर करो. मैं तो किसी को ये एडवाइस नहीं देती हूँ कि अरे 9 to 5 बेकार है, आप ये छोड़ दो, एकदम अपने लिए कुछ करो. आप वो भी अपने लिए ही कर रहे हो. तो हाँ, अगर किसी को आना है तो बिल्कुल एकदम कराए, क्योंकि इस फील्ड के भी अपने इस टाइप के चैलेंजेस आ जाते हैं कि आपको राइटर्स ब्लॉक हो गया, आपको मेंटल ब्लॉक कुछ हो गया कि नहीं आ पा रहा है कोई आइडिया, तो लोग इसमें भी बहुत प्रेशर्ड फील करते हैं कि अब और क्या नया बनाए. तो हो सकता है किसी के लिए ये फील्ड भी उतना ही एक्सपीरियंस खराब देने वाला हो जाए. तो अगर आपको लगता है कि आप कर सकते हैं ये चैलेंजेस फेस, तो डेफिनेटली एंटर.
So each to his own is
definitely.
the advice for the young content creators. Megha, the preconceived notion has been कि या तो आप engineer बनोगे या तो आप doctor. You four have of course broken that norm over there with your success and your content. Were your parents, were they supportive or did it take a little bit of time for them to adapt to your career choices?
इस फील्ड में एंटर करने से पहले मेरे घर वालों का था कि आपको इंजीनियर बनना ही है.
अच्छा,
तो
that
आई
was
एम
it.
एन इंजीनियर, आई एम एन आर्किटेक्ट. बट माई पेरेंट्स हैज़ बीन सपोर्टिव टू मी थ्रू आउट, और उन्होंने कभी भी मुझे ये नहीं बोला कि वीडियो नहीं डालना है या फिर कुछ करना नहीं है. दे वर वेरी सपोर्टिव, आई गेस राइट फ्रॉम व्हेन आई वाज इन माय फर्स्ट ईयर ऑफ कॉलेज. तभी से मैंने अपना कंटेंट क्रिएशन भी मेन स्टार्ट किया था, और मेरा आर्किटेक्चर का 5 ईयर जर्नी भी तभी से स्टार्ट हुआ था. तो दोनों चीज़ें हैंड इन हैंड चल रहे थे. और एक चीज़ जो मैंने अपने पेरेंट्स को बोली थी कि मैं शायद आर्किटेक्ट तो बन जाऊंगी, लेकिन आर्किटेक्ट बन के काम नहीं करूंगी, मैं काम शायद कंटेंट क्रिएशन में ही करूंगी. तो उसके लिए भी मेरे पेरेंट्स को कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं थी. और आज मैं आर्किटेक्ट भी हूँ, बट मैं फ्रीलांसिंग भी करती हूँ. ऐसा नहीं है कि मैं कहीं जॉब कर रही हूँ या फिर कुछ, और इस चीज़ से मेरे घर वालों को कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है.
Well, that's good to hear. Your 3 key takeaways of being in this industry. Your advice to the new generation of content creators.
आई थिंक इफ़ यू आर इनटू कंटेंट क्रिएशन, और अगर आपने सोच ही लिया है कि आपको कंटेंट क्रिएटर बनना है, तो यू जस्ट हैव टू बी रियल. कभी भी किसी और को देख के कुछ करने का कोशिश नहीं करना चाहिए. पहली बात तो अगर आपको कोई कंटेंट बनाना है तो बी रियल, जैसा भी आपको लगता है जो आपको बनाना है वो बनाओ. एंड बाकी जो सब चलता आ रहा है, क्वालिटी कंटेंट, ये सब चीज़ें तो हैं ही जो आपको पोस्ट करना चाहिए.
Right, absolutely. Kanika, I'm going to ask you a similar question over there. I'm sure there must be people around you who must have said, what is she doing? Why has she started this? Where is this going to go? I'm sure you must have been bombarded with those questions. How did you deal with that?
एक्चुअली सच बताऊँ तो मेरे साथ मेरे अराउंड सारे सपोर्टिव लोग थे, इवन माई फैमिली, माई रिलेटिव्स ऑल्सो. और जब मैंने वीडियो व्लॉग्स बनाना स्टार्ट करा था तो तब लाइक 100 to 100 व्यूज़ आते थे. देन ऑल्सो माई फैमिली यूज टू वॉच इट एंड दे यूज टू मोटिवेट मी कि दैट अच्छा कर रही है, अच्छा करते रहे, ऐसे करते रहे. एंड देन धीरे धीरे करके अभी तो वो सब बहुत खुश हैं. तो मैंने तो ऐसा कोई चैलेंज फेस नहीं करा अपनी फैमिली से, रिलेटिव से या फ्रेंड से. सो
Okay, but it's good to know that people are open to the idea of content creation being a full-time job. Jaspreet, I'm going to take this conversation forward with you. You know, if you could also give us a small anecdote on the most stressful moments in you know, being in this industry, whether that's internet bullies or producing content. There's this thing that, you know, when you become famous, people just want more and more content. Sometimes that creative flair does not come. So how do you deal with that stress?
Sometimes ऐसा होता है कि हमने किसी और पर्सपेक्टिव से चीज़ें बोली होती हैं और रिप्रेजेंट की होती हैं, और वो किसी और मैसेज की तरफ डाइवर्ट हो जाता है. तो दैट टाइम क्रिटिसिज्म्स, क्रिटिक्स और ये जो आप नेगेटिव हेटर्स के कमेंट्स, दैट कम्स इनटू पिक्चर, है ना. तो दैट इज ऑल योर कॉल कि आप उसको किस तरीके से लेते हो. समटाइम्स पीपल टेक वीडियो डाउन, या फिर कमेंट्स ऑफ कर देते हैं, या फिर कुछ भी उसका एक रिप्लाई स्टोरी में डाल देते हैं. बट मेरे केस में आई डोंट गिव अ शिट. मैं नहीं देखती कि कौन है, क्या बोल रहा है. मेरे को काम देने से मतलब है. अगर मैंने आज का अपना रिस्पॉन्सिबली काम किया है, वीडियो डाला है, लोग एंटरटेन हुए हैं, आई एम हैप्पी. नेक्स्ट डे द साइकिल रीबिगिन्स. तो इस तरीके से मेरा चलता है. एंड व्हाट इज स्ट्रेसफुल इज एक्चुअली गिविंग द क्वालिटी कंटेंट. जब ब्रांड कोलैब्स या कैंपेन वगैरह आए होते हैं, उनमें क्या होता है कि हमें कल से बेटर करना होता है. Brand will come when you will give engagement on those videos. तो that is stressful. वो उसमें कई बार चीजें चली जाती हैं कि हाँ ये डालें, वो करें, तो उसमें एक competition आ जाता है खुद के साथ.
You know, it's interesting you've spoken about collaborations. What is the thought process behind choosing a brand, being involved with them?
See, if your content is quality, audience is cream, then definitely आपके ब्रांड्स भी टॉप नॉच होने चाहिए उस हिसाब से. सो डिपेंड्स कि आप किस तरीके का क्वालिटी कंटेंट डिलीवर कर रहे हो. एंड अगेन ब्रांड्स भी वैसे ही आगे से पॉपअप होते हैं, तो इट गोज पैरेलल विद योर कंटेंट.
All right, okay, Saloni, taking that conversation forward with you, what has been the most stressful moment in this industry, and how have you in fact dealt with the bullies on social media who are usually anonymous?
इट वुड बी रॉन्ग इफ़ आई से कि मैं कभी इस चीज़ से बॉदर नहीं हुई. स्टार्टिंग में तो मुझे काफ़ी ज़्यादा ट्रोल किया जाता था व्हेन आई यूज्ड टू डू पॉलिटिकल सटायर एंड ऑल। तो तब तो मतलब लेफ्ट राइट एंड सेंटर हर तरफ से आपको गालियाँ पड़ रही होती थी कि आपको इस पार्टी ने पैसे दिए, आपको इसने पैसा दिया है, ये हुआ है, और आप सिर्फ घर बैठ के रिग्रेट कर रहे हो कि यार गालियाँ भी खा रहे हैं और पैसे तो किसी ने नहीं दिए, तो इससे तो मिल ही जाने चाहिए थे। तो स्टार्टिंग में कुछ टाइम मुझे ऐसा लगा कि क्या, जैसे अभी इन्होंने बोला कि मैं कमेंट्स ऑफ कर लूँ या वीडियो हटा दूँ, बट फिर आप एक पॉइंट पर थोड़े सेल्फिश होकर ये सोच लेते हो कि वो गाली भी दे रहे हैं तो आपके वीडियो पर तो एंगेजमेंट आ रही है ना, और 4 लोग देख रहे हैं, उन 4 में से शायद 3 को समझ आ जाएगा कि ये किस पर्सपेक्टिव से बोल रही है। तो स्टार्टिंग में होता था मुझे बॉदर थोड़ा, लेकिन अब वही हम थोड़ा चिकना घड़ा टाइप हो चुके कि आप बोलो क्या बोलना है, हमें जो बोलना है हम वो बोलेंगे।
Let the haters hate.
हाँ, अब बॉदर नहीं करता। अब आई थिंक प्रेज करने वाले लोग ज्यादा होते हैं कमेंट्स में, तो वो कमेंट्स दिखते ही नहीं है जहाँ आपको गालियाँ पड़ रही हैं।
Megha, your comments on that front? Do you just ignore the bullies, or how do you deal with it?
I think there are 2 ways to, tackle the situation. First is ignore as much as you can. Another would be go to your settings, and there is a feature called hide comments which hold specific words. तो मैंने तो खूब सारे words का list बना रखा है और लोग वो words comment कर ही नहीं सकते हैं, तो आधी चीज़ें तो वहीं से filter out हो जाती हैं, और उसके बाद मैं नहीं देखती हूँ इतना comments वगैरह जो लोग कर रहे होते हैं। Again, engagement आ रही है तो चल रहा है।
Kanika, quick question for you. Top 3 content creators. Who do you watch the most?
I watch a lot of them, but ऐसे दिमाग में आई अभी।
Okay, we'll ask the rest. Megha, what about you?
I think Kusha Kapila, Purav Jha, and third one, I think that should be the first one. That is me. मैं अपना content बहुत rewatch करती हूँ, बहुत ज़्यादा।
Self-obsession is fine. I support that. Saloni, what about you? Top 3.
डेफिनेटली पूरब, अभी तो उसका गेम अलग ही लीग पर जा चुका है। वो जितनी मेहनत करके अपनी वीडियोस बना रहे हैं, हम तो उसका 1/10 भी नहीं कर रहे हैं मुझे लगता है, तो डेफिनेटली हिम। और मुझे पर्सनली, मैं बनाती कॉमेडी वीडियोस हूँ, बट मैं कॉमेडी वीडियोस देखना उतना पसंद नहीं करती। मुझे कुकिंग से बहुत ज़्यादा प्यार है, तो मैं रूटेड इन स्पाइस करके एक है, उनकी वीडियोस देखती हूँ, और एक कार्मन इन द गार्डन। मतलब
all the foodies take notes over here. Jaspreet, what about you?
आई थिंक बहुत अनफेयर हो जाएगा अगर मैं कुछ टॉप 3 में नाम ले लूँगी। देर आर लॉट ऑफ क्रिएटर्स जो 6, 7, 8, 10 साल से काम कर रहे हैं और वो किसी हाइट पे पहुँचे हैं, और मैं उनको नाम दे दूँ ये 1, 2, 3 फॉर मी, नो। सबकी अपनी जर्नी है, सबकी अपनी ऑडियंस है, और सब अपनी जगह बहुत अच्छा कर रहे हैं। मतलब आई रियली लर्न बहुत कुछ बहुत सारे क्रिएटर्स से, तो कोई भी एक क्रिएटर पिक करना मेरे लिए बहुत औखा है। एंड यस, सीखना है तो डेफिनेटली अपनी वीडियोस देखो कि कहाँ तुम लैग कर रहे हो। तो आई वॉच अ लॉट ऑफ वीडियोस ऑफ जसप्रीत देवरा।
Okay, I'm going to take quick
जसप्रीत देवरा।
Okay.
वीडियोस देख दिया मैं ज़्यादा।
I'm going to take quick responses from all of you. What is that one message that you want to put out to the future content creators? Starting with you, Kanika.
So, अगर आपको इंटरेस्ट है इस फील्ड में तो आप लोग स्टार्ट करो। इवन इफ़ यू आर डूइंग जॉब और कॉलेज और स्टडिंग, है ना, टाइम नहीं है फिर भी टाइम निकालो, धीरे धीरे करके स्टार्ट करो, क्योंकि बाद में ऐसा लगता है कि काश हम उस टाइम पे स्टार्ट कर लिया होता हमने, तो आज हम यहाँ पे पहुँचे होते। तो इसलिए इफ़ यू हैव, मतलब टाइम निकालो उस चीज़ के लिए अगर आपको इंटरेस्ट है उस चीज़ में। एंड या दैट्स इट।
मेघा,
आई थिंक किसी से कभी भी डरने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। अगर आप कहीं जॉब पे जा रहे हो और अगर आप वहाँ पे भी डर रहे हो, और उसके बाद अगर आप सोशल मीडिया पे कंटेंट बना रहे हो, यहाँ भी ट्रॉल्स और बुली से डर रहे हो और सोचते हो कि नहीं मैं तो कंटेंट नहीं बनाऊंगी, मेरे को तो ऐसा ऐसा इसने बोला, तो आप ही शायद फिर फूल लगोगे इसमें। तो किसी से भी कभी भी डरने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। 5 उंगलियाँ बराबर नहीं होती है। हेट लव दोनों चीज़ें हैंड इन हैंड मिलेगा ही आपको।
Saloni, quick thoughts, not just to the junior lot, but anyone and everyone can create content.
I think it would only be do not feel pressurized and just start with what you have.
I'll leave the last word to you, Jaspreet.
I think 5 मिनट देने शुरू करो अपने आप ਨੂੰ। Manifest around the things you want in your life. कोई फ्लो बनाओ, स्टॉक रेडी करो, बस अपने साथ रहना सीखो थोड़ी देर ना, तो definitely things will work out.
All right, thank you so much. So this is, of course, Megha Sakhija, Saloni Gaur, Jaspreet Kaur Diora, and Kanika Devrani, who shared their thoughts on content creation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I request you all to just stay back on stage for a quick token of appreciation that we would like to give you today from our hygiene partner. And thank you once again, all of you, for coming. And congratulations on your awards as well. Could we have a loud round of applause for our content creators who joined us for the Living Life Through Filters panel. And now it's time, well, it's almost lunchtime. So it's time to talk about nutrition, fitness, preventive medicine, and diet habits. Yes, that's our next panel with three very special guests. Joining us now for our next special session is Esha Gupta, nutritionist, author, and columnist. We have with us also Dr. Anjali Huda, live with us, MBBS, MD, internal medicine. She's, of course, a specialist in internal medicine and preventive medicine. And we have with us also very well-known celebrity chef and author Gunjan Goyla. Could we please have three of you on stage? Welcome. Thank you so much for being with us today. Esha Gupta, Dr. Anjali Huda, and Gunjan Goyla. And as I was just telling Dr. Anjali now, apart from MBBS and MD, we will add actor also to her designation, since she, of course, was seen not too long back in Swatantra Veer Savarkar, of course. Okay, this session will be moderated by Devika Chopra, news editor of NewsX. Devika, over to you for this next panel.
I would say tougher ones, because all of us in our life really do battle this one thing, which is, of course, nutrition and, you know, looking fit and feeling good. So hopefully we're going to learn something out of this session that we didn't know about before. I have Ishiji with me. She's helped me a lot. I'm a cancer survivor myself, and during my cancer treatment, ma'am really helped me out with sending out a perfect diet plan, which really helped me bounce back to life as you see me today. So, of course, I understand personally the value of nutrition, the value of a good diet. So I'm going to begin, of course, by asking you, ma'am, every day we're flooded with information today on the internet. There are so many people who claim to be nutritionists or dietitians who've done something that may have worked for them, and then they share that information out. I want to understand from you, what are perhaps the top diet fads today, which you would like to use our platform to bust?
Well, first of all, thank you, NewsX, for having me, and lovely to have you here, Devika,
Yes.
on this panel with me,
Likewise.
with our history in the back. And it's lovely to see you glowing and doing so well.
Thank you,
Touch
ma'am.
wood. And to answer your question, really, as a practicing clinical nutritionist, as a you know, just like an observer, I feel that nutrition has sort of failed us. The more we are getting aware, the more intelligent we are getting about food with a nutrition perspective, we have created too much of a mess. And the reason being that we have looked at food only with a telescopic angle. You know, we're just breaking down food into nutrients, proteins, carbohydrates, fats, calories, so on and so forth. And it's getting much more complex, and this information being shared with the public has made it even more lopsided, because it's difficult to teach a community science which is to be understood by the professionals. So I think this is one of the very strong sentiments that I've been voicing of late, simply because you know, the fads, like you said, today protein has become a very big issue, that everybody, even my colleagues, my medical professionals around me, are calling me and saying, I think we are not making enough protein, we're not eating enough. I think we need that powder. Should I take whey? Should I take soya? Should I take veg protein? What should I do? That's just an example of where things are headed and how things get so difficult to communicate to the public and to the professionals in healthcare. Give you examples of now cholesterol, fat-free diets. All of that we've done. You know, we've done low calorie, we've done low fat, we've done carbohydrate counting. We've done Atkins and South Beach. And today we are, I think the top ones are the ketos and the intermittent fasting. Those are the ones which are doing the rounds. And what does it really tell you? It tells you the need and the desperation for something which is not being achieved.
Okay.
You know, we are not heading anywhere with diets. So we need to relook and rethink of food and food as food, because the number one reason to eat food is, besides our hunger, is pleasure.
Right.
We cannot just become so oblivious of food, and I think Gunjan being here would understand as a culinary expert that unless the food tastes well, it's not going to, no matter how healthy it is, no matter how right it is in your calories and your proteins, it will not be successful. So we have much more deeper, we need to look at food much more deeply, but without trying to sound very abstract and philosophical. We have to look at food in food groups. You know, that is the easiest way to understand.
Right.
When we have cereals, we have pulses, we have our proteins in animal food, we have the vegetables and fruits, and we have the fats and the nuts and seeds and oils. And that's about all that is needed. And whether it's sugar or processed food, etc., everybody knows today that they are not the best for us. However, knowledge is not translating into action, because there are elements in processed foods, in sugars and some other foods which make it absolutely impossible to regulate for us. They are addictive.
Yes.
You know, so
yes.
We cannot, I mean, I know that this is not good for me, but I'm going to still have it because my brain is not. So the reason why this is happening is we have to look into the gut. You know, that whole narrative about the gut has become very, very well understood today. And
Yes.
who is controlling us is our gut microbiome.
So, Ishiji, on that note, I want to understand from you. For example, I'm a person who maybe craves a lot of sugar or craves a lot of salt. Is there a sign of some sort of a deficiency in my body, or is my body indicating something?
100%. 100%. When you are craving, that means there is some imbalance in your system, whether it's not having enough protein or not having enough fat or fiber, or not having a good balance of the good bacteria and the bad bacteria. We all have that microbiome, which is the little tiny organisms which we don't even see with the naked eye. They are only seen through a microscope. So they are so small, but they are really the ones which are controlling our hunger, are controlling our appetite and our eating behavior and our cravings. So when they are not happy, they are going to tell you to eat the wrong food, and your food intake, your regulation, amount of food is going to get altered. This morning I had a patient, and she is in her, just about her 50s. And she said, I can't understand that, because she's been on my diet for the last 1.5 months. And she said, I can't understand why I'm not able to eat beyond a point now. You know, I thought I could eat 2-3 meals, but now I had a chila in the morning and I went for a dosa, but I couldn't look at it. I only came back with coffee. So the regulation is kicking in.
Right.
So I see it every day. I see it with my patients and I see the science. So therefore, the narrative in terms of going on diets, this, that, and that has to change, and it has to be now what we call personalized diets.
Okay, I want to bring Dr. Anjali Huda into the conversation as well. Dr. Huda, as far as prevention is concerned, I want to first begin by understanding, are there any telltale signs or symptoms of disease within our bodies that one can look out for?
Yeah, in our daily lives, we can see this very commonly. The usual, especially in women, I see a lot of fatigue. There is a lot of hair fall, or there is heavy period, or they're feeling very cold, or they're having stomach upset. There is depression, there is anxiety, there is high amount of thirst. Sometimes there's a lot of urination, frequent UTIs. So these are the things that are very commonly I see in my practice, and also a lot of my people, that my friends and family that I'm talking to. Most of the people, and of course weight gain is also a very big problem with a woman who's, you know, sort of going through menopause. So these are the things that, you know, our body needs some addressing in that. So, yeah.
So how does a woman who's going through menopause, and you said that there will be certain physical signs of a weight gain, but then there'll also be mental changes that
Yes,
she's
there
suffering
will be
from.
mood changes,
So how does one identify that, okay, this is something that my body is reacting to, and how does one deal with that?
Yeah, so when you talk of women going through menopause, because this is, you know, a woman-oriented event, and I would like to put some things there, that a lot of women will go through aches and pains, mood changes, hair fall, hot flashes, vaginal dryness, osteoporosis, and these are things which are preventable. These are not something that you have to live with. There are a lot of people who don't have a bad menopause. They live very well, but you know, because of the way we live these days, there's so much toxins around in the environment. So we are not we're not living a life which is pure and, you know, like sleeping on time, eating well, exercising. I think because of that, menopause has become a very difficult, you know, a part of a woman's life, and a lot of things go wrong around that time. So when we talk about preventive health, I think we should focus on, when you are perimenopausal, I think one visit to your gynec is very important. Obviously doing the pap smear and the mammogram and everything, but also checking up your hormones, you know, a DEXA scan, which I think a lot of people don't do. And whenever they're like 60, 70, they'll say, oh, I've never checked my bone density. It should have been checked at 50. The first DEXA scan should be done at 50. So if you can just know that these are the things that you're going through, there is solution to it. There is solution through diet. You would know that. Dr. Esha Gupta would know that. There's solution through supplements. There's solution through lifestyle changes. And of course, there is hormone replacement also, which is now gaining a lot of momentum.
Okay, if I were to talk about specifically supplements, we're also living in a world where supplements have really become another key word. Everyone wants to insert some sort of supplement into their diets. And Gunjanji, I'll come to you in just a moment, but Ishi ma'am, back to you for just a second. As far as supplements are concerned, how does one today go about understanding what supplements do we actually need?
Yes, it's a multi-billion-dollar industry today, and for good reasons now. Because, but before I start, I'd just like to say that supplements are supplements by the word supplements. They are not substitutes for food. And secondly, that unless you focus on the gut, I'm talking again about the gut, that if you do not address gut health, your supplements are not going to serve you very well. It'll be like a bucket which has holes, that you keep filling it up, but you know, it's leaking. It's like your leaky gut. The leaky gut literally is virtually a leaky affair, and you are not, it's meant to absorb your nutrients, but when it's unhealthy, and again go back to the unhealthy balance of the microbiome, they are not going to be absorbed. So the minute you stop supplementing, they dip again. So supplements without addressing gut health is not very smart, so that's also important. And thirdly, because we're talking about women here, women are probably more vulnerable to deficiencies and micronutrient deficiencies, particularly since we have a life cycle with a lot of hormonal changes. First from the menstrual point of view, then we have pregnancy, then we have menopause. So those also adversely affect or negatively affect our gut microbiome, and hence we are more at risk for for deficiencies and needing supplements. And among the topmost supplements that I feel women need, of course, everyone understands iron deficiency in the reproductive age and pregnancy, but we see it even beyond that now. So that and vitamin B12 is one which is really again critically low in most of my patients, and here again I'd like to use this opportunity to bust a myth that, you know, people come back and say, oh, we are vegetarians, that's why hamara B12 to kam hoga. And I see a critically low levels in people, men and women, who eat non-veg 3 times a day. So it's not about non-vegetarian food, it's about what you're absorbing and how healthy your gut is.
Okay.
And so B12 and vitamin D, of course, we all understand is an epidemic in terms of deficiency. And a land where, again, we have no dearth of sunshine. And exposed people, professionals to sunshine, our soldiers, our golfers, our sports people are also critically low, because this vitamin is not just a vitamin, it's also a sort of a pro-hormone, and it helps in inflammation control. So the more inflammation in our body, the lower your vitamin D levels. So that's a very critical deficiency which we need to address through supplements.
Okay.
And I see that in my patients who follow my diet, who are on an anti-inflammatory diet, their vitamin D levels don't dip, even if they don't take supplements. So we see the science both ways. And if you don't follow a good diet, your levels will keep dipping every time you stop supplementing. And of course, calcium is one which all women are prescribed if they go to a professional. But I have to add here that simply adding calcium without magnesium is a fatal mistake.
Okay.
And magnesium deficiency, unfortunately, has not been addressed, and it's not recognized in mainstream healthcare. And also for the fact that even if you test for magnesium, it's not the right way of assessing magnesium levels. Yes. So magnesium deficiency goes unnoticed and unrecognized for this reason. And it should not be checked, because people then come back and say, oh, our magnesium was normal, so we didn't take it. We are all deficient in magnesium for two reasons. A, we are not absorbing it, and also our food is not as rich in magnesium. And so calcium and magnesium ratio needs to be understood and prescribed by a professional, and it must be a part of every woman's diet.
Yes.
And every prescription, and magnesium-rich foods must be
so coming to the diet part of it, Gunjanji, if I can bring you into the conversation, if I am a young woman, working woman, how do I chart out my day as far as my diet is concerned? What would you recommend?
She has given enough directions for that, I should say. I would firstly like a small request to everybody present. Please understand and listen to your body. Your body speaks 1,000 words. So when she said that, somebody is not low on magnesium, and actually they needed magnesium, the body will tell you, what is magnesium? Lack of magnesium means you're not sleeping well, if I'm correct. So avocado is the answer. Try and find out. You don't have to always take pills. That's what I would like to suggest. You can come to the natural food. Follow the season and follow what your body actually needs. Somebody said that, you want to eat sugar and you don't know why, but your body says you want to have something which is sweet. There is a reason. Have it. There is nothing wrong in having it. And just to share with you, what's wrong if you're a kilo plus or minus? It doesn't matter. You should be happy, your body should be happy, and you should try the food that gives you a pleasure. That's most important. Rather than, we follow that we're not going to eat fats. They're very, very important. Let me tell you, if you have a high protein diet and there is no fat, the gut is not going to absorb that protein. It's just going to pass through your gut. So fat is very, very important. A live example I'll give is when you have puri, we don't use a very fine, refined flour. We have a little coarse flour in it. And that coarse flour will only be digested if there is enough fat. And that is why a puri is made from a coarse flour and you're able to digest it. You feel more satiated. So there is a equation for every food that you eat. Why is it so? And the nature has made it. Let me tell you, just follow the Indian gastronomy principles and you'll find your answers. Of course, I can go on, I can keep on talking about it, but certain respect should be given to yourself, to your body, and your requirements.
Ma'am, top 3 foods that women can add to their diets or must add to their diets?
Come again?
Top 3 foods or nutrients that women must add to their diets, and what are the sources that are actually available to the masses?
Okay, I'll give a live example of milk. Everybody nowadays say, no, you shouldn't have milk, But you can have soya milk, you can have almond milk. Is that a milk? Those are extracts. Milk is from a mammal. Always remember that. And that's a complete milk. That's a complete food. And I tell everybody, please don't give up on milk. All right? If you have certain issues, you're gastric, try and have a little haldi with it. Try and have an ajwain. Balance your food. Now, balance is the key word. And season is the most important thing to have. Like as you said, the 3 important food, I would say milk is very important. Everyone should have, if not milk, you could have curd, you could have paneer. So you're breaking the fats in a different form, but you're having your calciums. The other thing, as you said, magnesium, yes, everybody is having a hectic lifestyle. So you don't get enough sleep. Try and have food which has maximum magnesium. It could be avocado. It could be any other seasonal food. The best thing I advise is follow the season. Unfortunately, ghia, tori, tinda we used to find in summers, but now it's round the year. So everybody gets confused, is this the season to eat these squashes or not? And then when do you eat cauliflower? When do you eat cabbage? It's the winters. And that is when the digestion demands for those kind of foods.
Okay.
You know, if you try and eat cauliflower in summer, you're sure to form a gas. So when I would not say that these 3 particular foods are most important. I say eat anything which is seasonal. Okay. Try and eating a mango in winter. You may not enjoy it as much. Yes. The taste buds won't be that to that, and the fruit will not be cooling to your gut. The fruit will not cool your body. It is meant to cool your body, and that is why it is made for summers. Try and having an orange juice in summer. You may not enjoy as much as you might enjoy an orange eating on a sunny day.
Absolutely.
So there is a reason, because vitamin C is absorbed by the body when you have enough vitamin D. And sun is nothing but vitamin D.
Yes.
So you have to make these combinations and permutations, and there is no fixed rule. Food is not a fixed thing. It is all about you, your personal preferences, your personal choices. And let me tell you, you can tell your children that why shouldn't they eat ghia, tori, tinda, parmal, bengan? Why an aversion to it? It's a part of a diet. And it's very much that it should be present.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, I'm guilty of being a ghia, tori, tinda hater, but I have incorporated it in my diet. Dr. Huda, I leave the last word with you. 30 seconds. Your top recommendations to women today in terms of lifestyle changes that you would want. Top 3 habits to introduce.
I think the most important habit is weightlifting. I think weightlifting can really change a woman's bone structure, give her good muscles and a lot of strength and mood, good mood. Second would be to take 8 hours of sleep, no matter what. No matter how you do it, take magnesium, take melatonin, just sleep for 8 hours. And third would be drink lots of water, because water can neutralize a lot of our toxins.
And as far as weightlifting is concerned, because that's interesting, any myth you want to bust as far as with age you should not be lifting weights?
No, we should lift more when we are aging, because that is when the bones are weak and the muscles are getting into hypotonic stage. You know, you're becoming like untoned. So that is the time. I think weightlifting should ideally start early, but if you haven't started, you can start at 50, you can start at 60, you can start at any age. Weightlifting is a must.
Well, on that note, that's all the time that I've had with this, with Ishi Khosta, Dr. Anjali Huda, and Gunjan Goyla. Thank you so much to all of our panelists for joining us at this edition of We Women Want Shakti Awards 2024.
And request you to stay on with us because we have a small token of appreciation over there. So, of course, we've been told that hydration is key. You can't skip your toris and all the vegetables. And, of course, we've gotten a lot of insights over there. Thank you so much. All right, we're going to now shift our focus to women in industry. And we're, in fact, going to be joined by Ms. Vandana Singh, aviation industry icon. She's here with us. Ma'am, I'm going to request you to please come on the stage. A huge round of applause as she makes her way. She's, of course, an aviation icon, and we're really looking forward to hearing your insights. Moderating this session is Mr. Uday Pratap Singh, editor, NewsX.
Hello and welcome, and thank you for joining us on this very special session at the NewsX We Women Want Conclave 2024, where we are now joined by a very special lady who, of course, is from an industry where earlier, of course, men used to rule the roost, but now we have seen a sea change happen. Let me quickly, firstly, ask our audience to just settle down as we move for this next session. Vandana Singh, how has it been for you, a journey as a woman in the aviation sector, and what have been your biggest learnings along the way?
First of all, thank you for having me here, and Jai Hind to the entire audience over here. The journey for me has been very exciting, enthralling, adventurous, challenging, full of opportunities, and once you're in it, there is no looking back. So if you were to ask me that can it just be a flowery ride, the answer is no. You have to really live up to the challenges. Being a lady, the first question that comes to anybody's mind when you talk about aviation is that, oh, so are you cabin crew? Which airline are you flying with? Or now, of course, we see more of women pilots, so we say, okay, she's a commercial pilot. But we should see that women have a lot more that they can contribute to, and that has been my journey. I always wanted to be a fighter pilot, but at my point in time, there was no scope of that in the Indian Armed Forces, whether it's the Indian Air Force or anywhere else. Commercial pilot as well, coming from a humble background. I'm a soldier's daughter. Coming from a humble background, you needed a certain, X amount of money to invest. That was not possible. So, well, I did start my journey as a cabin crew, but then what fascinated me was the non-spoken passenger, or what we call, ladies and gentlemen, cargo, what we call freight, what we call air freight. And this is when you imagine people wearing dungarees, sleeves rolled up, men's forte. You wouldn't see a woman in that light.
Yeah.
And this unspoken passenger, which is the cargo, which actually is the entire import and export of the entire world, is where I set my heart at. And I told myself I have to excel. So yes, there have been times when I have really liked to say that, no, I can't do this. And then again, I've got that strength to move on. So basically, accepting challenges, converting them into opportunities, following the Einstein's principles of work, and really trying to bring that balance and trying to bring that worth and your contribution into this forte makes you your most powerful self. I believe that.
What does leadership mean to you, Vandana ji? And also, what's the biggest leadership piece of advice you'd also like to give to, other, perhaps younger leaders watching you today, younger women leaders?
Yes, thank you so much. A leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. And I believe leadership is responsibility, leadership is walking the talk, and leadership is leading by example. And that is what leadership means to me. I invite all the young guns, the women especially, to come forward. They get empowered, and actually you have to demonstrate to them. You have to show that yes, we women can actually do it, and show how wonderfully we can enlighten other women as well. So leadership is responsibility for me, Uday.
Absolutely. Also in aviation, as I told you at the start of today's interview, we see that there weren't too many women first. Of course, they were in cabin crew, as you said, but there weren't too many women pilots, there weren't too many women in leadership positions, and there were no women in the Indian Air Force. That's something we've seen change, haven't we? What has led to that change, and is there still a lot of scope for the future?
This is a very interesting question, and here I would like to say yes. There has been a sea change in the last 15 odd years. And now you don't just see women in jobs that they normally do, but you see them as a scientist, you see them not just as a doctor or an engineer, you see them in every field that you can imagine them to be. So when it comes to aviation, especially for India, I think we have a huge scope. Still, when it comes to aviation cargo, it's even a bigger scope. What we see is the highest number of pilots that we are churning out in the aviation industry, but I think much more can be done, and that will happen when more and more players come into the Indian market. Currently, I think we are poised to be the third largest aviation economy, also the third largest economy, surpassing Japan and Germany very soon. And there is huge investment with over about 229 airports that we talk of. Currently 150 operational, but you can imagine the scope as more and more women come into this game. It's actually a game changer. And you will see that balance between the male and female as such as equal. Right now, it is still not equal. There is a huge scope, I would say.
Okay. Also, let's now talk about your learnings. And who better to learn from than your father, who, of course, was in the armed forces himself. What were your biggest learnings from your father, and what did you, feel when you saw your father in uniform? What did that inspire you to become or be?
That's a very interesting one again, and also a very emotional one, because now my daughter is also in the Indian Army. She's training right now as a judge, advocate general. They take only 2 all India. But coming from my father, I always learned never ever to give up in life. So it was wanting to be a fighter pilot, being told, no, that's not possible. Try medical or try engineering, joining the Assam Medical College, and then coming into the aviation industry and not looking back. So humility, courage, I would say spirit of adventure, and a never say die attitude is what I've learned, and this is what...
And your daughter is now living the dream.
My daughter is living the dream, and I'm a very proud Army officer's daughter. That's why I said Jai Hind in the beginning, because I believe that women can be everywhere. Not just, and now they are going to the borders, they are joining paras. Very soon they'll be opening in all the infantry battalions. Yes. And I believe that women should be everywhere.
Fantastic.
Absolutely.
We hope they'll be, and that's exactly what today's program's concept is. Okay, we're doing this, these 3 quick things with all our panelists. So 3 things young girls should keep in mind if they want to, join the aviation industry.
First thing is knowledge. Knowledge is a never-ending stream. So the young women coming up today should actually be learning, taking part in supply chain and logistics courses. We don't see that happening in India. So learning, increasing your knowledge, then actually seeing where they can make their way. If it's aviation, it has to be a sphere not where it's just limited to being cabin crew. Like women nowadays are coming forward everywhere. So they need to explore options. They need to keep themselves abreast of all the things that the industry has to offer. And if they don't want aviation, then there are so many other industries. Give me one industry where women are not there. I think they are everywhere. And looking at that, I'm sure very soon they're going to cross.
Absolutely,
all
truly
borders.
breaking glass ceilings, and you've done that too. Thank you very much, Vandana Singh, for being with us today.
Thank you so much.
Ma'am, before we let you go, a small token of appreciation from our end. On that note, we slip into a quick short break. Don't go anywhere. Okay, I'll just... we're taking a 15-minute break for lunch. Thank you.
Very comfortable at night and day. Completely changed my perspective about belly fat.
India's most credible journalists presenting you news, views and impact stories from India and across the world. Home of India's biggest news campaigns. Host to India's biggest platforms. This is India's fastest growing media house. This is the ITV network with 2 national news channels, India News and NewsX. ITV network has 6 regional news channels with landmark news events. Our viewers love to connect on their platform of choice and making news and information available at fingertips. ITV network has 5 newspapers, winning hundreds of awards as a testament to the value we bring to India's people. India's most credible journalists presenting you news, views and impact stories from India and across the world. Home of India's biggest news campaigns. Host to India's biggest platforms. This is India's fastest growing media house. This is the ITV network with 2 national news channels, India News and NewsX. ITV network has 6 regional news channels with landmark news events. Our viewers love to connect on their platform of choice and making news and information available at fingertips. ITV network has 5 newspapers, winning hundreds of awards as a testament to the value we bring to India's people. India's most credible journalists presenting you news, views and impact stories from India and across the world. Home of India's biggest news campaigns. Host to India's biggest platforms. This is India's fastest growing media house. This is the ITV network with 2 national news channels, India News and NewsX. ITV network has 6 regional news channels with landmark news events. Our viewers love to connect on their platform of choice and making news and information available at fingertips. ITV network has 5 newspapers, winning hundreds of awards as a testament to the value we bring to India's people. India's most credible journalists presenting you news, views and impact stories from India and across the world. Home of India's biggest news campaigns. Host to India's biggest platforms. This is India's fastest growing media house. This is the ITV network with 2 national news channels, India News and NewsX. ITV network has 6 regional news channels with landmark news events. Our viewers love to connect on their platform of choice and making news and information available at fingertips. ITV network has to India's people. India's most credible journalists presenting you news, views and impact stories from India and across the world. Home of India's biggest news campaigns. Host to India's biggest platforms. This is India's fastest growing media house. This is the ITV network with 2 national news channels, India News and NewsX. ITV network has 6 regional news channels with landmark news events. Our viewers love to connect on their platform of choice and making news and information available at fingertips. ITV network has 5 newspapers, winning hundreds of awards. India's most credible journalists presenting you news, views and impact stories from India and across the world. Home of India's biggest news campaigns. Host to India's biggest platforms. This is India's fastest growing media house. This is the ITV network with 2 national news channels, India News and NewsX. ITV network has 6 regional news channels with landmark news events. Our viewers love to connect on their platform of choice and making news and information available at fingertips. ITV network has 5 newspapers, winning hundreds of awards as a testament to the value we bring to India's people. India's most credible journalists presenting you news, views and impact stories from India and across the world. Home of India's biggest news campaigns. Host to India's biggest platforms. This is India's fastest growing media house. This is the ITV network with 2 national news channels, India News and NewsX. ITV network has 6 regional news channels with landmark news events. Our viewers love to connect on their platform of choice and making news and information available at fingertips. ITV network has 5 newspapers, winning hundreds of awards as a testament to the value we bring to India's people. India's most credible journalists presenting you news, views and impact stories from India and across the world. Home of India's biggest news campaigns. Host to India's biggest platforms. This is India's fastest growing media house. This is the ITV network with 2 national news channels, India News and NewsX. ITV network has 6 regional news channels with landmark news events. Our viewers love to connect on their platform of choice and making news and information available at fingertips. ITV network has 5 newspapers, winning hundreds of awards as a testament to the value we bring to India's people. India's most credible journalists presenting you news, views and impact stories from India and across the world. Home of India's biggest news campaigns. Host to India's biggest platforms. This is India's fastest growing media house. This is the ITV network with 2 national news channels, India News and NewsX. ITV network has 6 regional news channels with landmark news events. Our viewers love to connect on their platform of choice and making news and information available at fingertips. ITV network has 5 newspapers, winning hundreds of awards as a testament to the value we bring to India's people.
India's most credible journalists presenting you news, views and impact stories from India and across the world. Home of India's biggest news campaigns, host to India's biggest platforms. This is India's fastest growing media house. This is the ITV network with 2 national news channels, India News and NewsX. ITV network has 6 regional news channels with landmark news events. Our viewers love to connect on their platform of choice and making news and information available at fingertips. ITV network has 5 newspapers, winning hundreds of awards as a testament to the value we bring to India's people. India's most credible journalists presenting you news, views and impact stories from India and across the world. Home of India's biggest news campaigns, host to India's biggest platforms. This is India's fastest growing media house. This is the ITV network with 2 national news channels, India News and NewsX. ITV network has 6 regional news channels with landmark news events. Our viewers love to connect on their platform of choice and make winning hundreds of awards as a testament to the value we bring to India's people. India's most credible journalists presenting you news, views and impact stories from India and across the world. Home of India's biggest news campaigns, host to India's biggest platforms. This is India's fastest growing media house. This is the ITV network with 2 national news channels, India News and NewsX. ITV network has 6 regional news channels with landmark news events. Our viewers love to connect on their platform of choice and making news and information available at fingertips. ITV network has 5 newspapers, winning hundreds of awards as a testament to the value we bring to India's people. India's most credible journalists presenting you news, views and impact stories from India and across the world. Home of India's biggest news campaigns, host to India's biggest platforms. This is India's fastest growing media house. This is the ITV network with 2 national news channels, India News and NewsX. ITV network has 6 regional news channels with landmark news events. Our viewers love to connect on their platform of choice and making news and information available at fingertips. ITV network has 5 newspapers, winning hundreds of awards as a testament to the value we bring to India's people. India's most credible journalists presenting you news, views and impact stories from India and across the world. Home of India's biggest news campaigns, host to India's biggest platforms. This is India's fastest growing media house. This is the ITV network with 2 national news channels, India News and NewsX. ITV network has 6 regional news channels with landmark news events. Our viewers love to connect on their platform of choice and making news and information available at fingertips. ITV network has 5 newspapers, winning hundreds of awards as a testament to the value we bring to India's people. India's most credible journalists presenting you news, views and impact stories from India and across the world. home of India's biggest news campaigns, host to India's biggest platforms. This is India's fastest growing media house. This is the ITV network with 2 national news channels, India News and NewsX. ITV network has 6 regional news channels with landmark news events. Our viewers love to connect on their platform of choice and making news and information available at fingertips. ITV network has 5 newspapers, winning hundreds of awards as a testament to the value we bring to India's people. India's most credible journalists presenting you news, views and impact stories from India and across the world. Home of India's biggest news campaigns, host to India's biggest platforms. This is India's fastest growing media house. This is the ITV network with 2 national news channels, India News and NewsX. ITV network has 6 regional news channels with landmark news events. Our viewers love to connect on their platform of choice and making news and information available at fingertips. ITV network has 5 newspapers, winning hundreds of awards as a testament to the value we bring to India's people. India's most credible journalists presenting you news, views and impact stories from India and across the world. Home of India's biggest news campaigns, host to India's biggest platforms. This is India's fastest growing media house. This is the ITV network with 2 national news channels, India News and NewsX. ITV network has 6 regional news channels with landmark news events. Our viewers love to connect on their platform of choice and making news and information available at fingertips. ITV network has 5 newspapers, winning hundreds of awards as a testament to the value we bring to India's people. India's most credible journalists presenting you news, views and impact stories from India and across the world. Home of India's biggest news campaigns, host to India's biggest platforms. This is India's fastest growing media house. This is the ITV network with 2 national news channels, India News and NewsX. ITV network has 6 regional news channels with landmark news events. Our viewers love to connect on their platform of choice and making news and information available at fingertips. ITV network has 5 newspapers, winning hundreds of awards as a testament to the value we bring to India's people. India's most credible journalists presenting you news, views and impact stories from India and across the world. Home of India's biggest news campaigns, host to India's biggest platforms. This is India's fastest growing media house. This is the ITV network with 2 national news channels, India News and NewsX. ITV network has 6 regional news channels with landmark news events. Our viewers love to connect on their platform of choice and making news and information available at fingertips. ITV network has 5 newspapers, winning hundreds of awards as a testament to the value we bring to India's people. India's most credible journalists presenting you news, views and impact stories from India and across the world. Home of India's biggest news campaigns, host to India's biggest platforms. This is India's fastest growing media house. This is the ITV network with 2 national news channels, India News and NewsX. ITV network has 6 regional news channels with landmark news events. Our viewers love to connect on their platform of choice and making news and information available at fingertips. ITV network has 5 newspapers, winning hundreds of awards as a testament to the value we bring to India's people. India's most credible journalists presenting you news, views and impact stories from India and across the world. Home of India's biggest news campaigns, host to India's biggest platforms. This is India's fastest growing media house. This is the ITV network with 2 national news channels, India News and NewsX. ITV network has 6 regional news channels with landmark news events. Our viewers love to connect on their platform of choice and making news and information available at fingertips. ITV network has 5 newspapers, winning hundreds of awards as a testament to the value we bring to India's people.
Message on the group. As we continue our special We Women Want conclave organized by ITV Network and of course the Shakti Awards.
Right, absolutely. This would not have been possible without our sponsors for today. Food partner, P-Mark Mustard Oil. Round of applause for them. This again would not have been possible without our sponsors
Absolutely.
for the
We'd
day.
like to quickly thank our partners, our sponsors, without whom today's event would not have been possible.
Starting off, of course, with our food partner, P-Mark Mustard Oil. Hygiene partner, She Wing. And digital partner, Digital Hunt.
Okay, we'll thank, of course, Daily Hunt, our digital partner, also She Wings, our hygiene partner, and our food partner, P-Mark Mustard Oil. Thank you very much for your support. And, of course, quickly laying out for you now the AV of She Wings, our hygiene partner. Could we have that, please?
Indeed, Uday, we've had a host of sessions since the morning. They've all been very
guys that
insightful.
I'm making my smart choice and good choice by using She Wings smart pads.
Trainer and a singer, I think comfort is my top priority when it comes to periods. So I found this magical product called the She Wings.
Thank you, She Wings, for this amazing quality of pads. As a lady riders, when we travel over long distances, we face a lot of rashes, but the quality is really good.
Right, now let's quickly move on to our next very special session. Padhega India, tabhi to badhega India, as they say. Beti padhao, beti bachao.
Indeed, Uday, and in fact, joining us for this special panel discussion is Miss Nisha Mehra, I beg your pardon, Principal Sindhya Kanya Vidyalaya Gwalior. We're also being joined by Miss Anuradha Das Mathur, Dean of the Vedika Scholars Program for Women, and last but not the least, Miss Nalini Singh Rajput, Headmistress of Raghubir Singh Junior Modern School. Could we please have a round of applause for these visionary women?
Thank you so much for being with us today, Nishi Misra, Anuradha Das Mathur, and Nalini Singh Rajput. Welcome all of you. Thank you very much for being with us today. From SKV, from the Vedika Scholars Program for Women, and from RS JMS respectively. And this session will be moderated by Devika Chopra, news editor of NewsX. Thank you all very much for being with us.
Thank you so much, Uday, for that introduction, and a very warm welcome to all of our guests and panelists today. I have a old, long association with Nalini ma'am. She's been my headmistress at Raghubir Singh Junior Modern School, which is just right across. So it's been a very quick journey for you from school to here, ma'am. And of course, our pleasure to welcome Anuradha ji as well and Nishi ji as well. As far as the role of schools in grooming the lives of young children is concerned, that's been a point of discussion and conversation for centuries now. What is the role that schools will play, and what is the role that families and parents must play? So I want to begin by understanding in today's context, and let me begin with Nalini ji, if I may. Ma'am, how are your interactions evolving with the young girls in school?
Good afternoon, everyone. And a special thanks to NewsX for arranging this amazing program, especially when we're talking about education. If I'm talking about the young girls, I'm talking about the youngest that come into the school and my interactions with them. Though, yes, I've had a career in it, being a teacher, being a principal for the last 20, 22 years. But with the girls that I'm with now, it is a deep association because for them, you're everything. You're their mother away from home. You are the one who's going to be teaching, training, cuddling, encouraging, doing everything possible to make them happy, to make them good learners. And that's the kind of relationship you build with the young learners that come into school.
Okay. On that note, I'm also going to request everyone in the audience to just maintain a little bit of silence. I understand this is the post-lunch session, so everyone's just filled up their tummies. And of course, is going into a little bit of a siesta, but I really do request everyone to just maintain a little bit of silence. Let's try to understand and listen in what our panelists have to say. I want to take the same question with Anurag. In fact, I just realized I've spoken like a true headmistress myself right now, scolding everyone to maintain silence. But Anuradha ji, same question to you, ma'am. I want to understand from your perspective, how are conversations with young girls evolving in school?
So I run a college. It's from modern school to Sindhya Kanya to the next level, where girls are going. Actually, it's a postgraduate program. And we were talking about this just before we came on stage, that actually conversations have changed so dramatically in the last, I would say 10 or 15 years in terms of young girls. I think it starts with conversations that mothers especially are having with their daughters, where our generation was brought up to believe, let things go, you don't have to be expressive, don't make it inconvenient. And I'm not saying it's changed for everybody across the country, but I think the first traces of young girls being encouraged to actually dream for themselves, have ambitions for themselves, not constantly put themselves last, I think those conversations have begun. And at least in our conversations with young women, it is quite evident that aspirations are changing. And I think if you look at the slogan for today, these are all an expression of changing times. And I think it's working both ways. Society's expectations of women, the government's expectations and promises for young women, but most importantly, the dreams and expectations that young women have for their own lives are actually changing quite rapidly.
All right, Nishiji, same question to you, ma'am.
So I feel that, for one thing, schools mirror the aspirations of society. And so whatever happens in society is, in a way, in a microcosm seen in schools as well. So conversations with girls especially will change because the world is changing out there. And education has to prepare children for a future, however nebulous and vague it may be. But the thing is that the topic that you selected for today, to pass on the torch, sometimes you have to light a torch before you can pass it on. And that lighting of the torch is what it takes to be relevant in education. In my case, my students and I were looking for a project to start service in our school. And inevitably, when girls look for service, they will look for their own kind. And we ended up setting up a sanitary napkin manufacturing unit in the school. And that became an experiential learning project in the school itself. But I'd like to talk about 3 things that happened at that time. When we wanted to wean away underprivileged women from the unhygienic alternatives that they were using, we faced a lot of challenges from older women in the village who would look down upon us and say, "Inko sharam nahi aati hai, aisa kaam karte hain." It was all right for us to hear it in the village to some extent, but in my own school, my teachers were telling me, "What are you trying to do? There are men in the administrative block, and you've set up this machine in a room in the admin block." I thought this was perhaps something which was only limited to India, but when I made a presentation about it in an international forum in South Africa, the gentleman sitting next to me was a headmaster from Australia, and he said, "You know, it's all very well, but we don't have this kind of a gender bias in our country." Soon thereafter, a lady walked up to me and said, "I'd like to know more about this project that you do." So I said, "Sure, sit down, let's talk about it. Or I have another session coming up, we'll talk about it." And she said, "No, we'll wait till the men go away." And she turned out to be the teacher from the same school where this gentleman was sitting. So it's not something which is endemic only to our country, only to a village, only to a school. It is much more widespread, and therefore, as the motto of my school says, "Tamso ma jyotirgamaya." One has to light the torch and then pass it on.
Excellent. And I've asked about conversations with young girls, but it's also important to understand conversations, how are they evolving with our boys. So, Nalini ma'am, I'll start with you. I want to understand how are those conversations evolving, because at the end of the day, one has to accept that there is a lot of exposure. There is access to the internet, and the internet is flooded with all sorts of information. The internet is flooded with all sorts of access to, material that really portrays women in a sexual manner, objectification. So a lot of times young boys are exposed to all of that at an age and stage where they perhaps don't even understand what it is and how to really go about it. So how does that conversation happen, ma'am?
I think you're absolutely right. And that is exactly what happens now at school. The children are growing up much, much quicker than you would anticipate and what we had seen in years. These days you'll find boys in whispers at times and maybe in a more hidden manner, but discussing things you wouldn't have imagined earlier. Say a discussion down at the cricket field, you're supposed to be coaching and learning more about the sport, but it's like, "Oh, I've got something to show you, and I've brought my phone, or can I tell you after school?" So yes, there are, but at the same time, you have to understand there's more exposure, like what you just said. And if that has to be treated very responsibly. So it comes down to the fact that it's all about education. And if I can help the young parent at home to understand, then I can help the child at school to understand that it's okay. It's okay when you discuss, it's okay to understand, and to make sure that you do it responsibly. Because I'm very happy to share now, especially in Delhi, I'm not so sure about all the parts of the country, But we do have a more gender equality in the numbers in school. You have more girls in school now than maybe even 12 years ago. And that is maybe by what you had started the program by saying, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. तो जी हाँ बेटी पढ़ रही है स्कूल आ रही है लेकिन उस बेटी को उसका स्थान देने में अभी समय है and that has to come about by the awareness and it is those young boys even through their conversations that are somewhere going to be responsible for making that difference. It is the teachers as well, and you will all agree that teachers at school are usually ladies.
Yes.
They have very few men. So their coaches, maybe their sports coaches, or their music teacher may be a gentleman, but otherwise they are with their teachers. And at times they may feel apprehensive to approach the teacher and share those conversations otherwise. But yes, teachers are wiser, so they do come to know, and that's where they encourage them and maybe try to understand what is that particular idea floating in the minds of those young learners that needs to be touched upon and maybe treated more responsibly. That's going to help them because it's a matter of those 14 years. It's going to all happen there. And once they've moved on from those 14 years at school, they've established themselves, they've got an identity. So if I don't help that identity to grow in the right manner, maybe I'm not fulfilling my responsibility.
Okay.
So that's how it is at school.
Nishiji, I want to understand from your perspective as well, ma'am. As far as conversations with boys in our schools is now concerned, how are you going about it and what are your suggestions and thoughts? How must teachers and principals really understand how to converse and what are the topics to discuss? Because sometimes you may come across certain incidents, as Nalini ma'am was also pointing out, right? That you hear in whispers on cricket fields or when they're playing, the kids are playing together and you just hear in whispers about them talking about things that may come as a shock to our systems because we don't expect them to be discussing certain matters at a certain age, but it's happening. So rather than brushing it under the carpet, how do you really deal with those sort of conversations?
So mine is an all-girls residential school. So their interactions are very limited with boys. However, taking on from the same project which I talked about, whenever we have inter-school events where students of other schools come to our school, we always have a session on menstrual hygiene for the boys as well and give them an opportunity to work those machines on our campus. And over a period of time, we have, I'll tell you a little incident that happened just very recently when a conclave was going on at my school, and during the free time, boys and girls were all playing football together, and a boy brought a girl who was obviously in a lot of distress to the sick room, to the infirmary, and told the RMO, this girl has her periods and she needs a sanitary napkin and she needs a hot water bag. Please take care of her, I'm going back to my game. So if it can be a hopeful story, this is what we should be aspiring to. And I think the more we tell these stories, the easier it will become for the rest of society to change as well.
Anuradhaji, since you deal with a slightly older lot, as far as, then navigating those changes is concerned, because then you come into, of course, people wanting to explore relationships, and then there's boyfriends and girlfriends, and all of those concepts also come in with age. So how do you go about having those conversations with girls as well as boys?
Yeah, no, thank you. I think it's a fascinating time in the world, and I think we are all navigating it together. And I'm hearing the other two panelists, and it's what they start off. We see, when by the time girls come to us, they are sort of in their 20s, and how these changes are impacting them. I think where we stand, a lot of the work that we have to do is about creating a world where men and women coexist. And so how do you see This is not about, you know, the program's called We Women Want, but it's in a world where both sides coexist, and you're talking about a better balance. It's not about one group of people versus the other. A lot of the conversations we have are trying to make sure that the conversations never become a world where it is one versus the other. And our conversation or our motto has always been that patriarchy, the way it has manifested itself in the world, is as damaging for women as it is for men. And you know, taking on from what Nishi was saying about making all kinds of things in the world normal for both men and women to talk about, we are seeing in the 20s and in the 30s, there is a growing number of men who want to be a primary parent, who want to be there for their families, and there is a growing number of women who want to be in the workplace. So I think the moment both men and women are able to look at how both segments will be better off if patriarchy was broken down from its current form, that's the conversation that is becoming quite central in the 20s.
Very interesting. And Radhaji, I want to understand also from your perspective, a lot of conversation today, at least online, is suddenly about how women, ever since they've entered the workforce, or say because of the feminist movement, what's happened today is that women are taking on more of the burden than before, and men are perhaps not helping out as much as women thought they would. Because, for example, earlier it was very clear in a lot of sense, in a way, right, that women would be taking care of the household, the man would go, earn money and come back. But today women are also somewhere feeling a little bit of burnout in the sense that, okay, I have to go out to work, but I also am waking up. I'm still waking up early morning to prepare the meal for the rest of the family, to come back and prepare the meal for the rest of the family, and I'm also working. How do you address some of these concepts or conversations with young women? How do they maneuver this?
Yeah, it's interesting you asked the question. So the curriculum that we offer in our program, of course, it's a management program. So we teach women. I think the core of what we want to do is create conversations where women feel the importance of financial independence. You know, starting from being 5, 6, 7-year-old girls, how do you envisage their role in the world at 25, 26, 27? So somewhere we believe that without financial independence, even the Beti Padhao, Beti Bachao, if education doesn't translate into financial independence or what we call empowerment, I think the story remains very incomplete. If you have to talk about financial independence and, you know, them being out in the world, the understanding or some of the conventional thinking today is that the roles and responsibilities in the home have to be shared if women are out in the workforce.
Yes.
So the group that you're talking about, you know, there are certain strata of society where that's an absolute reality. That women especially if you look at sort of the underprivileged parts of society, they are going out and working outside, and they are
working within the house.
Yeah,
as well.
working within the house. I think urban educated women is a big challenge because they have the option.
Right.
So if they can't cope with the burden of both, they just drop out. So the challenge that we are seeing is that in the last 10, 15 years, the participation of women in the workforce from urban educated women has actually dropped.
Wow. Okay.
It's gone from over 30% to, you know, below 20%. And that's very shocking that you're more educated and less employed.
Right.
And the reason there is, and again, it's in other parts of the world, it's also in India, girls are marrying later, they're not having children. And I don't think it's an answer. I mean, I've been on the show with Priya, with Vedika scholars. The answer is not a rejection of motherhood or marriage. I think girls are questioning the current norms, that if this is the structure, then they are not participating. So a lot of the young women we have on our programs are today saying that marriage is not the mainstay. They are not
Right.
waiting to get married. Many of them are saying they're not sure that they want to have children because it's their first sign of independence, and if it's not shared responsibility, then they won't take it.
Okay, Nalini ji, yes.
If I can add to that, it's not just about being independent, it's also about having a sense of identity.
Yes.
And the girls are realizing that, and especially the young women. We have one with us on our panel, and it's good to see that. If I have a sense of identity, I'd like to establish that and feel equally respected compared to my, fellow counterparts.
And interesting you raised that, because that was going to be my next question, that how can schools today then instill a renewed sense of self and independence amongst the younger lot?
Okay, yes, that happens all the time. So you do have to understand that, if you don't season them towards that at this younger age, they're never going to go that way, right? So yes, in school there were times when you'd say, oh, football, that's a game for boys. Yes. Girls don't play football. And today, yes, we do. And they learn to do that. There were a lot of games otherwise traditionally that I could play outside school with boys. But when I got educated, it's like, oh, really? Are you going to be playing those games? So that's just part of the understanding. But at the same time, when you have younger girls coming to you and saying, ma'am, can I try? Or can I go on the mountaineering expedition or on the trek or whatever with all my fellow boys that are going from the class? Or go on a trip? Somewhere they're not coming to you and saying, can I go and ask my mother if I can do that? I'd like to go because I feel I would like to do this. So that's somewhere where I'm seeing a drift, a shift, and I'm happy to see it. But at the same time, I would like to understand that, is it coming from the home? Like, I was just listening very carefully to what Anuradha ji was saying, and it is quite shocking to see that you have more educated women but less working women. So which identity am I looking at actually? Right? So that's, again, if you begin the right way, and I'm not saying anything against girls' schools, but yes, in the co-ed form, when the girls and the boys are together, they learn from each other. They learn to respect each other's spaces. And of course, like we heard with the program that you have at the Scindia School, which is quite remarkable, ma'am, because even at the co-ed school, when we have our counselor sessions with boys and girls, we say, okay, this is a session for boys,
yes,
and this is a session for girls. I'd like the girls to listen to this and the boys to listen to something else. So it's nice to see that, yes, we are able to achieve that, and I think I've learned that from you today as well.
Well, Nishiji, I want to understand from you, ma'am, because you're, of course, looking at an all-girls school. What is it like to bridge that gap where you're able to tell a girl that you can do whatever you want? There was a time when, as ma'am also pointed out, right, that football was only played by boys and girls would probably be sent into some other sport, or science was for boys. Of course, that's changed a lot, but we're not where we wish to be today. So how do you deal with that?
So any teacher will tell you that there is a difference between telling and teaching. You can tell people all you want, there will be no learning. But to teach, you need to give opportunities. You need to give possibilities. And on an all-girls campus, there is an opportunity for a girl to feel that I have the right of way. There is that utopian feeling of comfort and feeling that I can do whatever I want without anybody looking at me, without anybody body shaming me, without anybody there to attack me in any way. And that is such a high which once she tastes, she wants to replicate it in her later life as well. So the opportunity that she gets to be able to live in a world where she is at the top of the food chain, I think that is the biggest learning right now.
Well, top of the food chain, that's a great of course, phrase for us to wrap up this particular conversation on. I thank once again all of our guests for joining us at this edition of the We Women Want Festival and Awards. Once again, a round of applause for Nishi Mishra, Anuradha Das Mathur, and Nalini Singh Rajput. We have quickly a token of our appreciation for all of our panelists for taking us through their thoughts and perspectives on how to nurture young minds. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that insightful panel over there. But the next subject that we are going to be covering is women in cinema, where we're going to have storytellers tell their stories. We're also going to be taking a look at the craftsmanship. And in fact, with us for this panel is Miss Savita Raj Hirema. She's a renowned film producer. We're also being joined by Alankrita Sahai, actor and former Miss India, and also Rimple Narura, who is a fashion designer. Could I please request our esteemed panel to join us, and could we please have a round of applause for this panel? This session is going to be moderated by Uday Pratap Singh, editor, NewsX.
Hello and welcome to this special session on NewsX, We Women Want and Shakti Awards 2024. How can a conclave and a big program like this be complete without speaking about the entertainment industry? Yes, as they say, cinema and cricket are the two religions in the country, and of course our soft powers truly as well. So we're going to be, of course, speaking now about one of those C's, which is cinema. Women in cinema is the theme of our next session, and of course the three very erudite speakers have already been introduced by my colleague. So I want to dive straight into the conversation with Savita ji first. Savita ji, how easy or difficult has it been for you as a woman producer in the entertainment industry? As they say, it's a male-dominated world, and also it was a male-dominated industry, particularly, of course, producers. But for you, how easy or difficult has the journey been?
Hi, and I'm thankful for this opportunity to talk on women want, right? What women want. So, we women want, right? First of all, I don't believe that we want from anybody. I think we already have in us. We just have to realize that. And I always knew that I have it, and I knew I'm ready to fit into any kind of world, wherever you throw me. So it's an opportunity, and it is just that how you mold your ambitions is also important. In cinema also, if you see, there are very few women, and they always crave about that it's a male-dominating, as you said. Yes, it is. I had to fight for 2 years to release my film, which was Khosla Ka Ghosla. And I made the film all in Delhi, went to Bombay to the distributors. They all thought, koi Delhi se lady film bana ke aa gayi hai, just rakh dijiye, kaun dekhega? And they were like laughing almost, ki kya film banaya hai, aapko seekhna chahiye pehle. I said, I'm in the business of advertising from last 30 years, I know what I'm doing. So either you take it or leave it, I don't mind, but don't make any such statement that आप खाना बनाइए घर में, आप क्यों फिल्म बना रही हैं, आप इस चक्कर में कैसे फंस गई, and all that. Even because of the delay, what happened to me was, back end story was that everybody, even around friends and everyone, started saying to my husband, don't you think your wife is overambitious? Why you are investing so much on her? Why you are giving her so much of freedom to do whatever she's doing? So it's not just that we as a couple had no problem, my husband had no problem, and I was doing whatever was right, whatever I thought. It is not just that, because the society, the people around you will not allow you to do what you want.
And you had a lot of males also in your films, from, of course, Anupam Kher, Ranveer Shori, Praveen Dabas in Khosla Ka Ghosla, to, of course, Amitabh Bachchan in Jhund more recently. They never had problems taking orders or having a woman producer on set?
I actually, I make them comfortable. I don't treat me, or I always tell them, don't see the gender here. I am as female Khurana, of course, la, or even, you know, to Bachchan sir, though is very, not at all difficult, but definitely my director had many times, you know, clashes of egos and all that. But
so you did have clashes with the ego director on gender problems?
Of course, generally. I mean, you know, they think, why should we take, like you said rightly, get order from a woman and all that is not easy for a man's word to accept it. But they had no choice but to do that. So I made sure that there's no other shoulder here. Don't go to my husband and crib about me. I will not allow you to do that. It's me, and handle it the way, whichever way you want.
Okay, let me come to you, Rimple. For you, how easy or difficult has it been being a woman, of course, in the fashion industry, and now, of course, you know, designing for the top women of you know, Indian cinema, like Deepika Padukone in Padmavat, and of course, Manisha Koirala and Aditi Rao Hydari, Sonakshi Sinha in Hiramandi more recently. How has that transition been? And शुरुआत में मुश्किल था या not really? Because even the men's fashion field had a lot of male, you know, designers at the helm when you started.
Hi everyone, and thank you for having me here. Honestly, Uday, I think I have been very fortunate to be born in the century which I am born, where a lot of steps have already been taken for you know, curbing the patriarchy and empowering the women. So very fortunately, the home I belong to, the husband I was married to, and the atmosphere where I grew up has been nothing but very supportive. And in the industry, there was a lot of discrimination between roles of women-oriented roles and male-oriented roles, but I must applaud the industry and all of us together who made a difference, that I see a difference myself, and it's only going to get better. What we should be considering more importantly is the rural areas of the country. Our country is very diverse and very big, and what we need to actually do is educate our rural areas, empower those women more than us. We have been very fortunate. Mr. Bansali is known for his women-oriented roles. He has personified cinema with the most beautiful actresses, whether it was Rani Mukherjee playing a role in Black, or it was Chandramukhi in Devdas. He has always been a huge supporter of women, and he's always supported me.
Alankrita, let me take that to you now. You know, for you, of course, you have been Miss India, so that is, you know, a big deal in itself, and you've used, of course, the crown for women empowerment. But for you, you know, because you, of course, became an actor soon after that, and you've done, of course, a lot of work in the industry, and you're doing a lot more. How was it for you in, you know, a male-dominated industry, as they say, where there is a pay parity between women actresses and male actors even today? How has the journey been for you? From Miss India to, of course, an actor now in the industry.
Well, thank you for having me here, and a very, very good afternoon to everyone present here. I believe that my journey has been unwavering, resilient, persistent, and of course shattering the glass ceiling, because I believe everybody expects after you win a Miss India crown, or when you're a winner of any sort of beauty pageant, they want you to be a superstar overnight. It happens over time, not overnight, first of all. And secondly, I believe, of course, I faced a lot of issues in terms of the fact that, you know, you're women, you're strong, and embodiment of power and courage, and not everybody likes a woman in power, firstly. No one likes to see a woman who does not, I would probably say, resort to bullies or resort to people trying to diminish your own power in any particular industry. And if you're not wagging your tail behind them, it's certainly sometimes a big problem. And I'm somebody who believes that you have to be in your authentic self, paving a path for yourself in a male-dominated society, especially our industry. But there are men who have come to support women in redressing their problems. So I think my journey from Miss India with the team that I was with has been quite supportive, be it the men as well. But when I came into the industry as an actor, I believe I did face a lot of stigma because when you're not from the industry, there is, of course, a lot of nuances that women have to deal with. That are you from this camp, are you from that camp, rejection, acceptance, the way you look, how you're clad, your body type, what color you are. So women in general are faced with this kind of a stigma. Gori hai, kali hai, patli hai, moti hai. We're judging women. Being women, we're judging women as well. So I believe that no matter I'm an actor or I'm a Miss India, the first rule of empowering women does not just start with the men. It starts with the women in your household, your mothers, your grandmothers, your friend circle, the immediate ecosystem where you belong, firstly. That preaches your way forward. And my mom has been extremely, I think my father and my mom have been people who've supported me regardless of the industry I chose or the path I chose. So that kind of really helped me foray into this industry, which is still male-dominated, but we women are breaking and shattering all those boundaries, be it designers, actors, producers. There are movies that are going to Oscars. Lapata Ladies with Kiran Rao they've touched another mark.
Amazing. Yeah.
Nagesh Kuknur made a film back in the day as well. There were so many films from Sita Geeta and Chandini and Sadma where women, the golden era was 1950 when we were still trying to pave a path as a sovereign. It's changed. Women are now in bikinis. That kind of problem I still face where I don't want to be in a bikini just to look sexy. We can look beautiful in any avatar that we are in.
Yeah.
So I think my journey from the particular background of a Miss India to an actor was difficult, easy, yet very challenging, and I like challenges. So I think the men were supportive, but I had to really, really foray my part and stand my ground with a lot of things that I faced.
What you want to talk about some of that?
No problem. Of course, we are here to speak about that. So it was not sexual objectification of a woman's body, but more so to do with equal pay, as you mentioned. Of course, I was a newbie, but I wasn't expecting somebody to pay my dues to be as the superstar I was casted with. But you have to pay the woman for the hours that we put in, firstly. You have to respect our boundaries, the kind of rooms and trailers or the makeup and hair artists you provide us with. For a person who's new in the industry, they think, it's okay, we might as well just get done with this and do this with you. But there are some people who did come to my rescue, and they were my team, who said, no, she might be a newcomer, but she deserves this particular team, this particular room, this particular way of being dealt with, this particular person to help her with. So there are people who come to support you, and there are managers and management agencies in place who do stand up for you. And I believe that when you say no, which is the biggest anchor in your journey, is when people start respecting you more. And with the pay, because we have the Redressal Act as well, 1976, which tells people it's a right to get an equal amount of pay for as men do. The second was timings. Third was things I was not comfortable working with on set, being certain situations or scenes, being paid for these extra hours. And of course, women are sexualized, and you have to kind of, be okay with looking beautiful. You can still look amazing and still look gorgeous with even a beautiful sari like this lady is wearing. She looks lovely here.
Isha Gupta.
Right? But I feel
She's a designer herself, so she's designed herself today, of course.
So we have to see ourselves, like Mr. John says, men act, women appear. Men watch, women are being watched by men watching them. It's a very famous quote in our industry as well. So I feel like if one woman stands up for herself, she's standing up for everybody else in this industry.
Yeah. Very, very, very powerful statement by you. Okay, quick follow-up questions to all of you. I'll start with you, Alankrita. Now, is it true that, of course, you're talking about empowering other women, but you were faced a situation where you had to empower yourself in self-defense? What happened? Can you tell us about that and how, you're a survivor literally as well?
Yeah. Okay, so the situation he's speaking about was life-threatening. I just moved to a new city, Chandigarh, because I was shooting for a film there, which I, of course, opted out of because the producer was a complete, I would suggest, jerk. I'm sorry to use that word on screen, but yes, he was. But I moved there to kind of continue with my interior designing course and my film that I was doing on board. And I just moved into a new place, a very great sector in Chandigarh. And in the middle of the day at 12 o'clock, 3 robbers enter my house. because घर में काम चल रहा था तो उनको लगा कि they were probably watching me for a very long time कि एक single lady आई है यहाँ पे घर पे अकेली है काम चल रहा है, so they kind of walked in and they jumped on me, they beat me up, they hurt me, they hit me, they tried to kill me, but I think my acting kind of, I would say thank you, played a big role in saving me that day. When this was going on, the only thing I kept asking them was, why me? Why are you hurting me? Why are you trying to kill me? Or why are you robbing my house? I've just moved into this city and this sector. And there was one guy who said, "Jo karne aaye ho karke yahan se chalo. Don't try to like do anything else, but just take the money and go away from here." Well, they did rob me, and they did, of course. I mean, it's left a really horrible mark on my, I think, my psyche in general. But I did save myself. How? Because it was 2 hours I was held at knife point by these robbers. They did everything. They ransacked my home. They got my cards out. They took the pin, and all that drama took place. And then after that, the moment the guy one guy went to the ATM, the other guy was with me at the knife point with me. The other guy was ransacking my home. So when they got all the money, which was at home, जो घर के कामों के लिए हम रखते हैं घर पे पैसे, 2 hours and he was not leaving, and I'm just like, मेरे बच्चे हैं, मेरी शादी हो गई है, क्या मार, everything possible I could do to save my life. Yeah. I was narrating to the guys that they don't kill me or don't try to rape me. That's the first thing a woman wants, is you want to secure yourself of any kind of sexual assault. So physical assault already took place. So I'm like, what next can happen? Because they're not leaving my doorstep. So the guy just kind of walked in for like a few seconds to tell the other guy कि fingerprint साफ कर. I just took that moment to jump out of my bed from the other room, and I locked myself in that particular bedroom. And from niche se bhi lock kara, then I double locked myself in the washroom. I took my phone and the money because he had thrown it on my face in the bed ki ye le. And I double locked myself in that bathroom, and I tried to call my bhaiya niche ki please come up and save me. I tried to call 100. My connection did not go through at that time because in that other room, the internet and the connection is really bad. So WhatsApp call went to Bhaiya Niche. They realized by that time. So we had a fight from the windows, khidki se jo chitke nahi hoti. We had, of course, toughened glass. So we tried to break through that. So I used the jet, I used the wiper, I used everything I could at that time. But then I realized, he said, if I come in, I will kill you. So whatever money that they had thrown, I used that as a saving grace for myself, and I threw it on all his face. And he had that chaku, so uska haath kat gaya when I was pushing him out of the particular khidki. And these guys ran from the piche wala balcony of mine. So I was just inside my bathroom, because there was another guy outside waiting to take them in the auto, right? And for 2 hours, I was figuring out everything. And it turned out to be one of the furniture guys who had come to deliver my furniture, who planned this entire robbery with his friends. Ki akeli hai, ye hai, wo hai. And that's
Shocking.
it.
And this is, I can imagine the fright that you're still facing. Amazing to you for handling this situation, And we are having goosebumps just hearing your story. But it's important that you speak about it as well. And it just shows that obviously women are still unsafe, in many parts of the country, and even, famous women like you. I'll come back to you. We're quickly going back to Rimple Narula on, on now this new project that you're working on. Can you tell us a bit about it? And I know a lot is under wraps, but kuch bol sakte hain about...
Yeah, I'm working on the quintessential Indian story, that's Ramayana. And it's coming back in a way that...
everyone, I think, is waiting for it. All cine fans, yes.
Where Ranbir is playing the Ram. So, yes, Sai Pallavi is there. I'll tell you why I said yes to it. Not that I wasn't elated to do such a big project, but the reason, I was called at a very last minute, probably because they had somebody else from the industry. And something went well with that one, and I was just like a last minute entry. But the reason why I said yes to is that I was very excited. Ramayana, I mean, all I remember, the memories I have of Ramayana is the 9 a.m. episode in Doordarshan, and that's all I remember. And I called my son is 23, and I called him, I said, Ishraj, have you seen Ramayana? And he was like, yeah, the cartoon. I said, no, Ramayan. He said, no, yeah, I know, I see Hanumanji flying in that cartoon. I said, oh my God, this movie needs to be out ASAP. The generation doesn't know what Ramayan is, what it means to us, and how valuable is it to our Indian tradition. And that's the reason I said, pay me whatever it takes, I am going to do Ramayan. And that's how I landed up doing it. And it's midway now. It's going to release next year. And it's looking very, very nice. And the first person, I think it'll be my son who I'll take to go and see Ramayan.
Absolutely. We're wishing you well for that project.
Thank you.
And,
I just wanted to add that cinema, she's a very brave girl, and I hear you and I understand, because I know the trauma we women face even when on a roadside guy just looks at you with those dirty eyes, or is just fiddling with his private parts looking at you. It is so humiliating and it is so scary, and it has a scar on you for so long. Like, it takes time for you to get over, and we, at least me as women, don't even talk about it to our husband or our son, because we don't want to leave bad taste in their mouth, and don't want to discuss this. But this woman needs to be applauded. I mean, like, what have you gone through? Honestly, we need to be safe through various channels, through various empowering societies, movements. We need to be safe. The Indian government, the police has to safeguard women. It's very, very, very important. Cinema has a very profound effect on us. So my request to all cinema makers, movie makers, is to keep producing movies which empower women, to help us, have guidelines where we can be safe, and encourage our policemen, our government to protect us.
Quick reaction, and then Savitaji, there's another, of course, big project of yours that's around the corner. You're re-releasing Khosla Ka Ghosla. Why is that? It's the year of re-releases, from Rockstar to Veer Zara to Tumbar to many others recently.
Yeah,
Laila Majnu, of course, as well.
Like, first time I had to struggle and get distributors for 2 years. This time it was distributors who wanted me to re-release.
Great.
Yeah, so it's re-releasing, and we are also ready, almost going on floor with part 2 of Khosla Ka Ghosla.
Oh wow, Khosla Ka Ghosla part 2 is coming soon. That's a big announcement made from our stage today.
And as I'm just reacting to what she's gone through. I request all the parents not to treat daughters as Barbie dolls. Please make them more stronger than Barbie dolls. It's very, very important. And give them, stories like, they should become horse riders, or some strong, fighter they should become. They should not become Barbie dolls when they grow up.
True. Quickly,
and I'm also doing Kalpana Chawla biopic.
Oh, Kalpana Chawla, a biopic on Kalpana Chawla.
Yeah.
That's all. Have you cast for that as yet?
Almost.
Any hint?
You'll know soon.
Any hint?
Yeah, she's a top actress today. So let's see.
There are many top actresses. Any other thing?
I can't name it right now.
Okay. When will we know?
I think another month or so.
Okay, great, fantastic. Look forward to that. I'll end. You want to quickly react to what they said, and then I'll quickly end with a 3 rapid fire questions to you all three.
I believe women have been for very long told to be shameful of their bodies. We have shame attached to the very idea and generic norm of being sexualized firstly. Not just that, but I feel like shame is a very strong word we associate with since we were young kids. Be it when you're menstruating, be shameful of that, or asking questions about that. When you're with your male friends, being very careful about, when you're, even the way you're sitting, what you speak, how you react to a certain situation. Women are judged for everything. So basically, as Konkana Sen Sharma said the other day, that, women are looking at themselves in the mirror from the perspective of a man.
Okay.
So for very long in our industry, roles have been written from the perspective of men.
Yes.
And now women have come on board and have been where the narrative is changing, right? Because if you see this study of the census, that we would have 26,300 men as crew members and just 4,100 women.
Yeah. But that needs to change, and that is changing. Okay, now let's end with a quick rapid fire. Savita ji, are you a beaches person or a mountains person?
Beaches person.
Okay. Favorite character from Khosla Ka Ghosla?
Khurana.
Who is the most underrated actor in the industry today?
Underrated actor. There are many actually, especially Manoj Vajpayee.
Oh yeah, he's fab.
Who is the most overrated actor? Lot of claps
That's
for
a difficult one. That's a difficult one. Overrated actor. How can I say? Because I have to work with them.
Okay. But there are a few?
I'm sure there are.
Okay. And finally, who according to you is, a heroine who you'd like to work with?
Alia Bhatt.
Kalpana Chawla? Okay.
We'll talk about
between the lines. Okay. Ripple, beaches person, mountains person?
Beaches, beaches and always beaches.
Okay. Favorite cuisine?
Chinese, comfort food.
Okay. Favorite actress to design for?
Oh, okay. All of them are beautiful. I mean, Deepika Padukone has been an epitome of beauty and class. But my clients, I love designing for my clients. They are my beautiful muses and I love designing for them.
Okay. Who's an underrated designer, according to you?
Not one. Lot of indigenous indie designers. In fact, I'm wearing one. It's not my creation. I just picked up at an exhibition and I support a lot of indigenous Indian designers and I always wear them.
Great. Who are you wearing today?
Somebody, I don't know, but I
Okay,
just
this
love
Indian,
the outfit.
Indian design, okay.
I don't know.
And finally, who's your favorite Khan?
All three. Let me tell you one thing about the film industry. I don't know if you'll agree, but looking at them from a distance, we feel such a glamorized world, this, that, da-da-da. No. They are so meticulous in their work and they are so hardworking and that's the reason they are there where they are.
Okay. Alankrita, beaches person, mountain person?
Well, both, but I like the beaches.
Okay. Who is one Miss India who you looked up to?
I definitely look up to Sushmita Sen. She is absolutely brave, strong, courageous. She empowers women left, right, and center, and she speaks her heart and her mind. She's no filter. And I think she's very authentic, and it's very important for us to stay true to who we are.
Who's one hero you'd love to be paired opposite soon?
Shah Rukh Khan.
Okay.
I love him.
Your favorite Khan then as well?
Yes, absolutely. The king of romance, but I think he's a great man. I mean, I've seen him since I was a kid. I've been growing up watching his films, and I know his son really well. But he's a very, very good man.
Underrated actor?
Well, as ma'am said, Manoj Vajpayee.
Overrated actor? You're known for speaking your mind.
Yes, I will. I think one of the most overrated actors would be, there's a couple of them, but I think I would say Salman Khan.
Salman Khan, most overrated actor. Okay. So today your most favorite Khan and least favorite has also come out.
Not least favorite,
yeah,
overrated.
But fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay. And
yeah.
Okay. And final, so he needs to reinvent himself is what Rimple is saying. Finally, what's one secret that you'd like to reveal today about yourself that we probably don't know?
I'm not going to sing if I say I'm a great singer, so don't make me sing on national television. But I love to sing and I love to write. I have my own quotes page which is hidden called Sahai Scribbles and Speaks, where I speak my thoughts and purviews about a lot of things, not just women, but everything, politics, men, women, the industry, the world, and I love traveling and doing spiritual experiences.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much
Thank
for being with
you.
us. Maybe a writer, Alankrita, is what we'll
In
speak
the
to you
making.
next. Thank you all
Thank
so much
you.
for joining
Thank
us
you.
today and wishing you more power in the future in your endeavors as well.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Before we let you leave, a small token of appreciation from us at NewsX. And again, more power to you that it takes a lot of courage to share your story on national television with people. So thank you so much for that. All right, we all have a basic understanding on IVF, but there's a lot more that we can learn about the procedure and how it works. And to take this conversation forward, we're being joined by Dr. Gauri Agarwal, founder and director, Seeds of Innocence and Gene Strings Diagnostics Center. Ma'am, requesting you to please come on the stage. This discussion is going to be moderated by my colleague Devika Chopra, editor, NewsX.
you so much, Asavri, for that. Dr. Gauri Agarwal, I, of course, begin by asking you, ma'am, if you could just explain to our viewers, you were discussing a case study earlier about male infertility. What happens is that even in today's day and age, a lot of the blame for not being able to conceive a child or have a child is placed on women. Discussions about male infertility are pretty much nil, not too many. So if you could first, ma'am, just begin by shedding some light on the same.
Hi, I would like to do a small case study on a real patient I had in my OPD. So I'll just stand up and just do that.
Yes, for sure.
So I would like to start with something. क्या मेरा वंश आगे नहीं बढ़ेगा? क्या मेरे आंगन में किलकारियां नहीं गूंजेंगी? क्या मेरा अपना बच्चा कभी नहीं हो पाएगा? And these are very typical questions which come to my OPD daily. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm Dr. Gauri Agarwal. I'm an IVF and infertility specialist. So I would like to start with a small case study of a beautiful, small, cute couple coming to my OPD from Dadri, as I sit in Ghaziabad. So this couple enters my OPD, and I can't share the real names, but Rahul and Anjali, because I'm a diehard fan of Shah Rukh Khan. So Rahul gets in my OPD with Anjali, and he said, "Ma'am, isko bachcha nahi ho raha hai. Zara dekhiye." And that typical tone which comes, but fine, because I'm so used to it. So I started taking their history. They had a thick file of reports, and I started seeing the reports. There were multiple reports of gynecologists, of ultrasounds, blood tests, genetic reports, but all of Anjali. So I just asked Rahul, where are your reports? मैंने कुछ गलत पूछा क्या? He got angry. He said, मेरी reports क्यों चाहिए आपको? I'm absolutely normal. मेरे को proper ejaculation है, मेरा sexual life बिल्कुल normal है, मैं gym करता हूँ, I don't smoke, मैं alcohol नहीं लेता. I mean, there's a sense of denial every time when I ask for a male report. And it happens in my OPD. But my concern is that I have to educate these people. So after 40 minutes of counseling of Rahul, finally he decided to get his sperm test done. So my team showed him the semen collection room, and he was given a dibba, ki jao sample de do. And I started seeing my OPD as usual affair. After 2 hours, I see Rahul outside my OPD. And he was like, "Ma'am, ye report galat hai. Ye meri report ho hi nahi sakti hai." I made him sit and I made him understand, look, you can have semen, but sometimes that doesn't have sperms, and that's known as azoospermia. There are many reasons for azoospermia today. People, there can be genetic causes, there can be infections, there can be toxins, there can be vibrations. We keep our phone in the pockets, we keep laptops on our laps, and there are so many vibrations. But I think he was in a sense of denial. He said, "Ma'am, ye report galat hai, main fir se check karaunga." And I think that's more important for him to be self-convinced first. So he went. After 1 month, Rahul enters my OPD again, very sad. He said, "Ma'am, aapki report theek thi. Mujhe azoospermia hai. I have no sperms." मैं क्या बोलूँगा अंजलि को? मैं क्या शक्ल दिखाऊंगा उसको? Please don't tell her that I don't have sperms. क्या मेरा वंश आगे नहीं बढ़ पाएगा? I mean, कोई भी हो, शाहरुख या गब्बर, सबको बच्चा अपना ही चाहिए. So with the latest technology, I explained him that with low sperm count today, you can go ahead with TISA. That is, we put a needle in your testicles and we retrieve the sperms under anesthesia. राहुल तो शिवर करने लगा. कहते हैं मर्द को दर्द नहीं होता. But I mean, Rahul was shivering just listening to this. But he had no choice, so finally he agreed to go ahead with TISA. So we went ahead with TISA and we retrieved sperms from Rahul's testicles and we froze them. So finally, he was happy that we got sperms from his testicular biopsy. He said, "Ma'am, I am so guilty. मैंने अंजलि के इतने टेस्ट करवाए, इतने अल्ट्रासाउंड्स कराए, मैं इतने सालों से घूम रहा था, and I thought सारी गलती अंजलि की है. But अब मुझे समझ में आया है that the problem was with me." So we all know that when females come to our OPD, we make it so comfortable for them. उनके ultrasounds होते हैं, we cover them, we make them lie down comfortably. Injections लग रहे होते हैं, we are so careful, doesn't hurt them. But to men, what we say, ये है डिब्बा, ये है semen collection room, go, get your test done. Nobody understands their psychological issues. They have erectile problems, they have ejaculatory problems, and I'm sorry I'm talking so openly about it. But that actually happens. And I think we should spread male infertility awareness, and people who have issues should meet andrologists and urologists. So finally, since we got the sperms, we did IVF for Anjali. We started injections and we made eggs for her. And then we used those frozen sperms to inseminate these eggs, and we made babies. So finally, Rahul had his own embryos. And then we transferred these 2 embryos in Anjali. After 15 days, good news, Anjali was pregnant. Rahul was so happy that despite his no sperms, he had his own genetic baby. So right intervention is so important today in cases of infertility. So while I was doing an ultrasound in my OPD, while checking for the heartbeat, they had twins. Rahul started crying. I mean, he was aiming for 1 child and he had 2 despite no sperm count. The couple went back happily home. After 4 months, Rahul again came to my OPD. I got scared. Kuch hua kya? He said, "Nothing. I wanted to tell you something personally. I have bowed in front of 3 women in my life. Durga Ma, my mother, and he bowed in front of me." And I think this is a real story, and this is something which we all doctors actually work for. We need that respect, because this is what we are working today in this society, and a safe place for us. Thank you.
Well, Dr. Gauri, thank you so much for taking us through that case study, a very, very important interjection in our day-long celebration of womanhood, a very important interjection there on male infertility. Once again, a huge round of applause for Dr. Gauri Agarwal for joining us on this, of course, the Delhi edition of We Women Want. Over to you, Sabri.
Right. Thank you so much, ma'am. That was really inspiring, and thank you so much for giving us an understanding on that front. All right. Our next session is Women in Diplomacy, and joining us to take this conversation forward is Ambassador Lakshmi Puri, author and former UN Assistant Secretary General. Ma'am, thank you so much for being here. We're looking forward to know more about your book that you're carrying right in your hands, Swallowing the Sun, which is, in fact, outside also if anyone wants to get a copy. This session is going to be moderated by Ms. Priya Sehgal, Editorial Director, NewsX. Over to you.
Thank you, Ambassador Puri, and thank you for coming and being a part of our We Women Want. In fact, we've had many conversations with you, but today I'm very happy because the first time we met you, I think your book had just come out, Swallowing the Sun. But in that very short time, I think it's made the list of national bestsellers. It's got a lot of critical acclaim for a debut novel. It's I must tell all of you also the book is available outside. In fact, those of you who want to buy it, and hopefully we'll get the ambassador to sign it also. The book is actually set against the independence backdrop, and those who know her will know her character is really there because it is a very feminist comment. It's a very feisty book. The protagonist of the book, Malti, and her sister, they push boundaries, they push patriarchy, they push societal norms to make a point, and it's a love story also, I think drawn from letters of her parents. But why am I talking? You tell us about the book first. But before that, I also want to tell you she's the first woman assistant UN Secretary General, and she was also the youngest IFS entrant, and she topped her class. But first, tell us about the book.
Thank you. Priya, it's a wonderful gathering that I'm part of. I was listening to the panels before me, such powerful women, such role models for this generation of young people and young women, both men and women who need to be feminists, both men and women. I want to emphasize that. So thank you for calling me. And yes, I'm very pleased that my book has won so much love from both young women and men. It is at its heart a women's empowerment novel, a feminist tract, but it's also an epic love story, a grand romance of a kind which I have been told has not been written in recent times. It is historical fiction, but it is so much also contemporary, because it is about a confluence of the reimagining of India. In fact, imagining of India at that time, during the freedom struggle, young people were trying to imagine India from the larger concept of Bharatvarsh as a free India, and that free India, what would it be? How to get to that freedom destination. That was their passion, that was their commitment. So it was that. And then there was a civilizational reawakening, as is happening right now. And the confidence at a time when they were under colonial rule. And then the third thing was the cultural efflorescence that was happening too. And in my book, I particularly draw upon the Marathi cultural renaissance that was happening at that time. So in so many ways, and then today we are looking at reinventing India, taking India on the path of greatness, 2047 developed country goal. So I think for young people today, it would be, and it is, therefore resonating with them. It is something that coming of age story, family saga, and it is also what my dear friend Malashri Lal, you know, her poetic exhortation, may you honor your ancestors whose genes sleep deep within you, those who fought for freedom and kinship for little women, and I would say little men, such as you. So it's that spirit. And the book title, Swallowing the Sun, is drawn from a 13th century saint, Muktabai's Abhang, which talks about achieving the impossible, people breaking boundaries, becoming extraordinary, doing extraordinary things. And my women characters are very powerful women who dare, who keep faith and achieve miracles, make miracles. So that is the spirit of the book. But also the men, I was listening to the discourses before, many of my men characters have drawn admiration because they are women respecting, women empowering, whether it is the father or the lover and husband, guru, and other characters in the novel who try to break out of the patriarchal conditioning that they have
feminine side, which is, I think, very important.
Right. Absolutely. So, and it is, in fact, really an ode to the indestructibility of the human spirit, the triumph of the human spirit, as an assertion of identity and confidence by every Indian today. And I would like to quote a poem of Tilak, which I have transliterated in the novel. बोला हवे ते मला काय त्याचे पुरे जाणतो मीच माझे बळ. And the last stanza of this is, am I not complete and auspicious? The purpose of God's creation felicitous. It matters not to me what is your opinion. I well know my own strength, my dominion. So that should be the anthem of our women today and your whole movement that Priya, you lead so ably and so, persistently what women want.
Thank you so much. And I must say you have a beautiful voice. There are a lot of hidden facets to you, which we are going to bring out today. Another facet is, of course, your career in the diplomacy as the UN Assistant Secretary General. You've been all over. Natwar Singh also refers to a couple of anecdotes in his book about your, when you went to, I think, Pakistan with him. So some anecdotes and stories from the world of diplomacy that if you could share with us. Being a woman, it's really still a man's world, I would say, the world of diplomacy. Even though women are supposed to be more diplomatic, but I don't know.
No, I think I went into the world of diplomacy both as an Indian Foreign Service officer representing India's national interest abroad and building relationships and partnerships with countries around the world, as well as when I was for 15 years in different leadership positions in the UN, I strode into that world saying, "Hum kisi se kam nahi." Not presuming that it is a male's world. But of course it was, and it is still, in so many senses, a men's world. But the thing is that there are three types of discriminations that you face. One is the unconscious bias, and that was there in all of the areas that I dealt with. And sometimes that unconscious bias shows itself in showing you special consideration in terms of roles and responsibilities, telling you, oh, you must do a softer job, deal with cultural issues, don't do the hardcore diplomacy or be in dangerous places. So that is one aspect. The other aspect of this is the actual discrimination that you face where you are denied a role. And then the third aspect is the system hardwired to discriminate? And I would say the Ministry of External Affairs, and I would say even UN, is an equal opportunity employer in that sense. And it has been a gender equal system. And sometimes, in fact, we are often even told that we are being favored, women are being favored. So let me give you two examples of how your system may support you. But when you are dealing with other countries, they can be misogynist in the way they deal with you. So, and the other aspect that I want to highlight is that I've always tried to be a pioneer to break glass walls. This is an important concept. I think some of you referred to. Within a certain profession, certain roles you cannot perform. So breaking glass walls and also glass ceilings. So, for example, in the ministry, let me begin with the ministry first, the Ministry of External Affairs. I chose at a time when economic diplomacy was just beginning to be articulated and envisioned. I chose to be there instead of some of the other bilateral territorial divisions. And I came under considerable in a sense of marginalization was being forced upon me. And I fought back. And today, when we talk about the Act East policy, I was in the forefront of the Look East policy, negotiating with all the ASEAN countries, Indian Ocean Rim Association, all of that. But at that time, everybody looked down on it. And of course, the more because a woman was dealing with it. But today, many of the seeds that I sowed have now come to fruition, and that gives me a lot of satisfaction. Now, coming to the story about Pakistan and Sri Lanka, these are the two. So I was Under Secretary Pakistan, and at a time when President Zia was had just taken power, and he had taken a number of anti-women steps, including dress, that women can't do this, women can't do that. And then, of course, the government of India, at that time Prime Minister Indira Gandhi was the Prime Minister, and Narasimha Rao was the Foreign Minister, decided in their wisdom that they will have an Under-Secretary dealing with Pakistan who's a woman. And I was, by the way, known as a hawk. So then we went on this path-breaking Jatha, Sikh Jatha, 13-member Sikh Jatha for the first time. It was a diplomatic breakthrough. There was a thaw happening in our relations. And we went there. We were in Nankana Sahib, and the military secretary came with a list of people who are to meet General Zia with the Jatha. And my name wasn't there. So Natwar Singh ji, who was the ambassador, turned around and said, "Inka naam kyun nahi hai? Ye to liaison officer hai." So they said, "Jananiyan nahi aa sakti hain." So he said, "Nahi, ye mere saath aayenge." So we went, and in his car, so literally I gate crashed into General Zia's meeting. And we were all standing in a line. He came out, and he did Jaffi Pappi to every Jathedar who was standing there. And when he came to me, he was a little taken aback. But, polite man, so he did an adab like this. And he had these lashless eyes, and he looked at me, a little disconcerted. But then quietly went and sat down, and their conversation started, and I started taking notes. What are they saying? It was a very political moment, a politically potent moment. Because remember, after this, a few years later, we had this big, blowout in Punjab, and Pakistan was trying to foment Sikh separatism. So within 10 minutes, a bearer came and said to me, "Aapko Begum Sahiba yaad kar rahi hai." And on the other side of the lawn, Begum Zia was sitting with tea and all that laid out, and I was escorted.
So women have chai while men do all the work.
So that was one. Then in Sri Lanka, because I had a very high profile, interaction with Sri Lanka in the Human Rights Commission, ahead of our, intervention in the ethnic crisis and in the Indo-Sri Lanka peace agreement. When I landed up in Sri Lanka as a diplomat, they tried to attack me in the newspapers. It was a very tense period in India-Sri Lanka relations. They saw us as supporters of, terrorism and separatism, supporting LTT and other groups, Tamil groups, etc. So when I landed there, there was a campaign against me, but against me attacking the fact that I'm a woman. So they would call me Mata Hari, they would call me, and then they would compare me to Indian film stars, which is, of course, an honor, not, but they tried to make me out.
Modify you, basically.
Yes. So that, but I showed to them what a force I was, whether it was in terms of dealing with the human rights issues of Tamils at that time, or dealing with supporting the Indo-Sri Lanka peace agreement talks and so on. So, you know, you have to face these challenges. You have to seize opportunities. Sometimes you have to extract agency.
In fact, before I go on to the next question, I would also like to share with the viewers another facet that you're also married to Cabinet Minister Hardeep Puri. In fact, you know, one always, woman has identity in her own right, but your husband is such a gem of a man that I'm sure this is an identity that we will talk about. So who do you think has the tougher job, you or him? Being married to him or being a Cabinet Minister?
Excuse me?
You heard me.
No. Ask this question again.
Being a
please.
cabinet minister or being a cabinet minister's wife? Which one is the tougher job?
No, certainly cabinet minister.
Okay. Now on to the woman voter. You know, today the BJP government especially has really, you know, I think uplifted the woman voter, or the women themselves are coming into their own. We've had 66% voting from the women as much as men. But that somehow doesn't translate into seats. 13% only of the MPs are women. You've had experience in dealing with some kind of legislation when you were heading the UN Women. So can you just share as to where do you think we've come, how far we've come, and what are the hurdles ahead that you feel?
Well, you cannot have true democracy until women's voice, participation, and leadership is equal. 50-50. Democracy 50-50. Also, there are two sides to that. One is women voters, women as voters, expressing their voice or, and exercising their vote to influence policies in their favor, and also for the common weal, because women are known to be thinking more beyond themselves about community, about the larger national cause as well. So it is very important, and this is a tremendous sign of progress, that from 2009, when there was a 5% gender gap of voters, we then had, in 2019, women overtook men voters. And now, as you said, we are equal. But the other side, and there are many reasons for this, the campaigning, how Prime Minister Modi has made women-led development. Every scheme is either targeted towards women, or it is the transversal schemes mostly benefit women. So women as labhartis or beneficiaries. But you know, the evolution also has been of another kind. The evolution has been not only as benefit takers, but also benefit shapers and holding parties to account. Look at what happened on the Khatakhat issue. After the promises were made, have you delivered or not? They went to the people who had promised Khatakhat, 1 lakh, whatever, pay up now. So I think there is that activism, and also the other reasons are the self-help groups, the mobilization that has happened across the country among women voters through the self-help groups, which are supposed to be about 100 million now. So all of that has certainly contributed to a greater voice and participation of women as voters. Now, your question, how do we see that translating into higher women's representation in parliament and state assemblies. We have 44% average representation at the local level. But how do you translate that into leadership and representation in parliament? So we have had this 33% reservation bill that has been passed. Now we have to build out of this reservoir of, firstly, the local leaders, which we have, the reservoir we have to tap that. We have to also get the voters to vote for the right kind of women. Because it's not enough to have women representation. It's also important that they be trained, that they be the right, that they have the right policies, and niyat saaf honi chahiye or niyat achhi honi chahiye. So that is something that also needs to be inculcated both amongst voters and the candidates. And I think the responsibility is both with institutions like the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha and the state assembly secretariats institutionally, but it is also with the political parties. The culture of politics has to also evolve and change, because a lot of it, of what has happened with the silent revolution that has happened with women voters can also happen in the representation. And, you know, I think the principle that you cannot, that 500 men cannot represent women as well as one woman can represent all women.
And we are waiting to see who that one woman is going to be. But this quick last question, is the book going to be made into an OTT? Because we just have, I mean, this is the right forum for it. You know, we have enough experts here, and
no, certainly,
what next?
Certainly talks are going on. And of course, I'm very much hoping that it will be taken up as a web series. It is an epic saga. It's an epic saga. I have just given my book to our the producer of Ghosla Ka Ghosla. So
this is where it all happened, jab you met.
but I'm also in talks with a few people in the industry, and I do hope that it's taken up. There are translations now ongoing, Marathi. Hindi is soon to be launched, and Telugu, Assamese, and many other languages, I hope, and also international edition. So these are some of the, and then of course a sequel and something on my stories about the UN.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Ambassador Lakshmi Puri. Thank you for joining us and being here, and we felicitate you and your book. Thank you.
Thank you.
A quick token of appreciation from our side first for Lakshmi Puri ji. No. Lakshmi ji, we request you to just stay back. We want to give you a quick token of appreciation to thank you very much for being here with us. And now, we are going to move forward. Lakshmi ji, again, I'll request you to please stay with us on stage because the former Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations, Lakshmi Murdeshwar Puri ji, is going to be doing the honors now for our next segment at We Women Want, where we are presenting some more Shakti Awards 2024. We started it in the morning, and now we are, of course, going to continue the award presentation. So thank you very much for agreeing to do the honors. And also, there's some more good news for you. I believe your copies of Swallowing the Sun, your new book, have been sold out, which were here. So congrats on that. But yes, absolutely. We'd love you to sign some of those as well. But moving on now to the awards. So please, could I request the first recipient of the NewsX Shakti Award 2024 for Excellence in Fashion Design, Reena Dhaka, to join us on stage, fashion designer. Congratulations, Reena Dhaka. And could we please have you on stage? Let's keep the applause going. These are achievers who, of course, excelled in their own right and made the country proud. Congratulations, Reena Dhaka, for being conferred the NewsX Shakti Award 2024. Our next recipient of the NewsX Shakti Award is Anjul Bhandari, founder and creative director, label Anjul Bhandari. Anjul Bhandari is getting the award for excellence in fashion design. And our next awardee is getting the award in the category of Fashion Standout Designer of the Year, and that is Esha Jajodia, fashion designer and founder of Rose Room by Esha Jajodia. Many, many congratulations to you, Esha ji. Thank you for being with us, and congratulations on the NewsX Shakti Award 2024. And our next awardee is Nomita Kohli. Nomita Kohli is getting the NewsX Shakti Award for excellence in the field of interior design. She's an interior designer and principal designer and creative director for Wisma Atria International. Congratulations, Nomita. And now, of course, another star is with us today who we were speaking about her prowess in the film industry, but she's also, of course, an eminent designer for excellence in fashion. The next award goes to Rimple Narula, fashion designer. Congratulations. Being felicitated today with the NewsX Shakti Award 2024, Rimple Narula. Many, many congratulations to you. And the next awardee is also with us today for excellence in the field of cinema. We are awarding Savita Raj Hiremat. Could we please have you on stage of Thunder Films International? Congratulations, Savita ji, to you on being conferred the NewsX Shakti Award 2024 for excellence in cinema. Many, many congratulations, Savita ji, and many, many congratulations to all our awardees today. And thank you very much, Lakshmi Puri ji, for doing the honors. Appreciate you being with us. All right, and now we're moving on to our next very special segment at the NewsX We Women Want Conclave 2024. Yes, the next panel is Women in Fashion. And for that, we have 4 reputed members of the industry with us. I want to quickly invite on stage Reena Dhaka, fashion designer, our first panelist for this next very, very special session. Also with us is Anjul Bhandari, founder and creative director, label Anjul Bhandari. Also with us is Esha Jajodia, fashion designer and founder of Rose Room by Esha Jajodia. Let me invite you for this next session as well. She's already got a compliment for her sari from one of the actors today. And we have Nomita Kohli, also with us, principal designer and creative director, Wisma Atria International. And behind every successful woman, there is a man, so we're happy to have Sandeep Jajodia also with us, industrialist in the audience with us. And we have Arjun Kohli as well with us. Great that the men are also applauding today the women at We Women Want. And yes, Ashiji also with us today, I'm being told. Okay, all the men are here, yes. Okay, and this session will be done, moderated by Priya Sehgal, editorial director of NewsX. As we continue, We Women Want. Priya, the floor is now yours.
And thank you all and congratulations on your award. It's so good to have you here. And we've had many conversations before, but I think today being here at the festival is a celebration by itself. And Reena, we talked a lot about fashion. In fact, you were one of the few, I think, the pioneers in fashion. We heard about fashion. You had to hear about Reena Dhaka. So a little bit about your story, how it all began. And at that time, maybe fashion was not such a industry the way it is now. So.
So that this is a long one.
Short answer.
Short answer. So fashion, when it began, Delhi was actually the capital of fashion when we all began. It was in the early 90s. And there was nothing in India to be calling you a fashion designer. Then that initial a thought you had that how do you establish a brand. Mostly labels were then called with romantic names or poetic names. So to call the clothing line by your own line, it was still a risk. And Bombay and Delhi became one, both in terms of fashion designers and in terms of models. And Indian Airlines used to be our car or our cargo to go to and fro for meetings, for work.
or to bring the girls back here for shows. Yeah, fashion has really come a long way and very fast in India. It's almost like wildfire now, with so many schools of fashion, so many talented students being belted out. But when we began, there was nothing. There was just a few of us, maybe 6 or 7 of us.
And then comes Anjul Bhandari, I think. So Anjul, tell us, pick up the story from after where Reena left, and what is the current situation now? Of course, fashion is not just runways and red carpets. It's every wedding, I think every evening party in Delhi is a fashion statement by itself.
Priya, thank you for having us over, and thank you so much for this beautiful award. It's always a pleasure to be here. So as Reena just put it across, that these guys were the pioneers of fashion. They are the guys who brought us to actually understand that there is a world of fashion which is beyond Master G, and there is absolutely something else which you could create. This was a platform where creativity could flow, also could flow. It was not only about Master Ji aapko kaat ke denge piece to wo salwar jo hai tedi bane ya seedhi bane to wo. That is where the designer bit came in. But today, as you rightly said, it's just all over the place. And if we come to look at it, the way the multi-designer stores have come up, the individual stores have come up, I have come to a place that we are standing at a pedestal where I think each and every person today can afford a designer outfit. Starting from a price range of 10,000 rupees going up to wherever your imagination can go, you can buy an outfit, which is great, absolutely. And somewhere down the line, that whole system, I'm not saying that it was bad or it's still not there. It's still there, but that whole idea of going to Chandni Chowk with your mother to buy your wedding lehenga has somewhere slowed down, because you can actually go and pick up something which fits you well from wherever you want, which is great.
Esha, would you like to come in on this conversation and also tell us, a bit about what you do, the kind of clothes, the kind of label?
So my brand is actually a rose room where I feel it's the Indian silhouettes meet the French laces and the fabrics. So it's a perfect romantic story. It's for the women who are confident, who are fashion forward, well-traveled. So it's actually a modern day bride. So that's the whole philosophy behind my brand.
Which is fashion and design, I think, is not just limited to clothes and couture and all, but also to the way we do up our houses, the way we do up our offices, the way we live, and that is when Namita comes in, really. So what does Visma Atres do? A bit about, how you started it, and, and what kind of design is really in now? Because, we've heard Anjul talk about everyday, fashion is now more accessible. So is design also more accessible in terms of architect?
So just a little bit of my background. Very much like Reena, I started off years and years ago. And at that time, there was far and few people who did kitchens. And that's what I started off with. And from there, it grew. And then I started manufacturing furniture. And about 10 years ago, we forayed into the international market. And now we represent about 18 European brands in India. That's our journey so far. However, as far as interiors is concerned, let me tell you, we always have treated luxury in terms of, and with full due respect to, to fashion design, but we've treated luxury for jewelry, we've treated luxury in terms of cars, we've treated luxury in terms of clothes. But luxury has never really been part of the furniture industry. I think today, I find that there is a lot of change in that. I have always treated, a home as a temple. You come into your home, that's your place, it's your sanctum sanctorum. It's your place where you are comfortable, it's your safe zone, and that safe zone, to make it a haven, it does not need a lot of money, it just needs a lot of love, and it needs a lot of your personality reflecting in it, and that is what we try and do at Visma Atres. We try and reflect our client's personality, and we try and create a lifestyle and a living space that works for each person individually.
But Reena, you've moved, now I think also reinventing yourself. We talk about fashion, but I heard you also talk about re-fashion, sustainable fashion. Can you tell us a bit about that?
But before that, this came to my head. I couldn't control myself. When you said Chandni Chowk and you talked of the past, in the early days when we used to go to Chandni Chowk, because you had to, they only sold material and they wrote their shops' names as Banarsi Das and Sons from the generations they came. If you go, then when we started, the designer became important or heard about, it became designer wear, designer, however. Today when you go to Chandni Chowk, they are pulling you in. You can't walk. They say designer lenge lo, designer ye lo. Everything is rallying on the word designer. So Chandni Chowk's optimum sale point and sale pitch works on the word designer. So yes, we can take a bow to that, all of us. We have created great value for a lot of people in the planet, thanks to that. Yes, refashion has become very important because men, you guys are actually the inspos here. I'll tell you why. Excuse me, but Peter Repeater is a good word in today's world. The queens, from Kate herself, when she repeats an outfit, the media talks about it and considers her to be doing something which can relate to a conscious choice to save the earth. And in our city, we have the worst of Katran landfill. If you go towards Sultanpur, there are mountains and mountains of just wastage left out of export factories, which have grown over time, and they look like hills and mountains, but they are just rough katrans. And I think today's press has carried something about some fires in some of them. So yes, we all have to learn to make the key piece important, to re-wear our clothes, to refashion them, and designers, even ourselves, everyone is now offering those services so that you can bring value to pieces and not discard them. Go back to the old world where the dadis sari became the razai or the patchwork painting. I don't know, it never went anywhere. And then the Raddiwala also took it and he recreated it. But we need to go back to that system because it is in a mess, our lives. And every day we cry about our affairs in this city. They will not change till we start taking the first steps. So yeah, repeat your clothes and refashion and wear them.
In fact, that's what I find also, you also talk a lot about, that heavy wedding lehenga is which you wear once and then put it in the cupboard. As she said, maybe your granddaughter will have a different taste or your daughter won't have the same taste. But the fashion, the clothes that, you all are making now are something you can wear on your wedding, you can wear it for a dinner, for a cocktail. So that, as she's saying, repeat is also part of your...
So very rightly said, today the key word is repeat. That is a very important thing. So considering that, the kind of work I do is 100% an heirloom kind of work because I only do one kind of craft. I'm not doing fashion, I'm not doing fast fashion, I don't do any pret. So I'm doing absolute luxury and I'm doing something which is going to keep on repeating itself. So you can probably pick up a shirt and wear it with a plain pair of trousers or team it with the same pant which I've given it to you and wear it for somebody's wedding. So that's the whole key. You have to be, and the girls have become very conscious of the fact that when they come to us and they ask us, they've already done their homework. They know that they want something which is craft-based, which is more sustainable, and they want to save the planet, which is great. So half the work is done by these Gen Z brides, and they've done quite a bit of homework if they've reached us. If they're not coming to us, then obviously you're not in that rut yet. But yes, if you're reaching us, then you have your mind very straight that you're doing something which is absolutely an heirloom, which is something which is sustainable. So a piece which I would make would probably go down generations because you can just pull it out. A chicken curry piece which your mother would have owned or your grandmother would have owned is going to be the same piece maybe with a different color down to your daughter. And chicken curry being such a clean embroidery, you can actually change your color 2 to 3 times if you've got the right product with you. So that's what I say and that's what I always like to say. And also because I just do one of a kind, so there are no repeats. So if you have that one, you have just that one. We don't have the other one. So that's the whole USP of buying the craft.
Okay. What is the, accessible fashion, sustainable fashion, your take on that?
For me, to be honest, what Anshul just said, I totally believe what she just said, because it has to be generational. And even when I create my bridal wear, I make sure that it can be passed on to the daughters or the daughter-in-laws. So I mainly, as I said, I mainly work on laces, and they are very, very intricate. And, there's, of course, I give my clients and the brides instructions about how to keep them well. But yes, I mean, it's nothing more special than you owning your mom or a mother-in-law's, special. Yes, why not? For sure.
May I just interrupt
Yes.
here? So my daughter got married about 5 years ago, and she actually repurposed my wedding lehenga and wore it. And it was done with a fresh dupatta and with a fresh blouse, but she redid the lehenga. The lehenga was obviously touched up a little bit, but yes, she did repurpose it. And when I told her, why don't you want to go out and buy a new one? She said, Mom, this has more sentimental value to me, which I think was a really beautiful thought.
Yeah, which is actually, that is true, because, and I think today's kids have that, I think there was one generation that was more into spending and buying, but this generation is also more into conserving and carrying on the story. But one quick thing about design is, from what I can gather, I'm not one of, as you can make out, all of you are so, I'm not a fashion, this thing, but is minimal back in, is that the thing? The over the top is, even in terms of architect, even in terms of interiors.
So, in interior design and in architecture, I don't think anything is in or out. It's your personality that needs to reflect, Priya. I can create 50 homes that are Namita Kohli, but am I really creating a home that says Priya? That's the point. So anything that works for you, if it is done with the right proportion and with the right balance, I think there is no maximalism or minimalism in design today.
Are you all wearing your own designs? I think you are.
We tried.
We tried.
So I would have to wear a chair. I don't think I can.
Yeah, except we should have asked you to bring the chair.
I can make you a chair to wear.
But, Reena, there's also been a lot of criticism, and we've had a conversation, I think Anjul and you and I, on this size zero, this whole pressure by designers. I don't know whether I should hold you both also accountable. But now do you see, I mean, I believe you are making larger sizes and all that. So this whole size zero, is that now passé?
Now in shows, it's important to be inclusive. And I was once long back, I'm talking of maybe 2008 to 2012 window, I can't remember. I was doing Fashion Week in London. So at the gates of outside of Victoria and Albert Museum, -0, there are all these plus size women making in fishnets, and it's London, so they're braving that cold, and so big and so beautiful. And the police are all there to stop them because they're protesting. They were the first warriors to put the bigger size models on the runways to say that why are we not included in fashion? Why are we outcasts? So there was a huge uproar about it, and over time the revolution went on to become a reality. I have gone on to do plus size shows myself, where for just the casting of the plus size show, 300 participants showed up. They wanted to be cast in a 20 model show. So there is no more size bias, but then of course, paradox, Ozempic has hit, the world, and suddenly you see these people who were like XXXXL suddenly becoming in minuses. So in a matter of 30 days, it's very hard to believe otherwise.
I would like to add something on the same subject. At my last 2023 India Couture Week, I actually decided to be taking, the plus size models, and I promise you the way they owned the ramp. I mean, they wore my lace corset. I said, can I give you something like a kaftan? She said, no, I would like to wear a corset, and she truly owned the ramp. So yeah, that's changing for sure.
On plus size, clothes, Angela is looking at me like...
I always believe in a normal size. As a brand, I have never made a small. If you go onto my rack, you don't see a small size. I only start from a large. So for me, it's irrelevant what size you are. So if you are a small, I will have to bring you down. So you've got to be ashamed that you're small. I'm so sorry, but we are Indian women and we like to be the way we are. We like our parathas if we are here. We'd like to be known and seen the way we
Yes.
are. So I don't
love
do
it.
it. I don't take orders on large and extra large because they're available off the rack.
Well said. That gives. I'm coming straight to your shop, Anjul. But Namita, in whether it is design or whether it is fashion or any kind of design, the individual, as you said, you cater to the individual taste. How accessible is it in terms of who are the kind of people who are coming to you? Is it just celebs or is it professionals?
So Priya, I think interior design has really come a long way, and people now value you as a professional because they do realize, I think post-COVID there has been a big change because people stayed home a lot and they actually realized that, look, if we can spend on an expensive holiday, if we can spend on an expensive flight, if we can spend on expensive clothes, then here is something that we're going to be living, and we're going to be living in the room. I have found people are ordering mattresses that are expensive. You never heard of that. People always did up their formal living area or their dining area or their entrance foyer. But the bedroom, they always said, kuch bhi laga dena, purana use kar lena. Now they're saying, I don't mind spending the money on a mattress, hang the dining room where I'm not going to, where I'm going to be entertaining people. I do that once in a year or twice in a year, but I'd rather spend on myself. So I think that kind of has changed a lot, and it's for the better because, we are living and we are enjoying every moment. So the kids today, even all of us today, even with our slightly older ideologies, are spending on experiential, times and to be experiencing, the luxury rather than just be looking at it.
Also, I want you all to share maybe your fashion faux pas, Reena. Anything that, all of you I want. Something that you designed that just didn't, was so bizarre, or a bizarre request that you got, which went against,
We've made so many, my God. Daily there is a faux pas. So wardrobe malfunction, as you know, is one of the faux pas, because sometimes on fashion shoots and on runways, time is of it's tight. It's like goes into seconds, especially for a model. And in fashion weeks where the shows are budgeted, which means you're just next. So the girls have to do so many looks in a certain day. I have had, when you alter especially a garment, sometimes things can go wrong, or a snap when you tie it too tight of a halter blouse or a bustier. We've done a lot of, oh God, wardrobe malfunction is a horror. We should write a book on it. Where is Lakshmi ji? We should seek her help, because in this room and in this audience, I can find so many of us who will have millions of malfunction stories of how we've quickly covered up. I invented the slit petticoat long back, you guys young. So I wore an organza sari on it in the early days. I sat on a wedding and I had a young son. And my father came running to me. Oh, beta, petticoat phat gaya hai. I said, nahi, phata nahi hai. Is my slit? So there are, like I thought he was going through hell, that he had to pull me out and wrap me up for that. But yeah, fashion is all about wardrobes. And there is a law now, I'm sorry, I'm taking everybody's time, in Mumbai. It's different from Delhi, wherein a model walking a runway can expose the hip, but not the front. Then designer, the authorities all go behind bars.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. Okay, quick
last. No clue about that. I had no clue about that.
Before you get hauled off. Anjul, any fashion faux pas that you'd like to share?
You actually, like she said, Reena said that there are so many of them normally, but you have people coming up with bizarre requests, which, so many times when these girls come from abroad, they have so many things to say, like, I want to wear a lehenga, which is very traditional, and this, that, whatever. And in all of that, you can have the mother, who's a very traditional woman, get up and say, beta, main to gown pehnungi. आपके पास अगर गाउन है तो मैं पहन सकती हूँ, और अगर आप उसके ऊपर दुपट्टा लगा दो तो बहुत अच्छा होगा. So you have bizarre, I mean, please wear a suit, please wear a lehenga, please wear a sari. Why do you want to wear a gown and wear a dupatta on top of it? Is not something I understand. So you do get bizarre requests all the time.
Any bizarre requests that you've got?
I'm not from my clients, but most definitely from the stylist when they tell me that it's a couture outfit. Can you just, we need it for a lister, celebrity, and can you give it to us in one day? I'm just speechless then.
Normally,
So
what is your answer on that? Because I normally say that I don't have a glue machine which I can do it with.
I'm just speechless. This doesn't happen.
That's because the
This is
stylists didn't study in fashion factories. They didn't go to school. So they just
Also,
became...
you have to remember, you have people coming up to you and speaking about your craft and saying, I'm wearing a beautiful chicken curry outfit. So they know no difference between a chicken curry and a chicken curry. That's what they are for.
Namita, you end with the most bizarre request that you've had.
So this actually is a really funny one because the client told me that they wanted a 5-foot bed. So I said, great. I said, you want a 5-foot bed this way, but are we taking 6.5 feet this way? And he said, no, I want 5 feet by 5 feet. So I said, this is for a grown-up human being. Normal bed size is 6 by 6. You want 5 by 6? He said, no, I want 5 feet by 5 feet. Then he drew 6 feet this way and 6 feet this way. So we actually had to make him a patang-shaped bed.
Okay.
Honestly, that's God's own truth.
Well, more on that inside stories, but we're out of time. So thank you all for coming and sharing
Thank
with
you
us.
so much.
Always a pleasure to have you on the panel. Thank you.
Request you to stay on with us. We have a small token of appreciation that we would like to give to you. That was indeed a very insightful, interesting session that we have over there. And our next session is going to be equally interesting because we are, in fact, going to be talking about women in royalty. Of course, there are lots of things that we want to know about that. In fact, joining us for that panel discussion is Pushpita Singh, Khadwa royal family and jewelry designer. We're also, in fact, going to be joined by Nivriti Kumari Mewar, Princess of Udaipur royal family, and Meenal Jhala Singh Dio, Yuvrani of Dhinkalan royal family. Could I please request our panelists to join us on the stage? And if, in fact, our moderator, Mr. Uday Pratap Singh, editor NewsX, to please join us on the stage for this very interesting session that we're all looking forward to. Aye. Again, we've had a host of interesting sessions over here at the We Women Want Conclave. Here is another one that's going to start very shortly. Women in royalty is, of course, what we are talking about. Uday, over to you.
Namaskar, hello and welcome, and thank you for staying with us at the We Women Want 2024 conclave organized by ITV Network and the Shakti Awards presentation as well. We are now very privileged to have with us 3 erudite, eminent, and as you can see, graceful members of India's royalty. Reinventing Royalty is our next title of this session, and we're going to speak to them because all of them, of course, are achievers in their own right as well. And they're going to tell us about their story, how they are revitalizing their local heritage, and of course, taking it to the rest of India and also the world. So let me begin with you first, Pushpita ji. Tell us about your story, about how you are preserving and cultivating your heritage today.
Hi, family and friends. It's a very interesting topic which is very relevant. Okay. Hello, everyone, and Khama Gani to all. That's the way we address it. And just wanted to, it's a very interesting platform that we've come here for. To, after the, the Jamindari system, the collapse, with independence coming, all craft and art needed patronage. So it had to be reinvented. You know, earlier, the art and craft and architecture, it was the royal families which patronized it. So the patronage had to change and reinvent with, you know, with the royalty, with independence, the royalties had to go. And with 1977, the closure of Privy Purse, the locals needed to earn a living. It was so, you know, tourism helped a lot in that sense. And these beautiful heritage properties needed to be revived. So tourism, in a way, when we got more people into our areas, we, you know, that's how, you know, we had to survive, and the art and craft, the patronage had to change. You know, it had to reach a common man. So to reach a common man, you know, the art and craft had to be revived.
And your personal story, how you've tried to do it?
I was very fond of jewelry. So I thought, you know, and also block printed fabrics for some time. So I thought, you know, I must do jewelry. And I have a very interesting anecdote to share that jewelry is very fascinating in Rajasthan, which is also very interesting, you know, how the ruling class wears, how the tribals wear. It's the metal is used in so many interesting ways. So it was a local craftsman just told me, I'm not going to design anything in silver for you because he thought, you know, silver was, it was very fascinating to know that. And that's how I, you know, because I was very interested in jewelry, yes, which was a passion and which turned into a hobby, which turned into a profession. And I could see when I, you know, got my work done from artisans, they were so interested, they were so fascinating. And I really work from the grassroots level.
And as George Bernard Shaw also once said, privileged is a person whose avocation becomes his vocation. Yeah. As in his passion, of course, becomes his profession, as it has for you. Let me move on. Meenalji, let's quickly bring you in here into how, according to you, royalty is reinvented and adapted to today's time. And let's hear your personal story about how you've done it in your own way.
For me, you know, I think we are privileged to be born in the families that we are, to be the inheritors of such a beautiful legacy, but it also comes with a sense of responsibility and the responsibility of preserving it and passing it on to the future generations. To me, I think we are all just custodians because what we've inherited, a lot of it came through royal patronage. So be it the architecture, be it the crafts, art, the palaces. For us, I think we are custodians. And we just have to look after, try our best to preserve and pass it on. Tourism was, I think, a great step forward for us. Rajasthan, of course, were the pioneers. Odisha is still very, very new to heritage tourism. But some of us are converting now our palaces and havelis into hotels or homestays. So that is one step ahead to preserve and sort of restore our houses, which is a mammoth task, actually. Also patronizing the local arts and crafts, which actually grew under the royal patronage. So a lot of our ancestors set up a lot of the clusters which are still existing today. So there's Dokra. In Dhenkanal, we have the Dokra. We have beautiful handloom. And there's silver filigree. There's Patachitra. I can go on and on. There's so much. Also the cuisine. So some of these are passed down recipes, you know, which have come through generations. So to showcase that, I think tourism is a great platform. I am working with the local artisans also, trying to give them a platform. So sort of a little bit of design intervention and giving it a modern utility. So be it handloom, be it Dokra. We call our brand Meena Ketan, and we have exhibitions in various parts of the country. We have a little boutique in the palace for our tourists. So yeah, so that's, as of now, that's what we are doing. We have also started a foundation towards the artisans and their welfare. Yeah.
Yes, as your ancestors would do, who were patrons of the crafts as well. Okay, let me get in now, Nivriti, to hear your opening comments, of course, on how important it has been for India's royal families, who are truly ambassadors of India as well, abroad, to reinvent, adapt to today's changing times, today's new India, as Prime Minister says as well. And also, what's your personal story on how you've preserved your local crafts, of course, back home in Odisha and now in Rajasthan?
Well, I'm still beginning, but it's a small step that I have taken, and as my aunt here I think, very correctly said that Mewar, as the royal family, has always believed that they are custodians, and they have been patrons of the art over generations. They have encouraged the local people or people of the land to basically pursue art, craft, and also music in that way. And in my own little initiative, I basically come from a place called Balangir, which is erstwhile Patna state. And there are 6 districts around Balangir, including Balangir, which is Bargarh, Sambalpur, Sonpur, Baud, and 1 or 2 more, where Sambalpuri Ikat is woven, and it's a handloom craft. Now this Sambalpuri Ikat is what I'm bringing back to Mewar and turning them into accessories and, travel luggage boxes and even apparels for that matter. The whole idea is that Sambalpuri Ikat has always been looked at as saris, kurta, salwar kameezes, kurtas for men, maybe little frocks or shirts for kids, but they've never been. I don't think they've ever been used in a way that can showcase to the world that this fabric has more facets to it than just being worn, wrapped around you to cover you with. And that's what the initiative is all about. It's my brand is called Votary, which is a sacred vow. And it's a vow that I have taken to the land that I've been born into and the land that I'm married into. And the aim is to try and amalgamate both, Orissa and Mewar, and try and create little pieces of treasure. The USP of the brand is that because these fabrics are hand-woven, and they are only woven, maximum 12 meters of cloth is woven at a go. So you have very limited pieces. So every piece is a limited edition, and that is the USP of it.
Amazing. Also, just talking now about how much of a role our royal families play in tourism as well, and tourism attracting, of course. And I'm sure you see a lot of that in Udaipur. Do you believe we're doing enough to preserve and conserve our palaces, our forts, and promote them to get in tourism to India?
Well, I have to go back a little in time because in the 60s, when my grandfather-in-law, Maharana Bhagwat Singh Ji, he basically turned Lake Palace into under their wings. It is only then that they ventured out of Bombay. And to maintain them and for their upkeep, it is important to have them generate income for themselves.
So truly leading from the front.
Absolutely, and a pioneer in his...
And I'm sure you're very proud of being in that very family. Let's speak about your views on the topic as well, Meenuji. And how much...
Just start off straight away, but I think Odisha was not ready for tourism yet. Just start off straight away, but I think Odisha was not ready for tourism yet. And it's been 34 years of struggling and getting out there. But now, yes, I think tourism has opened up. Odisha is a new destination. It is India's best kept secret, I feel. And there are a lot more tourists coming in. To give you a small example, there's a small town called Manya Bandhu, which weaves ikat, both cotton and silk. And no one had really heard of Manya Bandhu. And today it's the most visited village, craft village of 2024. So, that's a bit of a step over there. And yeah, we are trudging along, but there's still a lot to be done. So Odisha still needs to improve on its infrastructure. Yeah. And I think each of us have to take that in. We still don't even have a policy for tourism, for heritage tourism in Odisha. So, we do have to put our act together still.
I will take the point from Nivriti's family, the House of Mewar. And because I handled Arvind Singh Ji's media for over 5 years, and I saw...
So it's all in the family here. You've handled Arvind Singh ji's media, Meenal ji is your aunt, so clearly all in the family. But this was not planned, unless the audience thinks it's a, you know.
We are all related.
And it was...
Aise pakdo ya aise bhi, you'll find a connect.
Arvind, Hukum Shriji, as we address him, Shriji was, you know, he was such a wonderful person, is such a wonderful person. He patronized and he made sure he, you know, he took up Gajner, which is his Nanihal, you know, his maternal. So he took up Gajner. Yeah, I'm talking of Bikaner, where my husband comes from. So, you know, Gajner is a beautiful property. And, you know, he spread his wings. And, you know, he did fabulous. He took up properties. He built a beautiful property in Jaisalmer, the, you know, the Fort Palace, where Satyajit Ray's film was shot. So that city, you know, he even there. So, you know, giving employment to so many people was his motive. I mean, he discussed with me, ki Pushpita, you know, I want to be Annadata in the true sense that, you know, we have to create jobs for, you know, our local people, which was, you know, everything. It was so fascinating. And, you know, compared, when you talk of food, that, you know, I also did, you know, even Rajasthan, which is bereft of any green vegetables. So, you know, the food was, but it's so interesting to, you know, hear about the food that you could fill a platter, a full thali.
Of course, yes, that's another thing. The food is also, Indian food has also been patronized by the royal families. Okay, it's time to end now, but I can't end without a short anecdote. वो कहते हैं ना बचपन में कहानियाँ होती थी जो सबने सुनी होंगी राजा और रानियों की तो आज हमारे बीच हैं तो खुद इन्हीं से सुन लेते हैं एक छोटी सी कहानी perhaps about your kingdom, erstwhile kingdom, or about you know, another royal tale that you'd like to in short share with us. And it's very correct what you said, because when we see, of course, Dua Lipa at City Palace in Jaipur, or we see Mick Jagger, you know, at Umaid Bhavan, then foreigners also want to come to these places. But yes, very quickly a story that you'd like to share with us.
You know, I had the privilege of meeting Hollywood stars in Udaipur. Owen Wilson and Nicole Kidman. The film Darjeeling Mail was being shot.
Darjeeling Limited, yes.
Darjeeling Limited was being shot. And Nicole Kidman and Owen Wilson, you know, were there. I rubbed shoulders with them. I'm very proud to share. And, you know, films were being shot. Because Udaipur has got such beautiful nuggets, gems. Wow. You know, the beautiful vintage car museum. The vintage car museum, so, you know, it is very interesting.
Hollywood, of course, rubbing shoulders with Indian royalty. Meenal ji, very quickly, a short story.
I'll tell you a funny thing. So there's no similarity between Gujarat and Odisha. And Gujarat, Saurashtra is where I came from. The language was alien, the customs, the food habits, the climate. I could have been on Mars. And the only similarity, the only word I could pick up was Gujarati. So when they were making tea for me, I was all of 4 or 5 days married. They said, 3-4 Gujarati, or I understood, 3-4 Gujarati dal do chai mein. And I said, oh my God, this is the Saas Bahu drama now starting off, Gujarati in the chai. Then my mother-in-law and my sister-in-law realized the horror on my face and said that Gujarati is elaichi actually, in Odia. So from that day onwards, now Gujarati is referred to as elaichi. So I have managed to change that.
Ab to Gujaratis are ruling the country. You can't, 3-4 Gujarati, koi nahi dalega chai mein. Ek chai wala hi desh ko aaj chala raha hai.
Absolutely, you have to clap on this.
Sangeeta ji, sorry, beg your pardon. Sangeeta ji is, of course, your mother, Nivriti ji.
It's my honor to be known by her name. Yes. But I think just to take the cue from my aunt again.
And in fact, your mother is with us as well today. Member of Parliament, Sangeeta ji. Welcome. Thank you for being with us. Yes.
So when we were getting married, my husband and I were getting married, my father-in-law and my father came up with this idea that we must put the Raj Purohits of both the families together. And just to discuss that what are the, you know, the similar customs that we have, or the different customs that are there, and which ones we should keep and which ones we can sort of, you know, adjust a little bit with. Because both sides are very, very particular about keeping up with customs and traditions. And that's when we were very pleasantly surprised that even though we come from 2 extreme ends of the country, they were just known by different names, but our customs and traditions were almost the same. And you know, one of the funny things that happened during the wedding is that when my husband arrived and my mother had to do the Sasu Aarti, and of course everyone was standing together, and we have this way of trying to ward off evil, which is known as the hula huli, the hulhuli, as they call it. Even the Egyptians have it. And I have not been, I mean, I'm still being teased about it because they got such a fright, I think, the Rajasthanis, that where was this strange noise coming from? Because every time something auspicious was happening, and all the ladies would start doing the hula huli again. So that is a fun fact.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much. And if you want to discover more of these fun facts, you've got to visit their places, of course, that they've spoken about, and support their brands that, as they are saying, they're supporting their local artisans too. Thank you very much to the three of you for being with us. And you are truly brand ambassadors of India. Let's hope you continue that legacy forward in able hands.
Absolutely. And before we let you go, here's a small token of appreciation. A huge round of applause for Pushpita Singh, Nivriti Kumari Mewar, and Meenal Jhala Singh Dio for taking out time and speaking on this very interesting topic. Our next panel, ladies and gentlemen, we owe our women in uniform a big thank you for the service that they've done. Joining us for this very special panel, Ace Colonel Aarti Chopra, Indian Army officer, Major Aparajita Sharma, Indian Army officer, Captain Ojaswita Shri, Indian Army officer, and Captain Kanika Rane, Indian Army officer. Could you please have a huge round of applause? These are the people who keep us safe in our homes. This session is going to be moderated by Priya Sehgal, Editorial Director of NewsX.
Please sit. Thank you. It is such a pleasure to have women in uniform breaking glass ceilings, and what better way to do it but, you know, go right into the male bastion of the Indian Army itself. So I'm so happy to have you all here today. And sorry. I'll begin with Colonel Aarti Chopra. She's a commanding officer. She's also worked in counterinsurgency. She's also worked for the Chief of Defense Staff. First of all, you know, the very routine question is, what made you join the Army, really?
First of all, good evening, everyone, and thank you very much for inviting us here. This is one question which we have been asked everywhere. What made us join the Army? So I have put in almost 20 years of service, and I come from a civil background. I did not have anybody in my family from the Army, but we had a lot of family friends who were in the police department. So they used to come in the uniform, and that uniform always fascinated me, and I wanted to don the uniform. That was it. As I grew, I saw the people who were from IMA wearing the Army uniform, and that changed from police to the Army. I joined the NCC. My mother always motivated me to do what I wanted, and she gave us the wings, and today here I am after my SSB, after my training, and almost with 20 years of service. Thank you.
But you've also been in charge of a command. You've held command over men. How does that feel, and how have the men taken your command?
As I say, Army is an organization where I think we have been trained to do the fault finding. That is how we have been trained. So we can find the faults very early and very fast. Our men are also trained the same way. So they can gauge you the very moment you are there and how you're working. If you know your job, if you are good at your work, they respect you, irrespective of the gender. They will not think that it is a lady or it is a male officer who is commanding. It is an officer for them who is commanding. It is not madam or sahab. All the officers who are there, irrespective of the gender, are sahab for them.
And you worked with the Chief of Defense Staff. How was that?
I was fortunate to work with the first Chief of Defense Staff, General Bipin Rawat. Unfortunately, he's no more. And I have also worked with the second Chief of Defense Staff, General Anil Chauhan. I was fortunate to work with them. It is a great experience and it's a great exposure to a woman officer to be working there and seeing how things unfold, how the things are there at the higher level. So it was amazing working with them.
Thank you. Now I'll have with me Major Aprajita Sharma. She's at a very young age marched in the Republic Day Parade. She's a paratrooper, she's an adventurer, she's also scaled Mount Kilimanjaro and done scuba diving in Egypt, Africa, South. So she's also been awarded the Best Woman Adventurer in the Arms Ordnance. First, of course, same question to you. What made you want to join the army?
First of all, thank you for the introduction and the question. Good evening all. Thank you for having us here in this hall full of inspiration and wherein we all are representing our organization and will be having this insightful discussion. Coming to the question, well, in the last 11 years, you know, Indian Army has totally transformed me. Like now I'm a trained logistician. I've been trained for mountaineering, paratrooping, scuba diving as a firer. So this goes without saying that, you know, I would not have and could not have done all these had I not been in Indian Army. So this is the basic reason. It is brimming out of, you know, brimming with the opportunities. So for these opportunities to have these skills, this is the main sole reason why I joined Indian Army.
And, you know, in terms of, again, working in a man's world, you know, how do you find your colleagues? Or is there really no different? It's like a camaraderie? Or is there some kind of skepticism somewhere? Oh, she can't do this, she can't do that. I mean, you are doing paratrooping, scuba diving. You're doing everything they can do and probably much better.
So there are two things. When they call it men's world, what I understand is that they say that men are more than women. So the reason is not that men are more, it's just that we are very few who are applying for the forces, right? So the main point here is that basically we are here to motivate more and more to apply for. This is standard procedure of selection, and just to have more in numbers, those set of parameters cannot be compromised. So it is basically the quality selection which is going on. So that is how if more and more will join, I'm sure this skewed ratio will improve. And if we say of the, you know, limited tasks which are being given to men only and not women, it's not like that. When a task is there, basically there is a set of skill for which a task is to be done. So a commander decides that, okay, if this is the task, these are my officers, I should be giving this task to a particular officer who is well performed or who can do this with the skills with the officer. Like for example, if I can quote, I was made a captain of a firing team. So the reason was not that there was no male officer in the unit who could have gone as captain. It's just that firing needs a particular skill, and my commander knew that I am the one with a good firing skill, so I can take the team. Similarly, I was also made a captain for a competition which is known as our, you know, obstacle course competition. So it was not that I did not have a male officer in my unit for which my unit OC could have asked me to not to do and the officer to do it, the male officer to do it. It's just that if we are talking of the gender equality, if we are talking of the men's world, we should not only be asking for the privileges, we should also be sharing that burden that, okay, if I am there for the gender equality, if there is a competition, then once you do it, then on rotation, I will do it. So it is about sharing that particular burden. That is where the gender equality comes. And that is how.
Thank you. That's so well said. We also have with us Captain Ojaswita Shri. She belongs to the elite parachute fraternity of the Indian Army. She's also the first woman officer to serve with the Parachute Air Defense Battery. She's also been deployed at 50,000 feet on the LSC. What's life up at 15,000 feet? That's your office. How does it feel?
Okay. Life is very beautiful over there. I remember I recently participated in an exercise. For 96 hours, we were out in the open at 15,000 feet without any tentage, without any washroom. So as ma'am was bringing out, sharing the responsibilities, there like all other men of my unit, I was there at 15,000 feet without any cover. In the day it would rain, it would snow, and we were all getting drenched. So when you ask for privileges, like if we are standing for, if we are stating gender equality, so if you ask for privileges, you'll be seen as logistical burden. So I was there with my men doing all the job equally well.
That's very well put up. No logistical burdens. Women are not much more than that. But again, my first question, which I asked everybody, why the army? A bit about yourself.
Okay, I was NCC cadet, have done C certificate, and I went to Army Attachment Camp at OTA Chennai, and I was mesmerized by the uniform. I saw the women cadets over there. They were so bold and confident, doing variety of tasks from firing, air pistol, air rifle, horse riding, swimming, so many games. I was like, wow, this is the life I want. I don't want a monotonous, repetitive life. I want a life of adventure. I don't want an ordinary life. So that's how I got motivated.
Well, it is an extraordinary life, so thank you so much. And we also have Captain Kanika Kostavrane. Kanika, first of all, she's a Veer Nari, and we would all, I think, like to thank you because you lost your husband in the service of the nation. And after that, she decided to join the army. She's actually been in the private sector. She's done 4 years of service. I think you have a Bachelor of Engineering in Computer Science. You worked in the private sector, and after that, you decided to join the army. Yes. And also, I would like to welcome your son over here. I would like to stand up, and we would all like to clap for you. So tell us why the army. You must have heard about the army from your husband, and army life over there. It's not an easy life, as you know firsthand. So what made you want to join?
Good evening, everyone, and I thank you for this opportunity to speak my mind and have a healthy discussion over here. So why join the army? To be honest, joining army was not part of the immaculately curated career plan I had for myself. I have worked with startups, with bigwigs, including Target, IBM, JP. And the work that I was doing over there was more about, balancing your audits and working with the vendors, negotiating contracts. So in all of that realm, getting into army was very far away from my mind. The shift happened for me in 2018 when my husband, Major Kostabrane, Bar to Sena Medal, made the supreme sacrifice in the line of duty. He was skilled in action while foiling an infiltration bid at the LOC, and that is where I found that what I've been doing is very banal. It does not amount to anything. So joining army felt like the right choice. It felt like my calling at that time. I wanted to be part of the world that my husband has been, that defined him, a world of purpose, of commitment, a world of a lot of madness. I mean, it needs to have, you need to have a certain amount of madness to be able to stand in front. Yeah, to stand in front of an enemy and take bullets on your chest just because you had made a promise that you would save the integrity and sovereignty of this nation. So that was my basic motive to join this. And when I actually told everybody that I want to join army, want to leave my air-conditioned offices and my cab rides to the company in exchange for the 5 a.m. drill and the combat obstacle courses, everybody thought I was eccentric. I lost it. I got multiple calls, and you would think that those would be congratulatory calls, that to congratulate me on making such a brave, big decision. Most of it was just to let me know that I have a child behind. But in all of this, with my husband as my inspiration, I found my battle, and I'm here for it.
I love the words madness, junoon, josh. These are the words that motivated all of them, I think, to go the extra mile, and indeed a lesson for all of us. In fact, we also have Colonel Aarti's daughter here. So please stand up also. We should all clap for both of you. We think both the children that are here. Thank you. And Colonel, a bit about, everybody talks about the work-life balance, and so how do you do it? You have a young daughter.
Yeah, for work-life balance, what I will like to say is that you need to have a very supportive family. That is how you are able to work, and also a very understanding colleagues. So I was fortunate that God has blessed me with both. I have got a very supportive family. Even my husband is here today, just to
Thank
support
him
me
also. Thank you.
that I am here. And my in-laws, my sister, they have been very supportive to me in my family whenever I needed them, because there are times when I have to go for different exercises and all, and I have to leave my daughter behind. I mean, she is at home and I had to leave. So that is the time my husband puts himself into my role, and he takes care of my daughter. And also that work-life balance, you have to have supportive seniors and colleagues who understand that what kind of commitment you have at home. And I'm very blessed and fortunate that I also have 2 women officers who are serving in my unit and under my command. So I take care of them because I feel that somebody has taken care of me.
A bit about your, family, and are there moments when, your family doesn't even know where you are? Do we have that also? And how do you, reassure them? You must be having some very emotional conversations back home.
Well, it is true that, like Colonel Aarti covered, that we've got 2 families. One who is looking after our, personal and emotional upbringing, and then we have one family of our Indian Army, which is looking after our professional upbringing. So we have to make it a win-win situation on both the upfront. Like, we need to give it a time so that your professional growth is also there, but there would be no complaints from the personal family side also. So that work-life balance is really important so that the proper grooming is there. But the family understands that here we are to serve the nation, and secondly, this particular organization is, making us more self-dependent and self-reliant. So they also understand, so effort comes from both the sides and from all sides. It is the contribution, it is the understanding of the unit officers also, it is the understanding of the family members also. So this is a challenging task, and the lady has to balance it out at both the fronts. So that is how we, balance it out and work it out. So.
Captain Ojaswita, would you, if someone says, I want to join the army, what would you tell them? What are the 3 things that you would tell the girl who would like to join? Would you encourage her, and how?
Definitely, I love this organization, so definitely I would motivate all of them. I would say be strong mentally, physically, emotionally, and this is the place to go.
And what about your family? How do they react? What would they say if I asked your family that acha choice kiya hai ki bura choice kiya hai?
My father is very proud of me, my husband is very proud of me, my parents-in-law, my sisters, all of them are very proud of me, and I'm a source of inspiration. They are like, I'm the first one in my family. So they inspire others as well, ki be like my daughter, and yes, he wears it on his sleeves that my daughter is an officer in the army. So yes,
it is indeed something to be proud of. You've seen, as I said, both private sector and the now in the armed forces. What is it that you miss about the private sector, and what is it that you like about the army?
All right. If you have to, there's no comparison. I mean, they are very disparate in their own ways. If I talk about my work in the corporate, I was managing teams, I was, achieving targets. It was all about your quarterly targets and your KPIs. And over here, it's more about how you lead your men. So if I have to really say that what I miss about the corporate sector, I would say nothing. I absolutely don't miss anything. It has made me, I would give it the credit that it has given me an opportunity to bring in certain skills into the armed forces where, for example, leading a team, networking, and those parameters are there. But I do not think that there are a lot of things that I miss. Army has indeed given me every sort of skills that are required, and it has helped me, understand myself better. It has proved that I am highly tenacious. I was not sure, I did not know that I am that, but it has shown that to me. And it has, brought out a part of me which I did not even know existed. It has ensured and, that I am standing on my own two feet currently. So I think it's all about part of, in army, it's all about how you lead, what your resilience matters. And so that is what I enjoy about being in army.
Here I will just like to add one thing, that it was the first day when I wore this uniform, I felt so proud. And it's been now so many years, every day that I wear this uniform, I feel proud.
But supposing your daughter says, I want to join the army, so how will you tell her what to look for? I know you'll say it's a good idea, but what should she expect? How will you prepare her mindset-wise in terms of what she has to go through, in terms of training, in terms of just endurance, in terms of being away from the family?
This is a very good question. My daughter already says that she wants to join the forces. She sees her mother going in the night for the night duties. She sees her mother when she's out so many times. She's going for firing, she's out for some or the other exercise. Many a time she doesn't see me for days. Still, she is so fascinated by the life of as an army kid that she wants to join the army and wants to don the uniform. Because the uniform is one charm which everybody has. And I don't know, once we wear this uniform, something comes from within that we are ready to live and we are ready to die. Any day.
My last question is about the uniform. We just had a panel of fashion designers. Is there something about the uniform that any of you don't like? We have people here who can design a uniform for you, or you like it just as it is?
This uniform is the best. This uniform is the best.
On that note, thank you so much for joining us and for being such a motivational force, and for I think all our viewers here. I think you recruited a lot of women here and their kids. So thank you so much, and it's a pleasure having you. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for being with us. We truly salute you today from our We Women Want stage, and a quick token of appreciation for all of you for joining us. Let's keep the applause going for them. They are, of course, the real heroes, keeping us safe. Thank you all very much for joining us today. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Priya, for doing the moderation. And now let's quickly move on to our next set of the NewsX Shakti Awards 2024. And to do the honors, I invite on stage Rajya Sabha Member of Parliament and founder of ITV Network, Kartikeya Sharma. Kartikeya Sharma, thank you very much for being with us today, and congratulations on the recent win in Haryana. Let's quickly now move ahead. We are, of course, through the day today, honoring women achievers from all walks of life with the NewsX Shakti Award 2024. And the next awardee for excellence in women empowerment is a former Miss India and well-known actor, someone who's, of course, wowed us already with her bold statements and, of course, a very interesting session earlier today. Alankrita Sai. Alankrita, could we have you on stage? And congratulations, you're being, of course, felicitated with the NewsX Shakti Award 2024 for excellence in women empowerment. Let's keep the applause going, ladies and gentlemen, as we award Alankrita with this honor. And our next awardee for excellence in aviation is Vandana Singh. Vandana Singh is being awarded the NewsX Shakti Award 2024. Vandana Singh is with us. Vandana, let's get you onto the stage. Let's keep the applause going. These are women who are, of course, achieving a lot in their respective fields, breaking glass ceilings. Vandana Singh, could we have you on stage? We're, of course, honoring you for excellence in the aviation sector. She's also spoken, of course, about her inspirational journey earlier in a session. Congratulations, Vandana Singh. women achievers, of course, are being felicitated today at ITV Network's platform. Kartikeya Sharma, thank you very much for doing the honors and for gracing us with your presence. All right, we are now swiftly moving ahead to our next session. Asavri is going to introduce the next panel.
Right, absolutely. Our next session is on new age weddings, and without further ado, I would like to call on stage Manleen Puri, celebrity makeup artist. We're also going to be joined by Shraddha Malhotra, director of Vivaha Wedding Solutions, as well as Mandakini Lama, wedding planner, and Tanya Khanuja, fashion designer. Could we please have a round of applause as these women join us on the stage. This session is going to be moderated by Uday Pratap Singh, editor NewsX, and we're of course looking forward to this very interesting panel session that is on new age weddings. Uday, if you could please take the floor.
Thank you all so much for joining us and being with us on today's panel. Thank you and welcome back to our viewers who are, of course, with us on this special We Women Want Conclave 2024 organized by ITV Network. अब हम बात करेंगे उस एक चीज़ के बारे में जो हर इंसान की ज़िंदगी में अगर वो खुशनसीब है तो एक बार होती है शादी. जी हाँ, weddings are, of course, it's almost wedding season. So it's that time of the year now. It is, of course, the big fat Indian wedding. We are going to talk about that with our panel today. The big fat Indian wedding is not just the talk, of course, of South Asia. It's a talk of the world. We've seen, of course, biggies from Hollywood come to India to get married. We're, of course, seeing foreigners come, to different locations, of course, in India. And even Prime Minister Narendra Modi has given the call of Wed in India. So we are now going to be discussing about that, and we're covering all aspects. We've got, of course, the makeup and hair covered. We've got the outfits covered, and we've got the planning covered. So if you want to book our panel right now, you can also right away to our viewers. Okay, but on a more serious note now, let's just talk a bit about how you've seen the wedding in India evolve. And Mandakini, I'll begin with you first, over the years.
Thank you for having me here. Well, I would like to correct Uday once also. If you are lucky, you can get married more than once also now, I feel.
Depends how you look at it. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, maybe they are very lucky. Yeah, so about your question, how the wedding has changed in India over the time of year. Now, I've been into this business over a decade, and I've seen that the women today are more sensible, and they know what they want. And not just women for that matter, the whole picture of the wedding has changed. Of course, there are big fat weddings, but there are all forms of weddings in India now. They are talking about sustainability. They are talking about how to spend their money. They are breaking a lot of barriers and old rituals and a lot of things which they are not comfortable with. Of course, keeping in mind without hurting anyone's sentiments, but the wedding, especially in India, it has changed a lot over the time. What we are seeing and doing right now as planners and as fashion designers and makeup artists, we are reinventing a lot of creative and innovative ideas.
That same question to you, Shraddha, because you're also, of course, you've been in the industry for a while now. How have you seen the industry evolve, and how have you seen the wedding scale and generally the experience evolve over the years?
So earlier on, the wedding was basically just fixed, and the parents or the elders, the Tayaji joint family system, they would be making all the decisions, and the couple was not really given so much importance as per like what they wish for, how they want to, have the ceremony, or what they really want from the wedding. But now it's changed in a way that the bride has a say, the groom has a say. They decide on the guest list, they decide on how they want to do their functions. So a lot of that aspect has changed, that the younger generation or the actual person who's getting married has actually been given a say finally. And also the scale. Earlier on, it was just that you invite the whole world, right? Like, it was a status symbol to have like everyone you know for the wedding. Now it's more of a personal experience. Now it's more about who cares about you, who is important to you, who you would like to have on your special day. It's, of course, there's still like the big fat weddings, and there's still a lot of people who get invited, but that is also now a choice. It's not a compulsion. It is a personal choice that, okay, I want XYZ at my wedding and I don't want them. Like, it's fine if they are related to my grandmother in some manner, but I've probably met them once or maybe never met them also, so they don't have to be there on my special day. Whoever is important to me needs to be there, right? So a lot of that shift has been seen now.
Let me take that to Tanya as well. Tanya, just speaking, of course, now about, for you as a designer, how have you had to adapt to this changing market? The fact, obviously, that budgets for clothes are increasing. Are designers also changing the way they do outfits then, and obviously changing the way you plan for such occasions? And for you, how have you also seen the wedding industry evolve from a fashion point of view?
First of all, thank you for having me here. It's a beautiful evening. Well, as a brand, Danya Kanuja caters to, modern, well-traveled women who seeks more than just fleeting trends. The brand believes in creating pieces which are versatile, timeless, at the same time has the potential to be a legacy. Just like our grandmother saris, how we cherish them. And we're designing for an era where women are rewriting the narratives, and their clothing should also be a reflection of that journey. I feel the modern brides today are very mindful. They don't want to buy those heavy lehengas where, they just wear it and dump it. They're very mindful in terms of repurposing it. They should be able to wear it for other events in the future. And we proudly develop pieces which are not only statement and structured, but also lightweight in its appeal, because, like you've rightly said, the bride wants to celebrate her own occasion today. It's her own story, which she wants to celebrate, at the same time carry it to her future generation. And yes, just, modern women need to be very mindful so that we take this legacy also ahead, just like our grandmother's saris. We need to cherish the saris and the modern women wardrobe, and the future generation to also be able to celebrate that. And this is what,
Have you seen brides also change in the way they want to look on their big day, from, say, a traditional look to a modern yet traditional, to some who just want modern? Have you seen those looks change, evolve?
That has drastically changed over a decade now. And being versatile is a strong approach these days for the brides to be, where they need to embrace, and they are embracing who they are, their own personalities, and that's what they want in their wardrobe. And that has drastically changed also because of the number of celebrations we have, like a bridal shower and engagement ceremonies, where the bride is equally doing the bhangra as much as the other guest in the party. So a functionality of a garment is very important for today's bride, where she can enjoy her moment, at the same time restyle it for future. It's very mindful and it's a very sustainable approach.
Manleen, Puri, let me quickly draw you in here as well. On your perspective on this, how have you seen weddings evolve, change from a makeup perspective? And for you, have you also seen now looks changing? The way a bride wants to look on a particular day. She wants to look her best, of course, but the way she wants to look the best. Have you seen that also change?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, firstly, for having me here. So,
The entire purpose of wedding earlier used to be, it was like a family thing where everything was planned by the family. Eventually, with time, there has been, a lot of changes in terms of how people want to see their own weddings. So now, ultimately, the decision maker is not the mother of the bride, it is the bride. So that we've seen change. Pehle parents ke phone aate the and they used to book, for the weddings. Now it's eventually the bride. And there is, there are artists in abundance. So it's not a rat race anymore. Like, so if somebody's, doing good, everybody's running after that person. It's ultimately the decision of the bride. And in terms of look, if you may say, pehle na bahut pota pati hoti thi makeup mein. Now it's more of a subtle look. Less is more, and it's actually a very right saying, because the more you do, I think it just doesn't make sense anymore these days. So the less makeup you wear, the more brighter and more glamorous you look these days. So that eventually has changed. There's no more glitter happening, and so it's become very subtle, very
Also,
nice.
how much is social media impacting brides' choices? You are also a content creator.
Yeah.
We see your reels and your videos on social media. How much has social media also changed brides' perspectives and attendees' perspectives as well?
See,
When it comes to looking a certain way.
It has taken over a lot of minds these days, because eventually what's selling on social media, people are definitely running after that. But, I think your work speaks for yourself, and eventually if, you are posting something which you aren't doing on social media, it will come out someday. So not everything on social media is true. The true story lies outside of social media, but definitely it plays on people's mind, and they do run after a lot of things, what's podcasted on social media. So yes, it is there, and that's how.
We had a content creators panel as well earlier in the day, and it was titled Living Life Through Filters.
Yeah.
Because often it's just filters
It is.
on social media.
It
You
is.
said a very interesting thing. Okay, Tanya, let me get you in here, because you've also recently showcased in Paris. You got a lot of appreciation there, and you're catering to that market as well. And that's a market that even PM is speaking about attracting to India for weddings. So firstly, how was the response for your outfits there? And what is as far as, of course, the international market is concerned as well, what is their perspective of Indian fashion and also, Indian couture?
Well, it's been an exceptional experience. It's been my 16th season during the Paris Fashion Week.
Amazing. Some people showcase just once in Paris. She's showcased 16 times. Let's have an applause for her.
Yes, coming to your first question, which is, like we're talking about the digital media here, it had over the decades played major role in terms of educating the clients. When we initially launched, that time I used to hear a lot from my runway shows that it's, very futuristic, we love the work, but we don't know where to wear. And now it's, the first Instagram story goes out from our Paris look, we'll have clients, calling the store, when is it coming? And so, work has been, we can see women adapting, experimenting over the decades. And because of the social media, I would also say that it has educated people a lot. Instantly, we all know what's going on around the world. And it wasn't the case, in fact, it wasn't the case even 13 years, 15 years back, so it used to be in Europe and then Canada, then a couple of years later, it used to come down to India, the fashion. But now I think fashion is very global now. What you would have someone wearing in Europe at the same time, women are wearing here in India. So.
Let me take that to you, Shraddha. Destination wedding versus at-home wedding. What is the trend now? Beach mein destination wedding chal pada tha, fir at-home wedding ho gaya. It keeps changing. Yesterday I was just speaking to Ranbir Kapoor, who turned Dulha on the ramp in Delhi, and he said, "Meri to ghar wali shaadi thi." So this is a completely different experience for me. So ghar wali shaadi ki destination abroad, what is the trend these days? It keeps changing.
It does keep changing, but it is a completely personal choice, right? Like, I prefer a home wedding. I had a home wedding and I had like good 7 functions. But on the other hand, my brother really wanted a destination wedding because he wanted that small, intimate thing. And like, I don't want so many people. He is a complete, I don't want this, I don't want that. Like, just do it simple, And I was a complete, I want a big, fat Punjabi wedding. So it only depends on the couple. It depends on what you want. It depends on how well organized you are. Like, I'm a wedding planner. I've seen so many weddings, right? But personally, if I see the main family doesn't really get to enjoy the destination wedding. To be honest, you are just running, you get ready, then you go back, you get ready again for the next function. It's like a complete rat race. There's no time to like relax. You're not really enjoying it, but yes, for the guests, the experience is great. Like you are at a different resort, you're having fun, you're chilling, you have all your relatives, you have your friends. But as a personal choice given to me, I would say that I want a home wedding because that way I get to enjoy the wedding. In a destination wedding, there's the guests really enjoy.
When a wedding planner says she herself had a at-home wedding, I think that says a lot as well. Okay, Mandakini, same question to you. Destination weddings or at-home weddings? And now we're going to end because we've run out of time, but we are going to end with something very interesting. So I want one, of course, destination versus you'll answer that first at home, but then also you have to tell us one short story of the most interesting or bizarre or worst experience you've had at a wedding while planning.
Oh my God. Okay. To answer your first question, I think now India has become one of the best destinations as well. Like talk about the Ambani wedding, we've got Jamnagar on the world map. And like we just had a session about these heritage Havelis, how they have opened up for weddings. India is totally equipped and full-fledged on power for having destination wedding. I don't see Indian couples, or for that matter, even foreigners, to go out of India to have a destination wedding. And as a planner, yes, it helps us also to bring our Indian culture worldwide and to show them what we all are about. And it's a very fun thing, to have these cross-culture weddings, to have destination wedding in India and outside as well. Keeping in mind, obviously, yes, our Indian rituals, everything. All of us who are here, the designers, the makeup artists, the planners, we still hold that essence, the whole holding Indian culture. And in all our field, I think I've been hearing all the session also. We have tried to bring that forward.
Yes, very nice.
Yes.
Promoting of Indian
So
culture.
yeah, and proud to be obviously Indian women.
One
to
story
do that.
now. You can't. We can't leave you with it.
Okay. Talking about the bizarre, I can't say, but one of the most fun wedding which I did last year was the bride was from Taiwan and the groom was an Indian. We did that wedding here in Delhi. And one of the Taiwanese culture is the lion dancers. Which is a part of their wedding culture. And we had done both rituals. There was an Indian fera, but before that we wanted to, the bride and the family wanted to have those lion dancers. So we arranged those lion dancers. They are from Kolkata. They are here in India. And that was one of an experience to have that happening, in a farmhouse in Delhi and lions jumping everywhere. So these cross-culture weddings and these are very good.
Oh, I've had a lot. Like, I think every wedding is so different and every wedding is so unique. And like touch wood, I've been blessed with really great clients, and I've had such good experiences. And yeah, cross-culture weddings are a lot of fun. Like I've had an Assamese and a South Indian wedding. So it started at like 6 in the morning and, we had like so many different rituals, some which I had never even heard of. So, to organize all those little things and to like, put in cane baskets and decor because that was like home to the Assamese bride, to have like a South Indian sit-down, lunch. That was like...
We saw it in the movie Two States, but you've seen it, of course, in real life. Yes, we're out of time. I think you want to add something to that. Tanya.
Yes, I think like you had rightly put, that there's so much of creativity within India that as an industry we should encourage our clients to, destination means it could be anywhere in India. If you're from Delhi, you could just host something in Goa or Udaipur. That's what's been happening. I think the conscious approach towards organizing weddings is also that our money stays in our country. Because we have so much of creativity and excellence. If you see it, even when you were talking about how fashion has changed, or globally, for Indians, is from past so many years, we were just job makers. We were just doing embroideries and sending out to international brands who were just, plaguing onto their own garments and selling under their own brands. And how Indian creativity and Indian craftsmanship and Indian designers have been appreciated over the couple of years. It's sky's the limit for all of us.
But amazing. And you've been doing that yourself in Paris, showcasing, as she said, 16 times there. And Manleen, of course, is making us very proud in the makeup space, and so are both of you. And let's hope that Wed in India, as you spoke about, takes off much more in the next days. Okay, we've run out of time because we have more successful women who are also joining us, who we'll be celebrating as we have through the day. Thank you all very much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Right, and before we let you go, a small token of appreciation. Of course, there you have it, Shraddha Malhotra, Mandakini Lama, Tanya Khanuja, and Manleen Puri. A very candid conversation there. All right, with that, we're going to shift our focus to a very special guest who's going to be joining us. We're going to be joined by the very talented Esha Gupta, actress, with us. And this session is going to be moderated by Uday Pratap Singh, editor, NewsX, as well as Megha Sharma, executive editor, NewsX. The floor is all yours. I would request you to please join us on the stage.
You are the center of attention today. So we are not going to let you sit anywhere else, but of course the center. Esha Gupta, who of course is an actor who needs no introduction, is joining us today. And we welcome you and also of course congratulate you because you're going to be conferred with a very special award today as well. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much, Uday. Thank you, guys. And good evening to all of you. Thank you for being here. I enjoyed thoroughly the talk before. Talking about cross-cultural weddings, it'll be soon happening over here. So we know where it's going. We know where it's going.
Yes, true. Okay, let's start out, by asking you, because we're speaking to successful women today from all walks of life. You're one, of course, in your own right, and you have been over the last many, many years. So I have to quickly ask you about what is your success mantra, because there are a lot of young women today in the audience and a lot more watching you on television and our digital platforms today. They aspire to be like you. What has been your success mantra?
Uday, I really wish that there was one mantra in life that we could all follow. Then I think life would be so much easier for all of us. The only thing I really have understood, which I think you learn with age, grace, and of course with a lot of experience, is just one factor, which is to, if you've got the dream, I feel if the dream is there, then don't give up on it. Keep working towards it. But also there's a limitation to that you can keep doing. But just don't give up, because everything you get, it's on the time that you're supposed to get it. But you have to just keep going. Like I honestly, from where I started, where I am, I never thought this is where I'll be in my life, ever from the distance. मतलब मेरी तो family भी यहाँ से नहीं है, तो सोचा भी नहीं था कि ऐसे आप लोगों के सामने बैठूंगी. But वो एक सपना, I feel if it's universe has put it in my mind, so I have to achieve it, and here I am. So all I'll say is, please don't give up, because आजकल थोड़े, I think social media के वजह से people are kind of getting little lazy and they want instant gratification. So just keep going like all of us have done. I know you for so many, like beginning of my career, and we've been friends since then, and look at where we are right now. So it's just because we've been persistent with it.
And I'll tell you one thing, not just women, but men too. A couple of our political editors today, they said, हमें एक ही photo आज खिंचानी है. मैंने कहा किसके संग? ईशा गुप्ता के संग. So yes, Megha.
Yeah, Esha, one more very serious subject that you touched upon, and you sort of, reached out to a lot of young girls and women. And when we talk about the career and biological clock conflict, and you spoke about how in 2017, which was a really long time ago, yet you decided to freeze your eggs, and you froze your eggs. What is the message that you want to send out to the people, especially the women? And how supportive today do you think are their male counterparts when they accept this, acknowledge this? Because perhaps some years ago, it wasn't something that was talked about. It perhaps also looked like a taboo subject.
So, one thing is, I think what has changed in the society is वो pressure अब नहीं रहा कि अच्छा अब पढ़ाई हो गई, school हो गया, नाम के लिए university करा देते हैं, that okay, she'll study something and then let's get her married. then let's make her have babies. That time is gone because now women are getting more independent. We want to have our own money so no one tomorrow can throw you out of your life. That is what I think every woman's goal should be. That is what my goal is. That is what I would want to teach my daughters. That never be dependent on any man, even if it's your father, your brother, your spouse. So don't stop your career. But now the good thing is technology has reached to the point where someone like me, so 2017 jo aapne mujhse pucha, I was single for 4 years at that time. Meri life mein there was no one. Of course, the family I come from, my parents were more than happy finding me a nice boy from Delhi, shaadi kara do. But I don't think wo ho pata because mentality nahi match ho pati. And I was very clear I don't want to be with anyone in the industry, my industry, because I think then you don't get along, and we can't have two people looking in the mirror all the time. So I decided to freeze my eggs in 2017, only because right now we're talking 6 years down the line. And I don't know. I am with a really amazing person. We have not decided when we'll get married, but guess what? Right now, because of that factor, I can still continue working, stand on my feet, make my life, have house, have car, whatever I want to achieve, my own money. And also tomorrow, even if 1% I do not have any man in my life, I still have my own child, which I can do. And I think that's the beauty that people are able to now achieve thanks to egg freezing, and women can continue working. That pressure of society ki ab aapka biological clock is clicking, it doesn't matter anymore.
But I think what's
also,
also...
She also spoke about, you spoke about if you were not pursuing your career, you would have already gotten married and had children.
Yeah, for sure. The reason I said this is if I wasn't an actor, I would have. But also because I studied law, I started acting at the age of 27. Look at the age that everyone starts acting and getting into this industry is like 18, 19. Because I finished my studies, it happened because he wanted to happen, and he wanted, like God, I believe, he wanted me to enter this industry. But the fact being that we are able to, now, women, all of us, now my time has changed, let's say that. I know I wanted to have a lot of kids, but even then I don't think 27 also wasn't that early. I was single at that time also. So maybe 32, 33, but like I said, even at 32, 33, the age that I actually did my egg freezing, that's the time when most of my friends already have kids who are 10-year-old. But I don't have that pressure. I can even be a successful lawyer, and I don't have to think. You cannot expect a woman to be homemaker, feed the kids, and work. So, like I said, it gives us that opportunity to, venture ourselves.
But it's also, path-breaking for a mainstream heroine to speak about issues like this, Esha. So, where does that drive, confidence come from? And is that also the sign of the changing times that we live in? There are many heroines now who are, of course, working, and they're saying that they're getting much better work after marriage, which they never thought earlier they would do. Nahi to pehle shaadi nahi karti thi. Now, a mainstream actress like yourself talking about freezing their eggs is something we wouldn't hear about earlier.
I think, Uday, it's also because industry, हमें लगता है industry has changed, but industry is just a reflection of society. पहले की movies में आप देखते थे, माँ बाप को घर से निकाल दिया, बच्चा रो रहा है, that kind of movies जो हम दिखाते थे, because तब वो होता था society में बहुत ज़्यादा. फिर whatever we've shown, I truly feel it's a reflection of society, because we can only show, some movies are different, but most of it is that, including so many, you and I spoke backstage about my favorite show, Panchayat. What is it? It is actually that happens in the villages. So now, because society...
Who else are Panchayat fans over here? Panchayat fans in the house? A lot of them.
See, so that's what we show. What the reality is. So I think what is happening now is society बहुत acceptable हो गई है कि women are still working. It's okay to have a mother working. If in a normal life, it's okay for a mother to be an actor till the time, because what have you lost? You've only gained. You've not lost anything. Your presence is there. So I think I would like to really thank all the people here and all our society for changing that and letting us not feel the pressure कि एक तो your hair has to be perfect, your skin has to be perfect, ऊपर से 22 साल की एज में बच्चा भी कर लो, successful movie भी दे दो. It's not possible for a woman to be the epitome what society thinks. So I'm really glad that every woman is now We have Krishna also sitting here, who's a dear friend. I was seeing her show. So look at what women are doing now, mainstream and what women are doing. So I'm really glad that women are now, औरत को हर दर्जे में आपको तवज्जो हम दे पा रहे हैं. Let's just say that. Look at the astronauts. So it's not anymore घर बैठो अच्छा खाना बना लेती है. नहीं खाना बहुत है बनाने के लिए, but this is what I do.
But just taking off from, you just mentioned her show. What is one thing you are fearful of? Any fear you want to overcome?
Physically. Oh, I don't think, the only thing I'll never do, and I have to tell you especially, is bungee jumping. I don't know why मैं सब कर चुकी हूँ. Skydiving, अभी तक का मेरा record है 9 times. And I have the certificate, so I do solo divings. I do deep sea diving because, again, I have a level in that. I do racing. I've only done twice in Austria. I've not done a lot, but I enjoy all these things. Bungee jumping, I don't know. I think I'm fearful of that.
Okay. I also want to talk about the film industry, Bollywood. There has been a transformation. And since you talk about women are becoming more and more ambitious, you want to be financially independent. And you want to have it all. And why not? How do you see this transformation has taken place in terms of the kind of cinema that we are seeing, in the kinds of opportunities, even women directors, women-centric movies?
I think the best example for me, for that, to be honest, which I love, is around, it's not, I'll mention the movie which I think is about today's woman, but also not really disrespectful, also family life we are showing, not actor-based, is Rocky and Rani. It's because aapne dikhaya hai, a woman is standing for herself, a woman is working, and they get married because everyone wants that eventually, right? A companion, and not just women, I think even men want that. So I think, that's what I think the society is reflecting. Like I said, people are okay with that. तभी ये movies चल रही हैं. अगर वो movies नहीं चलती, इसका मतलब लोगों को वो accept नहीं कर पा रहे. Even in that case, one of my favorite, absolute amazing movie is Piku. आप उसमें जो दिखाए, because ये होता है. My mother, this year I was telling my team, was really unwell. She was thrice in the hospital. My father, how much can he do in that age? So my sister and me, we are two children of the house. We don't like to call off women of the house. We are the children of the house. We took care, and then you're like, and we're still working, like men do. Usually, I remember there was this concept in older movies, जब आदमी काम करके वापस आता है, उसको इतना stress होता है, but then you realize men have more responsibility, they're taking care of the parents, because biologically I think ये आता है in men, that it's our responsibility to take care of our sister, our mother, our brother, our wife, and do work as well. But now the good thing is the women are doing that. But like I said, because society has changed, it's okay for a girl to do whatever she wants. It's not wrong because you are not okay with it, but she's happy,
OTT, how have you adapted to this trend of OTT, and how do you believe the industry has evolved for you, and has your choices, determination also changed over the years?
Oh, definitely. Listen, I'm one of those who is really happy that the OTT has come, more as an audience, not just as an actor, because there's so much beautiful content. And now the good thing is, coming back to my favorite series, Panchayat, लोग otherwise ना ऐसी movies नहीं बनती हैं, क्योंकि लोग देखते नहीं cinema में. OTT का फायदा क्या? It comes, it stays for weeks. It's not necessarily weekend hit. It can be anything, it's not a weekend hit. So Panchayat, like a series like that, I come from a village called Amroha in UP. That is what actually happens. I have seen, because I've studied till the age of 5 in, over there, Arya Samaj school. This is what actually happened when teachers also used to talk, my nana, nani, everyone. This is what the basic conversations were happening. But a lot of people like us, a lot of people over here as well, I'm sure even my friends who are very grounded but won't know that actually villages में क्या problem है. So OTT से एक फायदा कि हम stories हर type की दिखा पा रहे हैं, but दूसरा जो main
was so aggressive. They were entering my house. My children were upstairs alone. My husband was not at home. And जो मेरे male member staff को देख रहे थे, वो लोग खींच के मार रहे थे उनको. तो in fact gate पे मैं खड़ी हो गई और मेरी जो 2 डोमेस्टिक हेल्प्स हैं जो सालों से मेरे साथ हैं, हम 3 लेडीज लिटरली, अगर आप शक्ति और विमेन एम्पावरमेंट की बात करें, हम 3 लेडीज गेट पे खड़ी हो गई कि नो वन विल एंटर द हाउस, और वो धक्का दे दे के बोल रहे थे आप बस ड्राइवर को बाहर भेज दीजिए। तो मैंने कहा अगर ड्राइवर की गलती है तो मुझे पुलिस को आ जाने दीजिए, और अगर उसकी गलती है आप उसको ले जाइए, उसको who are you to give justice, who are you to lynch him, आप क्यों मारा पीटी करना चाह रहे हो, don't no hitting, please don't hit anyone. But I don't think एक जो mob frenzy होती है ना जब साथ में हो जाते हैं, you can, and I don't know how many of you all have seen that viral reel because it really went viral. Yeah, it did. It went really viral, and I was in shock.
ये तो फिल्म का सीन जैसे हो गया कि आप कवच की तरह वहाँ, तो बट बहादुरी कहाँ से आती है और क्या उस समय आपके मन में क्या चल रहा था, क्योंकि it could have gone as you said either way.
I think मेरे मन में एक ही चीज था कि अगर, because they were saying आप अपने ड्राइवर को हमको दे दीजिए, मैं कहा नहीं, अगर जो भी जस्टिस करना है पुलिस को पहुंचने दीजिए, आप फिर जो भी है आप पुलिस के सामने बात कीजिए। तो दे सेड नहीं, आप उसको बस हमारे हवाले कर दीजिए। आपने उसको अंदर क्यों भेज दिया? क्योंकि मैंने उसको खींच के गेट के अंदर खींच के मैंने उसको बोला तू ऊपर जाके बैठ जब तक पुलिस आती है। एंड इट वाज नो फॉल्ट। When the police came, they saw the CCTV cameras, everything. It was just all false allegations. And I think it was for what? We don't know. I guess it is again a full money-making scam or whatever it is. But nonetheless, I think उस समय एक यही आती है कि I have to protect my children and I have to protect my people. And at that time, you don't think of anything else except protecting the people who are near and dear to you. And that's where it, I think, just comes out. So it was not a thing that I thought कि अगर मैं फंस जाऊंगी ये होगा। उस समय ये नहीं था कि ओ मैं सेलिब्रिटी हूँ, मैं नहीं नीचे उतरूँ। I was just a human being there. And if such an incident happens not only with me, even if I see any other woman or anyone else in distress like this, I think I will always step up, and that has always been me.
But is that what you would urge people to do? Because हम often देखते हैं लोग तमाशा देख के चले जाते हैं, हमारे देश में अक्सर होता है।
आजकल फोन पे फिल्मिंग ज्यादा होती है, मोबाइल फोन सबके निकल आते हैं इंस्टेड ऑफ हेल्पिंग। बट आई थिंक देयर आर इंस्टेंसेस जहाँ मैंने देखे हैं आम लोगों को भी बहुत अच्छी तरह मदद करते हुए। एंड आई थिंक ये एक भावना हम सब में होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं अगर हम एक दूसरे को मदद न करें और हम ये भी सोचें कि कल को हमारे जो निजी जिंदगी के जो आम लोग हैं, और चाहे हमारे फैमिली के, हमारे परिवार के लोगों के साथ भी ये हो सकता है, और उस समय अगर आपके परिवार लोगों के साथ कोई मदद करने के लिए नहीं आए आगे, तो आपको कैसे लगेगा? एंड दैट टाइम यू थिंक ऑफ दीज थिंग्स, एंड आई थिंक somewhere along the line, I think we should all try and lend a helping hand.
You know, just talking now, of course, about your career, and of course, today you're being honored with an award, but one award now that one thinks of when they think of you is the Padma Shri Award. It's a big honor. Just tell us about that moment जब आपको पहले पता चला कि आप पद्म श्री अवार्डी बनने वाली हैं, और अब उससे कितनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी आ जाती है एक शख्स में।
आई थिंक जिम्मेदारी तो सिर्फ अवार्ड से नहीं, आई थिंक जब सोसाइटी और हमारी जो आम जनता है आपको इतना प्यार देती है, आपको इतना अपने आप एक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी आई जाती है कि हम इतने प्यार के और इतने आदर के उनके हकदार हैं। अगर वो ये हमको इतना प्यार दे रहे हैं तो कहीं ना कहीं हमारी भी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी हो जाती है कि हम एक सर्टन मॉरल स्टैंडर्ड्स, हम एक काइंड ऑफ कंट्रीब्यूशन बैक टू सोसाइटी देना बहुत बहुत ज़रूरी है। And that is something that has always been with me. I've always felt that I've got everything from what society has given me, name, fame, the status that I have today. And in what way can I give back to society? And that's when I think my passion to do things towards the improvement of whether it's for our children, it's the girl empowerment, or it is the girl child or women empowerment, or it is to do something generically even for hygiene, our civic society, different kind of causes that I involve myself in.
Yes, obviously you've given great teachings to your daughter too. We see that, of course, the values already imbibed by Rasha. What's one piece of advice you've given her in life, moving forward, not just career but life related? And also, what's one thing perhaps you've learned from her as well?
You know, it's pretty amazing. जो ये आगे वाली पीढ़ी है, जो हमारी आगे की generation है, they have a great resilience to bounce back very fast. In fact, I see that difference between her and me. In fact, मेरे साथ कुछ हो जाता है तो मैं लेके बैठ जाती हूँ अपने दिल में. हाय ये मेरे साथ क्यों हुआ, ऐसे क्यों हुआ, ऐसे क्यों, अगर मैं ऐसा करती तो शायद ऐसा होता, ये नहीं वो नहीं. But nowadays का generation, like she comes to me and says, she's mom, forget about it, it's over, it's gone, it was yesterday, now look forward to tomorrow. And then I think, oh my God, you know, this is here my 18, 19-year-old telling me this, and what am I sulking for about what happened yesterday? So I think they have that strength, that resilience to come, really forth and bounce back well. But I think my advice to her has been very two important things that my father taught me very early in life. He said, पहली बात तो जब बच्चा चलना सीखता है तो वो 1000 बार गिरता है, लेकिन वो वहाँ पसर के बैठ नहीं जाता. वो उठता है और फिर चलना सीखता है जब तक वो एक आदमी के जैसे अपने सर को ऊंचा करके बुलंद नहीं चलता. So I think that is one spirit that should never, you should never say die. That, that spirit should always be alive. And secondly, what he always taught me, that when you're climbing the ladders of success, always be kind and nice to the ones who are holding that ladder for you. Because the day when you're on your way down, always remember those same people will be holding that ladder for you. And they'll probably be waiting for you.
Amazing piece of advice. That's a lot. I'm sure that can be imbibed by people hearing and watching you today as well. Through your roles and a lot of songs you've done also, you've become part of pop culture. And I think that was very visible and evident when that song came out, Naach Naach like Ravina Tandon, in that movie, Kapoor and Sons. जब आपने वो पहली बार वो गाना सुना बादशाह का, तो आपका क्या रिएक्शन था?
Actually, honestly, करण ने मुझे फ़ोन करके परमिशन ली थी मुझसे, but I didn't know कि इतना rocking गाना हो जाएगा, इतना super hit गाना हो जाएगा, and it's always a great compliment, to be very honest.
Just talking, of course, about how you've also adapted to this new medium called OTT. We've been speaking about that today with, of course, Tapsi, who's done such amazing work on that medium, but also, of course, in the theater. How did you adapt to this new medium of OTT? Of course, Aranyak is one great example, which was a completely different role for you, donning the uniform. But what did you think of this medium when it first came out? Were you hesitant or apprehensive, or you wanted to give it a shot?
I think my love affair started with the camera, sans the medium that it is portrayed on. So for me, the lens, the camera, is very, very important. I emote for any audience that would be behind that camera, or whichever medium it would reach, whether that would be television, or it would be now OTT, or it would be the web, what we call it, or it would be cinema. So for me, it's my basic love affair is with my camera and with the audience that it's going to reach to. So the medium could be anything. So for me, it's not an adaptation, there's a different style of acting that you do for OTT. For me, it's how you evolve probably as an actor through the years. And I think that just comes through. It's just a whole load and a whole many years of experience that leads you to a point where you are where you are.
Well, you're of course an industry veteran, so I have to ask you, over the years, have you seen the parity increase in roles for heroines and also the pay parity as well?
Well, I definitely have seen the parity in as far as the roles are concerned. That, and especially I think there's a lot of inclusivity of women in the space that is our profession today, whether like you'd say OTT, or you would say films, or you'd say even television. It is also being helmed by a lot of women, and that is the good thing, the inclusivity. As far as the pay parity, I think that is still run by the men. So to speak very bluntly and honestly, to a certain extent, yes, there are movies that are made wholly and solely with probably Tapsi helming the film, or me helming the film. It could be a Patna Shukla, it could be Haseen Dilruba, it could be anything. at that time, probably, yes, the hero with us, probably we would be at par with them because the film centers around us. But the minute when it comes to a hero-centric film, and even if you have a major role in it, but the minute there is a, an A-grade hero or something, it's the producers, and the producers could be women itself. It's recently happened with me, where the producer's actually a woman, and I'm explaining to her, I said, listen, dude, you should be standing by me for pay parity because this is how we women need to support women. Oh no, but we had to pay him so much and this was the expense and he came by private chartered aircraft and this happened and that happened, and I was like, great, so why do you have to cut that from my money? So, there are things which still amuse me to a certain extent, and that's where I find the difference. Whereas, yeah, like I said, luckily even Taapsee and luckily now even me, of course, this is my third or fourth innings. I don't know how long I'll play my innings. But nonetheless...
Who wants those innings to continue? Let's hear it for Raveena ji. Never stop, says Taapsee.
Unstoppable, yeah. I mean, she inspires me. She's so good herself. Yeah. And, well, nonetheless,
Great, yes.
Thank you so much. It's really kind of you. But yeah, that's what it is. But nonetheless, like I said, we are lucky to be doing films, the kind of films that we're being offered. And that's when I think we get the, thing to put our foot down and say, listen, this is how it's going to be. But I think for pay parity, there's still a little bit, we still have a long way to go.
एक पुरस्कार दिया जाता है आजकल क्रिकेट मैचेस के बाद, उस पुरस्कार का नाम होता है गेम चेंजर ऑफ द मैच, और वो होता है कि जिस खिलाड़ी ने गेम चेंज कर दिया अपनी टीम के लिए. आपके लिए वो कौन सी एक या दो फिल्में थी या परफॉर्मेंसेस थी, और मे बी मोर, जो आपके करियर में यू बिलीव चेंज द गेम और द कोर्स ऑफ योर फिल्मोग्राफी?
आई थिंक दो फिल्में थी. एक थी शूल और एक थी सत्ता. आई थिंक ये दो फिल्में लिटरली बैक टू बैक आई एंड दे वर अ गेम चेंजर फॉर मी बिकॉज पीपल स्टार्टेड बिसाइड्स द ग्लैमरस song, dance kind of numbers. I think people started accepting me more in realistic cinema as well. And the thing came, yeah, we think she can act too. So besides everything else, thoda bahut actor ka bhi label mil gaya humko usse.
You were just, of course, praising Taapsee's work, and many look up to you in the industry. But whose work did you, when you were joining the industry, look up to at that point?
For me, I think the eternal and the most ethereal beauty is Waheeda Rehman ji. I used to love the films she used to do. I used to love the way she used to perform. She used to dance. She was just wonderful. And then, of course, Madhubala ji. And this is something that I want to put forth, that everyone always remembers Madhubala ji for her beauty. But if you see her films, even at that time, I think she was such a natural actor. You never saw her over in a certain kind of way, stereotyped in a certain sort of way. They had to fight through that beyond the beauty, there is that acting talent as well. And that for me was the epitome as far as Madhubala ji is concerned.
We're ending now with a rapid fire with you. Are you a beaches or a mountains person?
Mountains.
Okay. What's your favorite cuisine?
Indian Rajasthani vegetarian, which is the Marwari that, good and ghee and all that. Yeah.
What's a recent film that you saw that you wished you were part of?
I don't know. I can't think of anything.
Or not so recent?
Not so recent. No, I can't think of anything, honestly.
Okay, we'll pass that question.
Pass that question, please.
Okay. Delhi आए हो तो दिल्ली की सबसे favorite चीज़?
दिल्ली की सबसे फेवरेट चीज एक्चुअली मेरे हस्बैंड की फेवरेट चीज है चांदनी चौक का चना.
छोले भटूरे किसी के, चाट किसी और के, आपका चना.
जी, वही मतलब छोले भटूरे ही हुए, वो चना, वो काला चना और भटूरे. That is the one, not छोले.
Okay. An underrated actor according to you?
Underrated actor, me.
Okay. Still.
बोलने में क्या जाता है? एक ही चीज है जिस पे टैक्स नहीं लगता आजकल.
Exactly. Chaliye, thank you,
sir.
Thank you so much for being with us, Ravina
Thank
Tandon,
you. Thank
and
you.
wishing you all the very best in your endeavors ahead as well. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Ravina Tandon once again, but welcoming to We Women Want Shakti Awards 2024, our chief guest, Shri Nitin Gadkari, Minister of Road Transport and Highways of India. Sir, a very warm welcome to you from NewsX and the ITV network. Thank you so much for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Shri Nitin Gadkari, who's our chief guest for tonight.
All right, and now we have reached that most coveted moment when our chief guest has, of course, graced us with his presence. Union Minister Nitin Gadkari ji, without further ado, I would request you to please come on stage. Gadkari ji, thank you so much for being with us. I request you to please come on stage for, of course, your special session, but first for the NewsX Shakti Awards 2024 presentation. I'll also request Rajya Sabha Member of Parliament and founder of ITV Network, Kartikeya Sharma ji, to please join us on stage to do the honors as well. And now we are moving to that coveted moment, yes, the presentation of the NewsX Shakti Awards 2024. Let's quickly call on stage our awardees. They are, of course, names who've excelled in their various fields, broken glass ceilings, and are inspirations not just for the country, but the world as well. We are beginning with the NewsX Shakti Award for Excellence in Bravery that goes to actor and Padma Shri awardee Ravina Tandon. Ravina ji, could we please have you on stage? Gadkari ji and Kartikeya ji, request you to do the honors, please. Let's keep the applause going. These are women who've excelled in their fields. Let's keep the josh high for them. Congratulations, Ravina Tandon, NewsX Shakti Award winner for Excellence in Bravery. And the next NewsX Shakti Award for Excellence in Entertainment goes to the powerhouse performer, actress Taapsee Pannu. Taapsee, could we please have you on stage? Let's keep the round of applause going for her. Taapsee Pannu, winner of the NewsX Shakti Award 2024 for Excellence in Entertainment. Let's keep the applause going for her. We now move to the next awardee today, and that is Krishna Jackie Shroff. Krishna Jackie Shroff wins for excellence in fitness entrepreneurship. She's, of course, the Fitness Entrepreneur of the Year, an entrepreneur, a fitness icon, Krishna Jackie Shroff. Many, many congratulations to you, Krishna, for this honor, which you fully deserve. And now let's quickly move on to our next awardee for Fitness and Beauty Icon of the Year. Excellence Award, NewsX Shakti honor goes to Esha Gupta, actress. Esha Gupta, could we please have you on stage? Many, many congratulations to you, Esha, for winning this honor. Fitness and Beauty Icon of the Year, NewsX Shakti Award for Excellence going to Esha Gupta. Let's keep the applause going, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very special moment. And we now call upon the next awardee who's getting the NewsX Shakti Award for Excellence in Entertainment, Rising Star of the Year, Kritika Kamra. Could we please have you on stage? Actress Kritika Kamra wins the NewsX Shakti Award for Excellence in Entertainment, Rising Star of the Year. Keep the applause going for our awardees. And now the next award goes for Service to the Nation to Indian Army Officer Colonel Aarti Chopra. Colonel Aarti Chopra, could we please have you on stage for the next NewsX Shakti Award? Many, many congratulations to you, Colonel Aarti Chopra. We move now to the next award that is for Service to the Nation, goes to Indian Army Officer Major Aparajita Sharma. Many, many congratulations to you, Major Aparajita Sharma, who wins the next NewsX Shakti Award. They're, of course, keeping the nation safe, and we are very proud of them. Next honor for Service to the Nation goes to Indian Army Officer Captain Ojaswita Shri. Captain Ojaswita Shri, many, many congratulations to you for winning the NewsX Shakti Award 2024. बहुत बहुत बधाई आपको. और अगला पुरस्कार जा रहा है सर्विस टू द नेशन के लिए कैप्टन कनिका राणे को. Indian Army Officer Captain Rane. Could we have you on stage, please? Captain Kanika Rane gets the award for service to the nation. And the next award for excellence in clinical psychology goes to Dr. Kashika Jain. Could we please have you on stage? Dr. Kashika Jain, clinical psychologist, wonderful you, Psycho Solution Clinic. बहुत बहुत बधाई आपको. NewsX Shakti Award for excellence presented to her. And the next award, let's keep the applause going, goes for excellence in philanthropy and entrepreneurship to Nidarshana Govani. Nidarshana, could we please have you on stage? Nidarshana Govani, founder and trustee of Kamla Ankibai Gamandiram Govani Trust and owner of Kamla Mills, Mumbai. The next honor goes to Dr. Anushri Anita, well-known astrologer. The NewsX Shakti Award for excellence goes to Dr. Anushri Anita. Very well-known astrologer, of course, getting the award there for excellence. Congratulations to you. We now move forward. And the next honor goes to Sumita Satarkar. Could we please have you on stage for excellence in healthcare acupuncture? She's founder and director of Swasthya Santulan Medicare Private Limited, Pune. Sumita Satarkar, बहुत बहुत बधाई आपको NewsX शक्ति अवार्ड के लिए. अगला पुरस्कार जाता है गीतांजलि कपूर को. गीतांजलि कपूर is the next recipient of the honor. Could we please have you on stage for excellence in legal services, managing partner Kapoor and Company. Gीतांजलि Kapoor gets the honor of the NewsX Shakti Award. We now would like to recognize Dr. Gauri Agarwal for healthcare and IVF, founder and director, Seeds of Innocence and Genistrings Diagnostic Center, NewsX Award, NewsX Shakti Award for excellence. Dr. Gauri Agarwal. Congratulations to you, Dr. Gauri Agarwal. All right, our next award goes to Anjul Bhandari. Anjul Bhandari, founder and creative director of label Anjul Bhandari, gets the award for excellence in fashion design. The next award goes to Namita Kohli, principal designer and creative director, Wisma Atria International, for the field of interior design. Namita Kohli, could we also have you on stage? Congratulations. And the final award for today goes to Stuti Gupta, co-founder Because She Can. She gets the NewsX Shakti Award for excellence in women empowerment. The final honor for today, Stuti Gupta. Congratulations to you. And many, many thanks to you, Nitin Gadkari ji, our chief guest for today, for doing the honors. We request you, Gadkari ji, to please stay back on stage for your special session. Kartikeya Sharma ji, I request you to take your seat in the audience. Thank you for doing the honors, sir. Many, many thanks to you. And for this next session's moderation, I request Editor-in-Chief of NewsX, Rishabh Gulati, to please come on stage for this next, beg your pardon, Priya Sehgal, Editorial Director of NewsX, to please come on stage for the moderation of this next session. We, of course, have been waiting through the day for this much-awaited session of Nitin Gadkari ji. We are very appreciative of his time. And Priya, we hand the floor to you.
Thank you, Uday. And thank you, Gadkari ji. So nice to meet you after so long. In fact, I must say you're one of the, I think, oldest ministers in this government in terms of experience. I remember meeting Gadkari ji during, I think, Vajpayee Day's time, and I think tab se ab se, I have to first compliment you. You have achieved what I couldn't. You have managed to lose weight. I'm still stuck.
Thank you, thank you.
लेकिन Gadkari ji, I saw that आप आए थे, you came in your hydrogen car. आपने in fact कहा भी है कि मैं diesel and petrol cars में नहीं आता हूँ. So this hydrogen car का जो revolution है, उसको हम आम आदमी तक कैसे ले जाएंगे? And how is it the hydrogen car in terms of other cars, electric cars?
देखिए, पहली बात तो ऐसी है कि हमारे देश में 22 लाख करोड़ रुपए फॉसिल फ्यूल के इंपोर्ट के लिए खर्चा होती है. और सबसे दुर्भाग्य का विषय है कि एयर पोल्यूशन के कारण हमारे यहाँ सब जगह हेल्थ के प्रॉब्लम है. दिल्ली में आपको पता है कि एयर पोल्यूशन की समस्या कितनी गंभीर है, और इसलिए इंपोर्ट सब्स्टिट्यूट कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव पोल्यूशन फ्री और इंडिजिनस. और मुझे खुशी है कि मैं जब इलेक्ट्रिक की बात करता था तो अब इलेक्ट्रिक की स्कूटर, इलेक्ट्रिक की बस, इलेक्ट्रिक की कार आ गई, और वो 200% उसमें राइज है. और अभी मैं जो गाड़ी में आया वो फ्लेक्स इंजन है, टोयोटो की गाड़ी है, इनोवा. ये वर्ल्ड की पहली गाड़ी है जो यूरो 6 के इमिशन नॉर्म्स पूरी करती है, और इसमें 100% इथेनॉल पे चलती है. 60% बिजली तैयार करती है, 40% इथेनॉल. इथेनॉल का भाव 60 रुपीज़ लीटर है, पेट्रोल का 120 रुपये है. तो एवरेज के हिसाब से इसका 25 रुपीज़ लीटर पेट्रोल का भाव आता है। इसको फ्लेक्स इंजन कहते हैं। और ये गाड़ी अब टाटा, सुजुकी और टोयोटो तीनों भी फ्लेक्स इंजन ला रहे हैं। टू व्हीलर में बजाज, टीवीएस, हीरो और होंडा इनको भी इथेनॉल की गाड़ी आई है, और जिसके कारण हम पेट्रोल के बजाय इथेनॉल के पंप भी अब इंडियन ऑयल 400 पंप डाल रही है। तो देश में किसानों ने तैयार किए हुए फ्यूल पर ये चलेंगे। मेरी गाड़ी आपने देखी होगी, उसका पोल्यूशन 0, और हमारी रूरल एग्रीकल्चर इकोनॉमी भी इससे अच्छी होगी। दूसरी बात जो हाइड्रोजन की आपने की, हाइड्रोजन ये फ्यूचर है, और मेरे गाड़ी का नाम है मिराई। मिराई मीन्स फ्यूचर, जापान में वर्ड है मिराई, फ्यूचर। जो हाइड्रोजन होता है कोयले से तैयार होता है वो ब्लैक हाइड्रोजन, जो पेट्रोलियम से होता है वो ब्राउन हाइड्रोजन, और जो गंदे पानी से या बायोमास से या म्यूनिसिपल वेस्ट से सेग्रीगेट करके तैयार होता है वो ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन। तो हम इलेक्ट्रोलाइजर प्रोसेस से जब पानी से हाइड्रोजन करते हैं तो 50 यूनिट बिजली लगती है। मेरा उद्देश्य ये है कि हमारा हाइड्रोजन $1 पर केजी मिले, और ये अभी जो कचरा है म्यूनिसिपल वेस्ट, इसको सेग्रीगेट करके प्लास्टिक, ग्लास एंड मेटल अलग करके उसको बायोडाइजेस्टर में डाल के मीथेन तैयार करके उससे ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन बन सकता है। पर ट्रांसपोर्ट ऑफ हाइड्रोजन और हाइड्रोजन के फ्यूलिंग स्टेशंस, इसमें काफ़ी काम करने की आवश्यकता है। मेरी गाड़ी इंडियन ऑयल के फरीदाबाद के सेंटर से हाइड्रोजन भर के आती है। अभी देश में इसकी सुविधा नहीं है, हमारे यहाँ नहीं बनते, पर इसमें काम शुरू है। अब हाइड्रोजन बनना शुरू हो गया, हाइड्रोजन फ्यूल सेल की बसेस आ गई, पर हाइड्रोजन ट्रांसपोर्ट करना इसमें थोड़ी दिक्कत है। और हाइड्रोजन फ्यूलिंग स्टेशन ये भी जल्दी हो जाएगा, थोड़ा समय लगेगा, पर फ्यूचर हाइड्रोजन है। और मैं विश्वास के साथ कह रहा हूँ, आज हम 22 लाख करोड़ रुपए का फॉसिल फ्यूल इंपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। ये परिस्थिति आने वाले 8-10 साल में बदलेगी, और हम एनर्जी को आयात करने वाले नहीं तो एनर्जी को निर्यात करने वाला देश हम बनेंगे।
थैंक यू सो मच। लेकिन while we are talking about the future and going ahead and clean fuel, अभी एक कंट्रोवर्सी आ गई है ओला स्कूटर्स को लेकर, तो हाउ आर वी हैंडलिंग दीज सिचुएशंस?
देखिए, पहली बात तो ऐसी है कि कोई भी नई बात आती है तो स्टार्टिंग में कुछ ट्रबल्स होती है, सरकार के रूल्स रेगुलेशन के ऊपर उस पर कार्रवाई होती है। अब मुझे बताइए कि दिल्ली में इतने इलेक्ट्रिक बसेस चल रही, इलेक्ट्रिक स्कूटर चल रही, इलेक्ट्रिक ऑटो रिक्शा चल रही, इलेक्ट्रिक कार चल रही, कोई प्रॉब्लम आया? कोई अगर प्रोडक्ट में प्रॉब्लम आएगा तो रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशन के हिसाब से सरकार उसकी चिंता करेगी और उचित कार्रवाई करेगी।
In fact, I would also like to tell you and our viewers that NewsX, we have all our cars are electric vehicles. So we have also taken your example and moving on to the electric vehicles. But आगे बढ़ के there is a lot of criticism about the everybody's praising you for the roads. उसके लिए गडकरी, फुलकारी, they call you the highway man, the flyover man. लेकिन roads को लेके high toll tax के ऊपर बहुत people are unhappy. In fact, उस social media में वो videos भी बन रहे हैं कि toll के नाम पे आपकी फोटो आती है, tax के नाम पे निर्मला सीतारमण की फोटो आती है. तो who do we blame for the high toll tax?
देखिए, पहली बात तो ऐसी है कि मैं आपको बात बताऊंगा कि इफ़ यू वांट गुड सर्विसेज यू हैव टू पे फॉर इट, और हमारी बजट में रिस्ट्रिक्शन है, और इसलिए बजट के पैसे से हम लैंड एक्विजिशन करते हैं और कैपिटल मार्केट से पैसा खड़ा करते हैं, उसको 8.05% इंटरेस्ट देते हैं। और आजकल तो मैंने जो सर्विस क्लास के लोग इन्वेस्ट करे इसलिए मंथली इंटरेस्ट देता हूँ, तो ये बैच के पैसे वापस करने होंगे। पर मैं आपको एक बात बताता हूँ, मैंने जब मुंबई में मैं मंत्री था तो मैंने मुंबई पुणे एक्सप्रेस हाईवे बनाया, वर्ली बांद्रा सीलिंग प्रोजेक्ट, 55 फ्लाईओवर्स बनाए। तब मुंबई से पुणे जाने के लिए 9 घंटे लगते थे, अब मुंबई से पुणे 2 घंटे में होता है, तो 7 घंटे का समय बचता है, 7 घंटे का फ्यूल बचता है। और क्या ये इसकी कॉस्ट जो बचती है इसमें कुछ हम टोल देते क्योंकि हमने प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट से किया था। अब मैं आपको बताता हूँ, दिल्ली से देहरादून जाने के लिए 9 घंटे लगते हैं, मैं 1 जनवरी से आपको 2 घंटे में पहुंचाऊंगा, 2 घंटे। तो अब मुझे बताइए 7 घंटे आपकी गाड़ी कम चलेगी। दिल्ली से जयपुर 2 घंटे में, दिल्ली से चंडीगढ़ 2.5 घंटे में, दिल्ली से अमृतसर 4 घंटे में, दिल्ली से कटरा 6 घंटे में। अब कितने घंटे 14 घंटे लग रहे हैं। और एक्सिस कंट्रोल एक्सप्रेस हाईवे से आप जाएंगे तो आपका फ्यूल में काफ़ी सेविंग होता है, पोल्यूशन कम होता है। तो मेरा आपसे यही अनुरोध है कि अगर हम अच्छी सर्विस करेंगे, जैसे आपने ये 5 स्टार होटल है, इसमें आपने कार्यक्रम लिया, तो इसका पैसा देना पड़ेगा आपको। ऑप्शन था रामलीला मैदान का, आप और मैं 2 चेयर डाल के बैठ जाते, कार्यक्रम होता। तो कहीं ना कहीं हमें अगर जब अच्छी सर्विसेज देनी है तो थोड़ा बहुत चार्ज लगेगा। और निश्चित रूप से हम ये भी कोशिश करते हैं कि शहर के पास हो गए तो उनको पासेस देते हैं। अभी पहले हमारे यहाँ टोल पे खड़ा होना पड़ता था, हमने फास्टैग लाया, अब कोई रुकना नहीं पड़ता है, 99% पेनिट्रेट हुआ। अब सैटेलाइट बेस्ड टोल सिस्टम ला रहे हैं।
What is that?
तो ऐसा है कि आपके नंबर प्लेट जहाँ से आप एंट्री करोगे वहाँ से नंबर प्लेट का फोटो निकलेगा, और जहाँ से बाहर निकलोगे वहाँ से फोटो निकलेगा, उतना ही पैसा टोल लगेगा, उसमें टोल काफ़ी कम हो जाएगा। अभी क्या हम 1-2 टोल के बीच में भले वो 25 किलोमीटर जाए पर 65 किलोमीटर का टोल लेते हैं, तो नेचुरली उसमें भी कुछ कमी होगा। फिर भी इस पॉलिसी में हम लगातार रिफॉर्म करते जा रहे हैं और कम से कम लोगों को कैसे चार्ज हो इसकी जरूर विचार करेंगे।
सैटेलाइट सिस्टम से रोड चलान भी बढ़ेंगे क्या?
देखिए आप मुझे बताइए। नहीं देखिए, एक बात बताता हूँ, हमारे देश में 5 लाख एक्सीडेंट होते हैं, 1.5 लाख मौतें होती है, और मरने वालों में 18 से 34 वयोगट के तरुण लोग 60% है। और आज जो एक्सीडेंट हो रहे हैं उसमें 30% एक्सीडेंट इसलिए हो रहे हैं कि लोग हेलमेट नहीं पहनते हैं, लेन डिसिप्लिन का पालन नहीं करते हैं, रेड सिग्नल होगा तो रुकते नहीं। कितने लोग मर रहे हैं, 3% जीडीपी का नुकसान हो रहा है। तो ये स्वाभाविक रूप से मुझे बताइए, हम लोग जब फॉरेन जाते हैं और चॉकलेट खाते हैं तो उसका जो वेस्ट पेपर होता है वो फेंकते नहीं, वो जेब में रखते हैं और फिर डस्टबिन में डालते हैं। वही भारतीय जब हिंदुस्तान में आते हैं तो चॉकलेट खा के फेंक देते हैं। ऐसा क्यों? क्या हमारे देश की समाज व्यवस्था को हमको सुधारना अगर होगा और एक्सीडेंट कम करने होंगे तो हमारी समस्या है कि कानून के प्रति डर भी नहीं और सम्मान भी नहीं। ये जो विचित्र अवस्था है, इसमें लोगों को कम से कम सैनिटाइज करने के लिए हमने स्पीड के बारे में जो रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशन है, लोग इसका पालन करें, इसके लिए कोई वसूल करने के लिए, फाइन वसूल करने के लिए उद्देश्य नहीं है।
You also had a thing on scrapping of 15-year-old cars. एक रूल तो बना है, लेकिन कार्स उतनी जल्दी से आप लोग उठा नहीं पा रहे हैं। There is a
नहीं, अभी 60 स्क्रैपिंग सेंटर शुरू है। अभी एक 15 दिन महीने भर पहले सभी ऑटोमोबाइल मैन्युफैक्चरर्स ने जो पुरानी कार स्क्रैप करेंगे उसके ऊपर 2 से 3% नई कार जब लेंगे, वो सर्टिफिकेट लेकर जाएंगे तो डिस्काउंट दिया है। और आप एक बात बताइए कि आज के 4 ट्रक जितना पोल्यूशन करते हैं वो 15 साल पहले का ट्रक उतना ही करता है। और मैं आपको बताता हूँ, मैं जब स्टूडेंट था तो मैंने एक स्कूटर ली थी बजाज की, तो मैं कहता था मेरे स्कूटर का एवरेज 32 किलोमीटर पर लीटर है, अब तो 90 किलोमीटर वाली स्कूटर है। तो टेक्नोलॉजी बदलती है, फ्यूल इफिशिएंसी होती है, प्रदूषण कम होता है, उससे पैसे बचते हैं। अभी एलएनजी का ट्रक आया, उसकी तो 2 साल में कीमत वसूल होती है, क्योंकि 100 रुपए का डीजल जहाँ लगता है वहाँ 40 रुपए का एलएनजी लगता है। सीएनजी लोग ले रहे स्कूटर, अभी मैंने सीएनजी की स्कूटर लॉन्च की पूना में, बजाज की मोटरसाइकिल, तो 1 किलोमीटर पेट्रोल मोटरसाइकिल चलती है तो 2 रुपए 25 पैसे खर्चा आता है, और वो अगर सीएनजी पे जाएगी तो 1 रुपया आता है। अब मुझे बताओ कि नई गाड़ी में जो फ्यूल इफिशिएंसी है उसमें कितना पैसा बचता है। अब मुझे बताओ 2 रुपए 25 पैसे किलोमीटर का खर्चा पेट्रोल मोटरसाइकिल का, और उसी कंपनी के सीएनजी मोटरसाइकिल का 1 रुपया है, तो महीने में कितनी बचत होगी। अगर आप पेट्रोल की गाड़ी में घूम रही तो 25 से 30 हजार खर्चा होगा। आप इलेक्ट्रिक की लो 3,000 रुपये से भी कम आएगा, आप सीएनजी पे लो तो पैसा कम है, तो आपका सेविंग भी है, पोल्यूशन भी कम होगा, और विशेष रूप से मेंटेनेंस कॉस्ट भी एकदम कम हो जाएगी, क्योंकि टेक्नोलॉजी में अपग्रेडेशन हुआ है।
Which was the first car that you owned? If I remember correctly, आप पहले स्कूटर भी चलाते थे, 2-wheeler। हाँ, you began with that.
मैं स्टूडेंट था तो स्कूटर चलाता था, 4 लोग बैठे थे और चौथा नंबर प्लेट पे हाथ रख के चलता था। वो दिन मुझे याद है, तब तो कोई समझता नहीं था इतना।
There's come a long way. But I also want to tell our viewers that Gadkari ji ka YouTube channel was a big hit. I think COVID time पे आपके 4 lakh a month you used to earn from it. You were giving us all competition. तो अभी भी आपका social media channel चल रहा है. And उसमें क्या-क्या आप बातचीत करते हैं? If you share with our viewers.
अभी आपका कार्यक्रम होगा, थोड़ी देर के बाद वो जाएगा. तो वर्ल्ड में अभी मेरी 6 करोड़ फॉलोअर्स हैं.
6 करोड़.
हाँ, और मुझे 2.5 से 3 लाख रुपए महीना मिलता. मैं इतना मीडिया सेवी नहीं हूँ, पर आप तो प्रिंट मीडिया और टीवी मीडिया तो इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीडिया है, पर अभी सोशल मीडिया भी बड़ी स्ट्रांग हुई है. तो कहीं भी कुछ भी बोलने के बाद पूरे वर्ल्ड में एक 2-4 घंटे में अमेरिका से फोन आता है आपका भाषण सुना कर. तो ये नेचुरली, और मैं जनरली पॉलिटिक्स पे नहीं के बराबर बोलता हूँ. इनोवेशन, रिसर्च, टेक्नोलॉजी, एग्रीकल्चर, वाटर कंजर्वेशन, ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग, ये मेरे रुचि के विषय होते, उसी पे काम करता हूँ. तो अब लोगों को नए नए इनोवेटिव सब्जेक्ट में इंटरेस्ट है, इसके कारण उसकी व्यूअरशिप मिलती है.
एक और अगेन आई थिंक आई एम गेटिंग ओल्ड बिकॉज आई एम गोइंग वे बैक इनटू मेमोरी बैंक. एक और आई रिमेंबर डूइंग अ कैंपेन ट्रेल विद यू, और उसमें मैंने आपसे पूछा था व्हाट इज योर फेवरेट सॉन्ग. तो उनमें से एक आपने कहा था तुझसे नाराज नहीं जिंदगी हैरान हूँ मैं. पर गडकरी जी, हैरान बहुत, would you say that a lot of your comments get understood, a lot get misunderstood also. तो हैरान आप किस चीज से हैं?
नहीं जी, वो सॉन्ग अच्छा है, मैं कोई नाराज नहीं हूँ. आजकल वो रुद्राली का गुलजार साहब का गाना है ना, जो अपने भूपेन हजारिका जी ने जो गाया है, वो भी मैं संगीत सुनता हूँ. देखो, पहली बात मैं आपको बताता हूँ, मुझे इस बात का बड़ा दुख है कि तुम्हारे में दम है, तुम करो ना, सरकार के खिलाफ लिखो ना. मैंने जो बोला नहीं, मैंने बोला कि नाराज जिंदगी गाना, तो गडकरी नाराज है, वो नाराज क्यों है, फिर उनके मन में क्या है, वो किसके ऊपर नाराज है, ये दुनिया भर की बातें पूरी इररिलेवेंट है, इसका कोई संबंध नहीं. और कोई तो भी छोटा आदमी अपने वेबसाइट पर एक बात डाल देता है और बाकी लोग उठाकर उसको चलाते हैं, ये टोटली बेसलेस होता है. मैं कोई नाराज नहीं हूँ, मैं अपने जीवन में बहुत समाधानी हूँ. और आई ऑलवेज बिलीव दैट द पॉलिटिक्स इज ए इंस्ट्रूमेंट ऑफ सोशो इकोनॉमिक रिफॉर्म. और आपको मैं बताता हूँ, मैं सोशल वर्क करता हूँ. अनेक प्रोजेक्ट, साड़ियाँ बनाने से, कतरन से गालीचे बनाने से लेकर, बायोफ्यूल से लेकर ग्रीन पावर तक, मैं 2,500 करोड़ रुपए का टर्नओवर है. अलग अलग फार्मर सोसाइटी, कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी, मैं उनमें काम करता हूँ, सोशल वर्क करता हूँ. मैं कोई बिल्कुल खुश हूँ अपने जीवन में, आई एम वेरी मच हैप्पी. और मैं कारण न होते हुए इसको मिस इंटरप्रेट करके कुछ लोग मजा लेते हैं.
But Nitin Gadkari always makes news. That is, I have to say, they are very.
जिसको जिस अभिनेत्री का फिल्म चलती है उसी पर गॉसिप लिखते हैं लोग. जो डब्बे में गई फिल्म, बाद में उसका कोई जिक्र नहीं करते.
अच्छा, हम आपके YouTube चैनल के लिए थोड़े से रैपिड फायर टाइप क्वेश्चंस करते हैं. वन इज ऑफ कोर्स कि आप दिल्ली में यू आर अ वेरी नोन फेस, बॉम्बे में भी आपके नोन फेस है. तो दिल्ली, मुंबई और नागपुर, तीनों में से आपका फेवरेट अगर मैं पूछूं 1, 2, 3?
नागपुर, जहाँ मेरा जन्म हुआ है, वो मेरी जन्मभूमि, कर्मभूमि है, वो शहर मुझे अच्छा लगता है.
नागपुर का सबसे फेमस 3 चीजें क्या हैं?
नागपुर में फेमस ही, अभी आपने 10 दिन
अपार्ट फ्रॉम गडकरी, नितिन गडकरी जी,
अभी हमने एक ब्रिज बनाया, नीचे में नेशनल हाईवे, ऊपर में रेलवे का ब्रिज है, मुंबई, कलकत्ता और दिल्ली, मद्रास, चेन्नई वाला. उसके ऊपर में मेट्रो है, और उसके ऊपर में मेट्रो, फिर रेलवे, नहीं फिर ब्रिज, फिर रेलवे और फिर रोड, ऐसे एक जगह 4 किए. और नागपुर में हमने एक ही पिलर पर ऐसे 4 जगह ब्रिज बनाए, नीचे में रोड, ऊपर में फ्लाईओवर, ऊपर में मेट्रो. फिर दूसरी बात नागपुर की है कि वी आर द फर्स्ट सिटी इन द इंडिया जहाँ 24/7 वाटर सप्लाई है और 70% लोगों को 24 घंटा पानी मिलता है. वो पहला शहर है जो टॉयलेट का पानी हम बेचते हैं और उससे 300 करोड़ हमको मिलते हैं महाराष्ट्र सरकार को बेचकर. और अभी ऐसी 10-12 चीज़ें पर समय की कमी है, एक अच्छी बात बताऊंगा और वो देखने के लिए आप आइए. मैंने अभी NHI के बीच में 20 एकड़ पर ऑक्सीजन बर्ड पार्क बनाया है और वहाँ फ्रूट्स के पेड़ लगाए हैं. वो फल जो है वो केवल बर्ड्स खा सकते हैं, इंसान नहीं तोड़ सकता. और बहुत सुंदर बनाया. और वहाँ अलग अलग प्रकार के बर्ड्स भी अब है. और कोशिश है कि वर्ल्ड के बर्ड जो बाहर जाते हैं, घूमते रहते, वो वहाँ आए और उसके बारे में हमने हमारे एरिया के बर्ड्स को भी, छोटे बच्चों के लिए एक सुंदर पार्क बनाया, तो वो भी नागपुर में पहली बार अच्छा बना। नागपुर में हमारे यहाँ 4% पॉपुलेशन दिव्यांग है। मैंने इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड का एक दिव्यांग पार्क हमने बनाया, जिसमें वाटर थेरेपी है, टच थेरेपी है, दुनिया भर की टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग करके बहुत अच्छा बनाया हुआ है। ऐसे नागपुर ग्रीन सिटी है और बहुत सी और अनेक विशेषता है नागपुर में। हमने जो म्यूजिकल फाउंटेन बनाया वो तो वर्ल्ड में उसको रेटिंग मिला। वो उसका संगीत A.R. रहमान का है, हिंदी कमेंट्री गुलजार साहब की, अंग्रेजी अमिताभ बच्चन की, मराठी नाना पाटेकर की है, संगीत A.R. रहमान का है, और रेवती करके तमिल तेलुगु कन्नड़ की फिल्म उसने बनाया। और उसमें 6 ऑस्कर विनर जो अवार्ड जिनको मिला उन्होंने कंट्रीब्यूट किया है। उनका बहुत अच्छा म्यूजिकल फाउंटेन है, यूट्यूब पर देखिए। हिंदुस्तान में ऐसा कोई नहीं, वर्ल्ड में दुबई से अच्छा ऐसा लोगों ने कहा। और अभी हमने विवेकानंद जी के ऊपर भी लाइट एंड साउंड शो किया। तो मैं पैशन है, हम लोग बहुत सी ऐसी चीजें करते रहते हैं।
You didn't mention Nagpur की मिठाई. You're not talking about food. I'm missing the old Gadkari ji. पहले when we used to go to a house, there was always something good to eat. अब आप diet food में पोहा में ही आप काम चला लेते हैं.
मैं तो वेजिटेरियन हूँ, पर आप लोग नागपुर आएंगे तो नागपुर का एक सावजी मटन है, इज वेरी पॉपुलर। और जो भी लोग आते हैं वो सावजी खाए बिना जाते नहीं वहाँ से। तो ये नागपुर की विशेषता है, उसका ब्रांडिंग हुआ है और सब लोग उसको पसंद करते हैं।
आप कुक भी करते हैं?
नहीं, ऐसा मैं कुक नहीं, मैं कोविड के समय जब समय था तो मैं वो यूट्यूब पे चैनल देख देख के बनाने लगा।
अगर फिर आपका फेवरेट मतलब इफ ऐसे आज नो राजनीति, आज फिर आप क्या करेंगे पूरा दिन? व्हाट इज योर फेवरेट पास?
मैं संगीत सुनता हूँ, गाने सुनता हूँ। मेरे अपने देखो, मैं अपने जीवन को अपने हिसाब से जीता हूँ और ऑलवेज मैं एम एंजॉइंग माई लाइफ। मेरी फिलॉसफी ये है कि लाइफ इज टू शॉर्ट, ट्राई टू एंजॉय इट। खुश रहो और लोगों को खुश रखो और कुछ अच्छे काम करो। तो मैं अपने हिसाब से काम करते रहता हूँ। अब मैं आजकल मेरे अनुभव से जो मैंने गलती की कि मेरा वजन 135 किलो था, अब मैं 90 kg हूँ, मैंने 45 किलो कम किया है। अभी ये कोविड के बाद मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा। तब मैं आप सबको कहता हूँ कि फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी टू योर हेल्थ, सेकंड प्रायोरिटी टू योर ऑनेस्ट वेल्थ, एंड थर्ड प्रायोरिटी फिर आपको जो करना है करो। तो अब मैं पहली बार आज सुबह मैं फ्लाइट से आया 9 बजे की, तो भी सुबह उठकर 2 घंटे मैंने प्राणायाम एक्सरसाइज की और फिर मैं आया। अब मैं बड़ा इनडिसिप्लिन इरेगुलर था, मैंने उसमें एक्सट्रीम लिमिट पर था। अब मैं काफ़ी रेगुलर हुआ हूँ, इसका मेरे को बहुत फ़ायदा हुआ है। मुझे चेहरे में ग्लो, मुझे अमिताभ जी 2 अक्टूबर को हम साथ रहते थे NDTV के प्रोग्राम में, तो मुझे हर बार कहते कि तुम्हारे में इतना फर्क है, तुम 10 साल यंग लग रहे हो, क्या करते हो? मैं अब रोज योगासन एक्सरसाइज करता हूँ और मैं प्राणायाम करता हूँ। तो मेरा सबको कहना है कि फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी टू योर हेल्थ एंड सेकंड टू योर ऑनेस्ट वेल्थ, और बाद में जो करना है करो।
तो योर वाइफ प्रेफर्स द डिसिप्लिन गडकरी जी और द इनडिसिप्लिन गडकरी जी?
वो क्या मुझे सुधार सकती? मेरा स्वभाव पहले बहुत, क्योंकि मैं बहुत ग्रास रूट पे काम करता था, पार्टी के लिए दौरे करता था, 1-1 बजे ढाबे पे खाना खा लेता था, कभी समोसे खा के चल जाता था, खाना नहीं खाता था। तो उस समय एक नशा थी। देखो, कोई भी काम में एक नशा होती है। जो आप भी काम, ओनरशिप होती है, ओनरशिप के बाद एक नशा आती है, और जब नशा चढ़ती है, आती है, तो आदमी सब बातों को भूल जाता है। तो मैं इसमें से गया हूँ, इसलिए मैं लोगों को कहता हूँ कि काम जरूर करो, काम का आनंद करो, लो जो करना है वो करो, पर ये 2 बातों के तरफ ध्यान देकर करो। दैट इज टू बी वेरी मच इम्पॉर्टेंट फॉर योर इंडिविजुअल लाइफ। ये बात मैं अक्सर बताते रहता हूँ।
I also noticed when we were giving the awards, आपने सबसे ज्यादा इंटरेस्ट डॉक्टर्स के साथ लिया था. You were talking to all the doctors, the health care. Now next question is रामायण या महाभारत, इन दोनों में से which do you prefer?
देखो, हमारे इतिहास, संस्कृति और विरासत, ये संस्कृति, इतिहास और विरासत हमको हमारे पुराने इतिहास से मिली हुई है। और रामायण और महाभारत ये जो प्रतिबिंब है, ये सामाजिक व्यवस्था में जो गलत बातें थी उसके परिणाम क्या हुए और अच्छे नीति से कैसे चलना चाहिए, इसके आधार पर दोनों का आदर्श लेकर हम हमारी व्यवस्था में चलते हैं। हम प्रभु रामचंद्र को मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम कहते हैं। अब आदर्श राजा, और महात्मा गांधी जी ने राम राज्य का वर्णन, ये एक प्रकार से राम राज्य यानी आदर्श राज्य ऐसा किया है। तो इसलिए रामायण हमारे लिए बहुत अच्छा, उतना ही महाभारत है। महाभारत में राजनीति है, कूटनीति है, यानी भगवत गीता के रूप में जो संदेश मिला हुआ है, वो एक प्रकार से भगवान श्री कृष्ण ने जो बातें कही है वो आज भी हमारी सामाजिक, राजनीतिक और राष्ट्रीय व्यवस्था को अगर हमको आदर्श करना है तो जो जीवन मूल्य महाभारत और रामायण में विशेष रूप से है उसका अनुकरण करके हम क्वालिटेटिव रिफॉर्म सोसाइटी में और देश में ला सकते हैं। ये दोनों के प्रति भी मेरे मन में आदर भी है, सद्भाव भी है और प्रेरणा भी है।
मोहन भागवत जी का भी विजयदशमी का जो भाषण था उसके मीडिया में तो बहुत वेरियस थिंग्स हैव बीन हाइलाइटेड। आपको उसमें से सबसे ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट टेक अवे क्या है उस मैसेज से?
पूरा भाषण ही इम्पोर्टेंट था। हमारे देश के भविष्य के बारे में हमने किन किन बातों की तरफ ध्यान रखना चाहिए और हमारा देश विश्वगुरु बनते समय हमारे बीच में हम किस प्रकार की सामाजिक व्यवस्था को निर्माण करना चाहते हैं, किस प्रकार की आर्थिक उन्नति के साथ सामाजिक व्यवस्था कैसी हो, इसका बहुत सुंदर विवेचन और दिशा दर्शन उसमें था।
एक तरह से जैसे ऑल द हिंदूज शुड बी यूनाइटेड, दूसरी तरफ से कास्ट सेंसस की भी बात करते हैं। कास्ट सेंसस इज आल्सो अ वे ऑफ क्रिएटिंग डिवाइड्स, ये कास्ट की पॉलिटिक्स ना करके।
देखो, मैं इस पर ज़्यादा कमेंट्स नहीं करूँगा, पर मैं एक बात आपको कहूँगा कि जात, पंथ, धर्म, भाषा और सेक्स है, उसका जो व्यक्ति होता है, जात, पंथ, धर्म, भाषा, सेक्स से नहीं, उसके कार्यों से और गुणों से बड़ा होता है। आप जब हार्ट का ऑपरेशन करते तो ये नहीं पूछते कौन सी जात का है। आप जब रेस्टोरेंट में जाते हैं जहाँ अच्छा फूड है तब नहीं देखते कौन बनाने वाला है, तब जात, पंथ, धर्म, भाषा नहीं पूछते। और इसलिए हमारे समाज में छुआछूत, अस्पृश्यता, जातीयता समूल नष्ट होनी चाहिए। और मैं भी लोकसभा का सदस्य हूँ, मैंने अपने चुनाव में कहा कि मैं जाति पाति की बात नहीं करूँगा, और मैंने कहा बिल्कुल नहीं मानूंगा, जिसको वोट देना वो दे, नहीं देना मत दे। पूरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी मेरा परिवार है, सब लोग मेरे परिवार है, मैं सबका हूँ। और इसलिए जात, पंथ, धर्म, भाषा से ऊपर उठकर मानवता के आधार पर छुआछूत, अस्पृश्यता टोटली नष्ट करके और सोशल इकोनॉमिक इक्वेलिटी को प्रस्तापित करते हुए हमारे भारतीय समाज को हम विश्वगुरु बना सकते हैं। तो निश्चित रूप से जो दोष है इसको दूर करना चाहिए। दुर्भाग्य से पॉलिटिक्स में ऐसा हुआ है कि बैकवर्डनेस बिकमिंग ए पॉलिटिकल इंटरेस्ट, सो देयर इज ए कंपटीशन दैट एवरीवन वांट टू प्रूव दैट आई एम बैकवर्ड, कोई फॉरवर्ड कहता ही नहीं है। तो दैट इज नॉट द गुड सिचुएशन। और पॉलिटिकली वोट बैंक के राजनीति में सच बोलने की बात करते हैं तो नुकसान होता है। तो कहीं ना कहीं हमें जो सच्चाई है उसके आधार पर भविष्य की राजनीति और दिशा इस देश को देनी पड़ेगी। उसकी कीमत अगर चुकानी है तो चुकानी पड़ेगी।
थैंक यू गडकरी जी। लास्ट क्वेश्चन, व्हाट इज आपका क्या मैसेज है दिवाली के ऊपर, कीपिंग दिवाली इन माइंड? डू यू हैव अ मैसेज स्पेशली फॉर आवर विमेन, बिकॉज विमेन व्यूअर्स, टुडेज फेस्टिवल इज आल्सो टू सेलिब्रेट द पावर ऑफ विमेन।
देखिए, सबसे पहली बात है कि आपने नारी शक्ति में जिन्होंने आउटस्टैंडिंग काम किया, ऐसे सभी अच्छे महिलाओं की आपने उनका सत्कार किया। देखो, सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ है कि जैसे मैंने कहा कि स्त्री पुरुष समानता, इक्वेलिटी, और इसलिए आज आपने मिलिट्री में से भी हमारी बहनें थी, फिल्म में भी थी, अलग अलग फील्ड में महिला आ रही है, साइंटिस्ट बन रही, इसरो में हमारी साइंटिस्ट महिला है। तो अब वो जमाना गुजर गया, अब महिलाएं सब क्षेत्र में आ रही है और प्रगति और विकास में उनका कंट्रीब्यूशन है। प्रोफेशनल कॉलेज में मेरिट लिस्ट बनती है तो आजकल महिलाओं की संख्या पुरुषों से ज़्यादा है। इसका मतलब उनमें क्षमता है, काबिलियत है, उनको एक्सपोजर मिलना चाहिए। और हमने किसी भी स्थिति में महिलाओं को सेक्स के आधार पर डिस्क्रिमिनेट नहीं करना चाहिए। हमने उनको बराबरी का मौका देना चाहिए और उनको प्रोत्साहित करना चाहिए। और निश्चित रूप से उनमें ये टैलेंट है, हुनर है कि वो अच्छा काम कर सकती है और वक्त आया तो पुरुषों से भी अच्छा काम कर सकती है, ये उन्होंने सिद्ध किया है। और इसलिए सोशल इक्वेलिटी और समानता इस समाज की आदर्श बात है उसमें आपने महिलाओं का यथोचित गौरव किया, मैं आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ।
थैंक यू नितिन गडकरी जी, और हम आपका भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देते हैं that you came and you helped us felicitate. Thank you so much for taking the time. Thank you, ji.
Thank you so much, sir. Once again, Nitin Gadkari ji, our chief guest for the 2024 We Women Want NewsX Conclave and Shakti Awards. Appreciate your time. Thank you so much, and we wish you all the very best in your tenure. Priya, thank you very much as well for that moderation. And with that, of course, we are going to come to an end for today's event. It's been a truly riveting day where we've had, of course, power-packed sessions and spoken to women from all walks of life. It's time to wrap up the 4th edition of the We Women Want Conclave and Shakti Awards. We can't have done it, though, without our partners, our sponsors. I'd like to quickly thank them before we end the day. It's, of course, with their support that today's event was possible. I'd like to quickly thank our sponsors for today. Our food partner, P-Mark Mustard Oil. Appreciate your support. We also want to thank our hygiene partner, She Wings. We'll also thank our digital partner, Daily Hunt. Thank you all very much for your support. P-Mark Mustard Oil, food partner for the day today. Hygiene partner, She Wings, and digital partner, Daily Hunt. And on that note, we bid you goodbye today, but we promise to be back very, very soon with another edition honoring more women achievers and celebrating women. But till then, do watch our show. It's on every week on NewsX. It's called We Women Want. And do watch our show on Hindi, on India News. It's called Hum Mahilaएं. So Hum Mahilaएं और We Women Want को आप देखते रहिए. It's of course not just a show, it's a movement of women-led development. On that note, goodbye and thank you all for being with us. Shubh Ratri, Shubh Ratri, Shubh Ratri.